Hours after the incident, the Haryana police arrested the truck driver after a brief shootout. The truck driver was shot in the leg and injured. The Haryana DGP also visited the crime scene shortly after to take stock of the situation.
It's high time authorities come together, political parties come together and take a call on what needs to be done to contain this menace of illegal mining, be it of sand or stone, like it happens across this belt from Rajasthan to Madhya Pradesh to Chhattisgarh, even Uttar Pradesh. Of course, Haryana administration swung into action and the Chief Minister instructed the DGP to visit the spot, inspect and see what needs to be done, and a crackdown followed with an encounter leading to arrest of one of the alleged accused, even as the larger gang remained on the run.
But the killing of the IPS officer has firmly put the focus on the thriving illegal mining mafia in the state.
There is some patronage, and the ultimate tribute to the life of Surendra Bishnoi would be that those who have been shielding this mafia are caught.
The murder of the new DSP could just be the wake-up call to the state government on what could possibly be a deep rot in the system. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Suicide case responding to a plea that's been put forth by parents with particular regards to the manner in which the case was being investigated by authorities, requesting judicial bodies to have a second autopsy conducted on the body.
The Supreme Court today will hear the plea by the parents of the girl who was found dead in the school hostel premises on 13 June in Kallakurichi. Yesterday, the father of the deceased girl had approached the Supreme Court for an urgent hearing after the High Court had rejected a prayer for inclusion of doctor of choice in the re-post-mortem panel. As the Supreme Court refused to entertain the plea, the second post-mortem was carried out by the court-appointed doctors after the case was transferred to CBCID. The CBCID also pasted a notice outside the house of the deceased girl in Vepur and asked the parents to collect her body for final rites. The first post-mortem was carried out on 14 July, the findings of which were rejected by the parents of the deceased girl. Yesterday, the forensic team was also at the spot to gather evidence for the violence which broke out in the protest that ensued later. With 5 arrests being made in the case, all eyes are now on the Supreme Court hearing today. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
All right, heavy rains are being reported in the Doda district of Jammu and Kashmir. Several homes and schools have been damaged in this area. Most of the rivers in this part of the country are flowing above the danger mark, and we have been seeing heavy rains reported in Jammu and Kashmir for some time now. According to the weather department, it is likely to continue for the next 3 or 4 days. So there you can see it. Those are pictures of how schools and homes have been damaged in heavy rains and flash floods that have been triggered due to rains in the Kahara area of Doda in Jammu and Kashmir. It's not just homes and schools that have been damaged. Several of these important roads have been cut off because of the gushing waters that you can see. So flash floods have been reported in Jammu and Kashmir's Doda district due to incessant rainfall. We are also given to understand that there are a lot of mudslides which are being reported in this area because of the gushing water. So pictures on your screen are coming to you from Doda district of Jammu and Kashmir, where heavy rainfall has been reported. There are flash floods that have also been reported, and several of those important arterial routes have been cut off. Civic authorities, of course, are on the job, and they're trying to make sure that there is no loss of life. Now, Uttarakhand, known as Dev Bhumi, is a land of temples, and to give an in-depth glimpse into temple tales of Uttarakhand, a special book has now been released. The book is written by retired officer Radhana Johari and has been released by the Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami.
Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami at the release of the book Beyond the Misty Veil, Temple Tales of Uttarakhand, written by Radhana Johari, a senior retired IAS officer on the temples of the hill state.
आराधना जी को सुंदर कृति के लिए बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ कि उन्होंने बहुत शानदार तरीके से ये लीग से हटकर काम करने के लिए पहले से ही पहचानी जाती हैं। 36 वर्ष के सेवा काल के दौरान आपने विभिन्न स्थानों पर अपनी सेवाएं दी हैं और अपनी अमिट छाप छोड़ी है।
The book the Chief Minister is sure will be an authentic introduction to the divine temples of Uttarakhand in the country and abroad. The book is based on the mythological temples of Dev Bhumi, Uttarakhand, and aims to inform readers about the state's culture and mythology.
बियॉन्ड द मिस्टी वेल का मतलब है, मिस्टी का मतलब धुंधला, वेल का मतलब नकाब। तो जो इन मंदिरों में सदियों की परत लगी हुई है, जो ये कहानियाँ कह रही हैं, जो इतिहास है इनका, उसको उस सदियों की परत को हटा के उन कहानियों को सबके सामने लाना।
Radhana Johari, the former bureaucrat who has spent a large part of her service in the hill state, hopes the book would give a boost to religious tourism in Uttarakhand. She hopes through this book the people will come to know about the countless temples and the folk tales associated with them.
मैं पूरी तरह सहमत हूँ और मेरी यही उम्मीद है कि प्रदेश के काम आई ये किताब, यहाँ की टूरिज़्म के लिए, यहाँ की इकोनॉमी के लिए, यहाँ हमारा कल्चर प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए, हेरिटेज प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए। यदि ये काम होता है तो मैं सोचूंगी कि मेरा काम बिल्कुल सफल हुआ।
The author began her education in Dev Bhumi and during a posting got a chance to learn about the culture of Dev Bhumi, the temples and folk deities. She herself visited these temples and she details out the architecture, history, folklore and mythology in the 300-page book.
बहुत ही अच्छी किताब है। मैडम ने बहुत बड़ा एफर्ट किया है और मुझे विश्वास है कि उत्तराखंड के मंदिरों के बारे में लोगों को जानकारी मिलेगी और उत्तराखंड टूरिज्म को बढ़ावा मिलेगा इससे।
इस देव भूमि की आत्मा इसके मंदिरों में बसती है और जो आराधना मैम ने जो पुस्तक लिखी है वो भी पूरे दिल और आत्मा से लिखी है, क्योंकि मैम के पुस्तक लिखने का जो सफ़र शुरू हुआ था तब से मैम ने मुझसे संपर्क किया था और फिर जहाँ भी जिस ज़िले में मैम जाती थी वहाँ पे मंदिरों को विज़िट करने के लिए वहाँ के ज़िलाधिकारी इत्यादि से मैं फ़ोन पे बताती थी कि मैम आ रही हैं, रिसर्च कर रही हैं मंदिर के लिए। और मुझे पता है मैम ने कितनी मेहनत करी है इसके लिए, पैदल चल के हर मंदिर को इन्होंने विज़िट किया है।
Beyond the Misty Veil, Temple Tales of Uttarakhand promises to be a guide on the culture and heritage of the beautiful and divine state of Uttarakhand. A must read.
You are watching Republic TV and still to come on the Morning Express. It's day 3 of the monsoon session. From Agnipath protest to GST implementation, the opposition is slated to rake up a plethora of issues. And the Supreme Court orders a second post-mortem in the Kalakuruchi student death case.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge.
I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Good evening and welcome. And tonight it's a reality check for the Lutyens media. They should be ashamed of themselves. For the last few days, they tried to black out all the reporting on Snoopgate. Snoopgate, the business scandal, the business scam of the decade. The biggest breaking news story in the world of business, but the Lutyens media tried to make sure that you don't know about it. They got together in some kind of unofficial cartel and blacked out the news about the business journalist Sucheta Dalal being interrogated by the CBI. And when we asked questions, the Lutyens media asked us questions. They said, what is Republic's business? Why is Republic poking its nose into the whole story? They call our hard journalism, our investigative reports, a whisper campaign. What do they, who live off free money from unknown American donors, know about journalism anyway? Ladies and gentlemen, the Lutyens media even went soft on Sanjay Pandey. They went soft on their favorite, the tainted Parambir Singh. Even when we told you, even last night, you remember, viewers, about how tapping machines had been installed in the offices of the National Stock Exchange by the ex-Mumbai Top Corps company, even then, the Lutyens media simply blacked it out. All they wanted to ensure is that you don't get to know about Snoopgate. And when now, a few minutes back, a little after 8:30 today, Sanjay Pandey, who was the Mumbai Police Commissioner till a few weeks back, was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. When news of the arrest came out, these Lutyens channels did not know what to do. They quickly put it on their breaking news grid and quickly pulled it out so that nobody would say they didn't report the story. But ladies and gentlemen, these people, they were trying to underplay the news. Viewers, in the pursuit of hard reporting, we at Republic have taken on and fight, and we will continue to take on corrupt politicians, corrupt policemen, corrupt bureaucrats, and corrupt corporate lobbies and corrupt corporates. Hear me, we will take you on.
Top headlines at 8:30. It's day 3 of monsoon session, and from misinformed Agnipath protest to GST implementation, opposition likely to rake a plethora of issues. Uddhav versus Shinde war in top court. Now it's a battle for the Sena leadership. Setbacks galore for Uddhav. 12 more Sena MPs join Shinde faction. Rahul Shewale appointed as new party leader in the Lok Sabha. Supreme Court orders second post-mortem in Kalakuruchi student death case. Top court to hear parents' plea. Gotabaya flees first, then Premadasa withdraws. Who will be the next president of Sri Lanka? Good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning in. You're watching the Morning Express, and I'm Samiksha Srivastava. A lot lined up for you in this bulletin, starting with breaking news coming. Breaking news coming in from JNK, where we are told that the Shopian police has arrested one LET terrorist associate. In fact, a cache of arms and ammunition have also been recovered from this terrorist who's been arrested by the Shopian police. In fact, those are the visuals as well that we are putting on our screens of the terrorist associate who's been arrested. He's the LET terrorist who's been identified by the Shopian police, apprehended by the Shopian police. Arms and ammunition have also been recovered from this terrorist who's been nabbed by the police. We are told one AK rifle along with one magazine, live ammunition have also been recovered from the terrorist. Moving on then, the Supreme Court has provided interim relief measures to Nupur Sharma, directing all authorities not to take any coercive action against her till the next hearing, which is slated to take place on 10th of August. Meanwhile, the directive acts as a relief to the former BJP spokesperson amid the major backlash she's been receiving, along with the death threats as well that have been issued against Nupur Sharma. So in the backdrop of all the death threats that Nupur Sharma, the sacked BJP spokesperson, has been receiving, the Supreme Court in its has said that there will be no coercive action against the sacked BJP spokesperson. So that is the latest coming in. Remember, Nupur Sharma has been receiving a lot of death threats. Let's take a look at this report.
In a big relief to Nupur Sharma, the Supreme Court has directed an interim measure that no coercive action must be taken against her till the next hearing, which is on August 10th. The suspended BJP leader appealed to the apex court to club all the FIRs lodged against her across the country. Nupur Sharma's lawyer, senior advocate Maninder Singh, submitted a petition stating that after the court's July 1st order, the suspended BJP spokesperson has received multiple threats to her life. On the day Supreme Court heard the former BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma's plea, security forces unearthed another plot to target her. 24-year-old Rizwan Akhtar, a Pakistani national, was nabbed by the BSF force at around 11 p.m. on July 16th from near the border fence in the Sri Ganganagar sector. The investigation revealed that Nupur Sharma was on his target for her remarks against Prophet Muhammad.
इसने प्रारंभिक पूछताछ में ये बताया है कि ये यहाँ पर जो नुपुर शर्मा ने आपत्तिजनक बयान दिया था उसके विरोध में उसके खिलाफ कार्रवाई करने के लिए यहाँ पर ये आना चाहता था। रिलीजियसली इतना मोटिवेटेड है कि वो ये कार्य को करने के लिए यहाँ पर आए।
The man is currently being interrogated by a joint interrogation committee comprising BSF, state police and intelligence agencies officials. The accused was produced by the police before a local court and he was sent to custody till July 24th. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Quick roundup of news in brief. The ED has summoned Shiva Sena MP Sanjay Raut for yet another round of questioning in connection with the alleged money laundering case. This comes after Raut was questioned in the Patra Chaul redevelopment case for over 10 hours on July the 10th. As back-to-back setbacks continue to jolt Uddhav Sena, BJP leader Kirit Somaiya took a jibe at Shiva Sena MP Sanjay Raut, saying that Uddhav first is Sanjay Raut's turn now. The Supreme Court will today hear two pleas filed by Eknath Shinde camp challenging the disqualification notices issued against 16 rebel lawmakers who switched sides. The court will also hear the pleas filed by Uddhav camp challenging the appointment of Eknath Shinde as the chief minister of the state. Meanwhile, the Uddhav camp has also sought for declaring the special session of the assembly wherein the floor test was conducted and the new government was allowed to be formed as unconstitutional. In a big statement, Bihar BJP President Sanjay Jaiswal has alleged that RJD leader Tejasvi Yadav, in a bid to shield his family from a plethora of corruption cases, is willing to support the BJP for the formation of government in the state in return. Multi-location NI raids are on in Bihar after alleged PFI connection emerged in the Motihari case. The police has informed that 3 people have been detained from the Maria Miswa Madrasa and are being interrogated to uncover the larger conspiracy. Supreme Court to hear plea of the AAP challenging the postponement of the municipal corporations of Delhi polls on the grounds of delimitation of wards in the national capital. Following the multiple landslides and shooting stones, the Jammu-Srinagar National Highway in Ramban has been blocked, prompting suspension of all services. The national highway is now being cleared in a bid to facilitate resumption of movement. Police arrested 3 accused of 34 crore theft at the Manpada ICICI Bank fraud case. An FIR has also been registered at the Manpada police station, and rupees 5.8 crore rupees have also been recovered from the accused so far. Furthermore, the police has informed that of the 3 arrested, one was a bank employee and had stole the concerned amount from the safe of the bank. The monkeypox scare continues to grip India, and 3 cases have also been reported in the country. As a precautionary measure, a nodal hospital and 36 special beds have been set up for suspected monkeypox cases in Telangana's Hyderabad. Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates congratulated Prime Minister Modi on yet another milestone of administering 200 crore vaccinations in India, taking to Twitter. Bill Gates expressed gratitude for continued partnership with Indian vaccine manufacturers and the government for mitigating the impact of COVID-19. This comes days after India achieved yet another vaccine feat, administering 200 crore COVID vaccine doses. And breaking news coming in from UP, where we are told that the customs at the CCSI airport in Lucknow has seized 10 air guns, telescopic sights and the customs have also seized arms accessories as well, amounting to over 20 lakh rupees from a passenger coming from Dubai on 29th of July, which is Tuesday. The passenger has now been arrested and will be produced before the Chief Judicial Magistrate for judicial custody. So that is the latest coming in. The customs at this airport in Lucknow have seized 10 air guns as well as arms accessories amounting to over 20 lakh rupees from this passenger who was coming from Dubai on 19th of July. The passenger has now been arrested. He will shortly be produced before the Chief Judicial Magistrate as well, where his judicial custody will be sought. In fact, those are the visuals as well on your screens of all that has been seized from this passenger who was returning from Dubai. Arms accessories amounting to over 20 lakh rupees, along with the other materials have also been recovered. You can see the arms that have been recovered from this terrorist, and his judicial custody will now be sought by the officials. Now, Shiva Sena MP Sanjay Raut has been summoned again for questioning by the Enforcement Directorate in a money laundering case linked to alleged irregularities in the redevelopment of the Mumbai Chawl and related transactions involving his wife and associates as well.
Shiva Sena MP Sanjay Raut has been called in for questioning by the Enforcement Directorate today in relation to an alleged money laundering case. The latest summons is part of the Enforcement Directorate investigation into a chawl redevelopment project where the agency is probing alleged financial irregularities in the transactions made during the project. The agency has already provisionally attached properties of his wife and 2 associates worth 11.5 crore rupees. The Shiva Sena MP has repeatedly denied any wrongdoing. He claims he is being targeted due to political vendetta.
मैं बहुत निर्भय और बेडर आदमी हूँ और मैं इसलिए बेडर हूँ कमांडर कि मैंने कभी मेरी जिंदगी में गलत काम नहीं किया है।
क्या ये राजनीति से प्रेरित मानते हैं आप पूरी तरह?
अगर प्रेरित है तो उसका बाद में पता चलेगा, मैं अभी बात नहीं करूँगा। मैं लगता है कि मैं एक न्यूट्रल एजेंसी के सामने जा रहा हूँ और मेरा पूरा विश्वास है।
Praveen Raut, an associate of Sanjay Raut, is currently in judicial custody as part of the investigation. The agency wants to question Sanjay Raut to know more about his business and other links with Praveen Raut and Patkar, and also about the property deals involving his wife. After arresting Praveen Raut in February, the ED said he appears to be acting as a front or in collusion with some influential person. The Shiva Sena leader was earlier summoned by the agency on the 1st of July. The development also comes amid a rebellion in the Shiva Sena with a tussle over the party symbol and control of the organization between former Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray on the one side and current Chief Minister Eknath Shinde on the other. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
A very short break. On the other side, we'll get you the latest on the Kalakuruchi death case, where the Supreme Court has ordered second post-mortem in the student's death case. Top court to hear parents' plea today. Gotabaya flees first, then Premadasa withdraws. Who will be the next president of Sri Lanka? Live coverage from Colombo on the other side.
Amity University has been ranked number 22 amongst over 1,000 government and private universities in India by NIRF, Ministry of Education, Government of India. A testimony to Amity's excellence in education, research and innovation.
Sir, I just want to know, sir, that was Sucheta Dalal was the one who introduced your company to Krishna? Chitra Ramakrishnan, sir, please. Sir, was Sucheta Dalal the journalist, sir, who introduced you to Chitra Ramakrishnan, sir? Please, sir, please tell, sir.
DSP Surendra Singh went in this area to check the papers of this dumper and permissions for mining in this area. He tried to stop, and then these drivers of this dumper who are right now missing very clearly mercilessly mowed down this DSP of Haryana Police. And right now 4 teams of Haryana Police have been formed. Haryana Police is now working closely with the Haryana STF.
Relief for her as several FIRs were filed in several parts of the country. The bench heard her. The order has been modified. Court has, in their wisdom, granted protection from arrest to Nupur Sharma till the next date of the hearing. The next date of the hearing is the 10th of August. So very critical.
Chitra Ramakrishna, Ravi Narayan and Sanjay Pandey, they hatched a criminal conspiracy. They are the ones who are responsible for carrying out this kind of an interception, which only perhaps state agencies could have.
This was a conspiracy by the rest of the media to black out the news about Sanjay Pandey. Sanjay Pandey has been arrested and many more arrests are now going to follow.
DSP Surendra Singh went in this area to check the papers of this dumper and permissions for mining in this area. He tried to stop, and then these drivers of this dumper who are right now missing very clearly mercilessly mowed down this DSP of Haryana Police. And right now 4 teams of Haryana Police have been formed. Haryana Police is now working closely with the Haryana STF.
Relief for her as several FIRs were filed in several parts of the country. The bench heard her. The order has been modified. Court has, in their wisdom, granted protection from arrest to Nupur Sharma till the next date of the hearing. The next date of the hearing is the 10th of August. So very critical.
Sir, I just want to know, sir, that was Sucheta Dalal was the one who introduced your company to Krishna? Chitra Ramakrishnan, sir, please. Sir, was Sucheta Dalal the journalist, sir, who introduced you to Chitra Ramakrishnan, sir? Please, sir, please tell, sir.
DSP Surendra Singh went in this area to check the papers of this dumper and permissions for mining in this area. He tried to stop, and then these drivers of this dumper who are right now missing very clearly mercilessly mowed down this DSP of Haryana Police. And right now 4 teams of Haryana.
Sir, reality check for the Lutyens media. They tried to black out all the reporting on Snoopgate. When we asked questions, the Lutyens media asked us questions. They call our hard journalism a whisper campaign. The Lutyens media even went soft on Sanjay Pandey. They went soft on their favorite, the tainted Parambir Singh. Sanjay Pandey, who was the Mumbai police commissioner till a few weeks back, was arrested by the enforcement directorate. These Lutyens channels, they were trying to underplay the news. In the pursuit of hard reporting, we at Republic have taken on and fight, and we will continue to take on corrupt politicians, policemen, bureaucrats, and corporate lobbies. Mark my words tonight, Snoopgate is the starting point of a gigantic expose. We need your support as we fight both the corrupt in the media and the corrupt in our financial system.
Well, we are now getting visuals of the dumper which was allegedly used by the mining mafia to kill DSP Surinder Singh Bishnoi. Remember earlier the Haryana police arrested the truck driver allegedly behind the murder of the DSP in the Noon district. So those are the visuals. In fact, the dumper that was used to mow down the DSP who was mowed down yesterday, Tuesday that is. DSP Surinder Singh, who was run over, top officer, was killed by the mining mafia. Remember, the cop was due for retirement and he was set to retire this year itself. Amandeep is tracking all the latest on that. Amandeep, if you could help us with the latest into the probe into the killing of the DSP who was killed in broad daylight yesterday.
Well, Samiksha, the police have arrested one person, Ikar Singh, who was a cleaner of this dumper, and in fact, the driver is still on the run. Total, during the course of investigation, the police has figured out that total there are 3 persons who have allegedly mowed down the DSP on duty who was trying to intercept the illegal mining in New area. And in fact, even in a very mild exchange of fire yesterday evening, a car was arrested who was a cleaner of this dumper, and in fact 2 of them managed to flee from the spot. And now police have constituted several teams and they are carrying out the search and raids against this. And in fact, very soon they have ensured the family members as well that very soon these all criminals will be behind the bar, just because this is a very deep-rooted conspiracy, Samiksha. This is the jurisdiction of the investigation is not stick to arrest the driver, the cleaner and the supporter of this dumper. Basically, the investigation is leading to expose the nexus of the mining mafia that was happening in New area, just because there might be some kind of big players behind this, and they were the driving forces to these driver, cleaner and this dumper who were carrying this dumper for the illegal mining.
All right.
So in a very short notice, when the DSP got the information, he tried to intercept, and even the confidence level of these accused, these mining mafia, is that they have run over the DSP without any kind of threat or scare and without any respect to the law or the uniform. So this kind of confidence from where they are getting. Now the police is trying to investigate that point.
All right. All right. Amandeep, thank you so much for the moment. We'll keep coming back to you as you track the latest on the story. News in brief, Prime Minister Modi is all set to interact with the Indian contingent bound for the Commonwealth Games 2022 at 10 a.m. today. By video conferencing, the interaction by the Prime Minister is a part of his continuous endeavour to motivate athletes ahead of their participation in major sporting events. 21st batch of Amarnath Yatra pilgrims have left for Kashmir Valley for Bhagwati Nagar base camp in Jammu. Nearly 4,355 pilgrims left for the Yatra. After a gap of 20 years, farming activity has resumed ahead of the fence on the international border in Katwa's Harinagar district post ceasefire agreement between India and Pakistan. Earlier, the area remained unattended by border residents due to frequent ceasefire violations by Pakistan.
ये समय होता है बरसात वाला जिसमें वृक्षारोपण किया जाता है। आज बॉर्डर पे आके हमने उस चीज़ की शुरुआत की है पूरे जिले में भी और पूरे जम्मू कश्मीर में। इस समय अभियान के रूप में इसको किया जा रहा है। 15 अगस्त तक ये अभियान जारी रहेगा। कोशिश वही है कि जिन क्षेत्रों में वृक्षारोपण की आवश्यकता है वहाँ वृक्ष लगाए जाएं। वृक्षों से हमें ऊर्जा मिलती है, वृक्षों से ऑक्सीजन मिलती है, वृक्ष जमीन को बांध के रखते हैं और बहुत सारे फायदे वृक्ष हमको देते हैं। तो प्रयास वही है कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा वृक्षारोपण करें और हरियाली फैलाएं।
ED has summoned against Shiva Sena MP Sanjay Raut in a money laundering case linked to Mumbai's Chawl redevelopment project. Shiva Sena MP Sanjay Raut has been asked to report to the ED office at 11 a.m. today. The High Commission of India in Colombo has alerted Indian nationals in Sri Lanka, requesting them to be aware of the latest developments in the economically hit country. The High Commission has further urged the Indian nationals to plan their movement and reach out to them in case of emergency. A very short break. On the other side, it's day 3 of monsoon session, and from misinformed Agnipath protest to GST implementation, opposition to rake up a plethora of issues. Uddhav versus Shinde war in top court. Now it's a battle for the Sena leadership.
ಮೈ ಆ್ಯಪ್ ಒಂದು ಆ್ಯಪ್ ಲಾಂಚ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಇದು ಒಂದು ಆಟೋ ಡ್ರೈವರ್ಸ್ಗೆಲ್ಲ ತುಂಬ ಹೊಸ ಅನುಭವ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ತೊಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ದಿರ ಇದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಟೋ ಡ್ರೈವರ್ಸು ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ಕೋಬೋದು. ದಿನಕ್ಕೆ 29 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಹಾಗೂ ತಿಂಗಳಿಗೆ 499 ರೂಪಾಯಿ. ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಕಮಿಷನ್ 30% ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಇಲ್ದಿರ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬ ಅಗ್ರಿಗೇಟ್ಸ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಕೊಡ್ದಿರ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಪಾದನೆ ಹಣನ ನಾವು ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗ್ಬೋದು. ನಾವು ಕಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಟ ಹಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರನೇ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ನನ್ನ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ದುಡಿಮೆ ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಇದೆ. ನಾನು ಖುಷಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ.
DSP Surendra Singh went in this area to check the papers of this dumper and permissions for mining in this area. He tried to stop, and then these drivers of this dumper who are right now missing very clearly mercilessly mowed down this DSP of Haryana Police. And right now 4 teams of Haryana Police have been formed. Haryana Police is now working closely with the Haryana STF.
Relief for her as several FIRs were filed in several parts of the country. The bench heard her. The order has been modified. Court has, in their wisdom, granted protection from arrest to Nupur Sharma till the next date of the hearing. The next date of the hearing is the 10th of August. So very critical.
Sir, I just want to know, sir, that was Sucheta Dalal was the one who introduced your company to Krishnan? Ramakrishnan, sir, please. Sir, was Sucheta Dalal the journalist, sir, who introduced you to Chitra Ramakrishnan, sir? Please, sir, please tell, sir.
DSP Surendra Singh went in this area to check the papers of this dumper and permissions for mining in this area. He tried to stop, and then these drivers of this dumper who are right now missing very clearly mercilessly mowed down this DSP of Haryana Police. And right now 4 teams of Haryana Police have been formed. Haryana Police is now working closely with the Haryana ST.
And breaking updates coming in, the AAP Rajya Sabha MP Sanjay Singh has given an adjournment motion notice demanding a discussion on increased GST rates on food items and a discussion on the rising inflation as well. So the AAP MP giving an adjournment motion there. Of course, it's day 3 of the monsoon session, and we've seen the kind of protests that the opposition has staged in the past 2 days as well, with the adjournment motions also being given there by the opposition on a day-to-day basis. And it's day 3. The AAP there giving yet another adjournment motion and seeking a discussion on GST hike as well as the rising inflation. So those are some of the issues that the AAP intends to take up in the Parliament today, for which an adjournment motion has also been given by the AAP Rajya Sabha MP Sanjay Singh. So AAP seeking a discussion on several issues including GST and rising inflation. And today is day 3 of the monsoon session. Remember, in the past 2 days, several adjournment motions have been given by the opposition, including the AAP and the Congress, seeking a discussion on the GST hike as well as the rising inflation. A very short break. It's setbacks galore for Uddhav. 12 more Sena MPs joined Shinde faction. Rahul Shivale appointed as new party leader in the Lok Sabha. Supreme Court orders second post-mortem in Kallakuruchi student death case. Top court to hear parents' plea today.
Relief for her as several FIRs were filed in several parts of the country. The bench heard her. The order has been modified. Court has, in their wisdom, granted protection from arrest to Nupur Sharma till the next date of the hearing. The next date of the hearing is the 10th of August. So very critical.
ಚಿತ್ರ
Chitra Ramakrishna, Ravi Narayan and Sanjay Pandey, they hatched a criminal conspiracy. They are the ones who are responsible for carrying out this kind of an interception, which only perhaps state agencies could have.
This was a conspiracy by the rest of the media to black out the news about Sanjay Pandey. Sanjay Pandey has been arrested and many more arrests are now going to follow.
DSP Surendra Singh went in this area to check the papers of this dumper and permissions for mining in this area. He tried to stop, and then these drivers of this dumper who are right now missing very clearly mercilessly mowed down this DSP of Haryana Police, and right now 4 teams of Haryana Police have been formed. Haryana Police is now working closely with the Haryana STF.
Relief for her as several FIRs were filed in several parts of the country. The bench heard her. The order has been modified. Court has, in their wisdom, granted protection from arrest to Nupur Sharma till the next date of the hearing. The next date of the hearing is the 10th of August. So very critical.
Sir, I just want to know, sir, that was Sucheta Dalal was the one who introduced your company to Krishnan? Chitra Ramakrishnan, sir, please. Sir, was Sucheta Dalal the journalist, sir, who introduced you to Chitra Ramakrishnan, sir? Please, sir, please tell, sir.
DSP Surendra Singh went in this area to check the papers of this dumper and permissions for mining in this area. He tried to stop, and then these drivers of this dumper who are right now missing very clearly mercilessly mowed down this DSP of Haryana Police, and right now 4 teams of Haryana Police have been formed. Haryana Police is now working closely with the Haryana STF.
Relief for her as several FIRs were filed in several parts of the country. The bench heard her. The order has been modified. Court has, in their wisdom, granted protection from arrest to Nupur Sharma till the next date of the hearing. The next date of the hearing is the 10th of August. So very critical.
Chitra Ramakrishna, Ravi Narayan and Sanjay Pandey, they hatched a criminal conspiracy. They are the ones who are responsible for carrying out this kind of an interception, which only perhaps state agencies could have.
This was a conspiracy by...
It is day 3 of the monsoon session of Parliament, and from misinformed Agnipath protests to GST implementations, the opposition is slated to rake up a plethora of issues. The Uddhav Thackeray versus Eknath Shinde war is now in the top court. It's a battle for the Sena's leadership. The Supreme Court orders a second post-mortem in the Kalakuruchi student death case. The top court is to hear the parents' plea. NIA crackdown on narco-terror. Searches are carried out at refugee centre near Trichy Central Jail. Godabaya Rajapakse flees first, then Sajith Premadasa withdraws. Who will be the next president of Sri Lanka? Good morning and thank you very much for staying with us on Republic TV. This is live and breaking. I'm Nupur Suri. Now, as Sri Lanka is all set to elect its new president today, it appears to be a three-way fight with the interim president Ranil Wickremesinghe among the top 3 contenders. However, Wickremesinghe has been facing protests from the public. Now, in the meanwhile, as Sri Lanka gets ready to get its new president, the Indian High Commission in Sri Lanka has issued an advisory and asked Indian nationals to plan their movement as per latest developments. Let's cut across live to Saloni, who's reporting there from Colombo. Good morning, Saloni. To begin with, give us a sense of what we are expecting today in terms of the presidential elections that take place there, and also the advisory that's been issued to Indian nationals.
इंडियन नेशनल्स को खासतौर से इसलिए एडवाइजरी दी गई है क्योंकि अभी हाल ही में एक घटना सामने आई थी जहां एक इंडियन ऑफिशियल को अटैक किया गया था श्रीलंकन लोगों की तरफ से। ऐसे में एडवाइजरी जारी कर दी गई है और ये कहा गया कि अगर वो श्रीलंका आते हैं तो इंडियन कमीशन से कहीं ना कहीं संपर्क में रहें और उनको जानकारी भी दें कि वो श्रीलंका विजिट कर रहे हैं। और ये एहतियाती कदम है जो उठाया जा रहा है। और जहां तक बात हुई राष्ट्रपति चुनावों की, तो देखिए साजिद प्रेमदासा ने जिस तरह से अपना कैंडिडेटशिप विड्रॉ किया है, उसके बाद सीधा मुकाबला विक्रम सिंघे और साथ ही डलस में होने वाला है। अनूरा किसी गिनती में नहीं आते। 3 प्रत्याशी हैं, आपको पता है, अनूरा देशनायके, विक्रम सिंघे जो कि अभी इंटरिम प्रेसिडेंट हैं, और डलस जो कि जिनके आने से गेम पूरी तरह से चेंज हो गया है। SLPP से जुड़े हैं लेकिन इंडिपेंडेंट कैंडिडेट के तौर पर डलस चुनाव में उतरे हैं। उनके नाम की चर्चा नहीं थी, अचानक उनका कैंडिडेचर सामने आया और पूरा खेल देखिए, पूरा खेल बदल गया क्योंकि अब सीधी टक्कर रानिल विक्रम सिंघे और डलस के बीच होने वाली है क्योंकि SLPP से ही आते हैं डलस भी और राजपक्षे गवर्नमेंट में कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर भी रह चुके हैं। ऐसे में बहुत से लोगों का अगर 1/3 समर्थन भी उन्हें मिलता है तो SLPP साजिद प्रेमदासा ने ऐलान किया है SJB की तरफ से कि वो समर्थन देने वाले, यानी SLPP के अगर 1/3 लोग साथ दें और विपक्ष पूरा साथ दे तो रानिल विक्रम सिंघे के लिए मुश्किल खड़ी हो सकती। जो जीत उनके लिए आसान थी अब वो रास्ता थोड़ा मुश्किल हो गया है और डलस उनके सामने खड़े हैं। ऐसे में क्या होता है और देखिए प्रोटेस्टर्स जो हैं,
sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt you there. I'm going to come back to you, Saloni. Stay with us. We're getting more breaking news. Well, we're cutting across to news that we are getting from Jharkhand right now. Female sub-inspector named Sandhya Topno has been mowed to death during a vehicle check last night. She was posted as an in charge of Tupudana police station, I think. Now, the accused has been arrested and the vehicle has been seized. This is news that we are just getting. A female sub-inspector has been mowed down in Jharkhand. We are given to understand that this incident took place last night during a vehicle check that was being carried out by her. She was posted as in charge of the Tupudana police station. The accused has been arrested and this particular vehicle has been seized. This is news that's just coming in, but we have of course been seeing cases like this being reported from various parts in the country where the police have unfortunately become victims to miscreants. Now, in this particular case, we're given to understand that this sub-inspector was trying to conduct a vehicle check during the time that she was mowed down. I think we've got Satyaprakash on the phone line with us. Satyaprakash, give us more details, please.
Yes, Jharkhand Sub-Inspector Sandhya Topno has been mowed down to death during a vehicle check last night, and apparently we get to know that this particular vehicle, which belonged to an illegal animal trader, was flying from Khoti area on the outskirts of Ranchi, and the particular police over there in Khoti district was chasing the vehicle. And as and when the vehicle reached Tupudana, and the particular sub-inspector of 2018 batch, Sandhya Topno, was flagged off about all this incident, that a vehicle was being chased away by the particular police of Khoti district, and she was on alert at Tupudana. And as and when the sub-inspector Sandhya Topno tried to nab the culprits there along with a team of officials, the vehicle carrying the animals ran over the sub-inspector, and she died on the spot. Meanwhile, the SSP of Ranchi says that the vehicle has been seized and the accused has been arrested in this particular case.
All right, so that's the latest that we are getting in terms of what Prakash is telling us about this particular incident. Now, Prakash, she was, we are given to understand, carrying a vehicle check during the time that she was mowed down. Also, can you tell us if we have any more information in terms of what this vehicle was carrying? Okay, I don't think we've got Prakash with us on the phone line. We're going to try and get him back, but here's what we know preliminarily. This was a female sub-inspector named Sandhya Tokno who was mowed down to death during a vehicle check. So what we are given to understand is that this vehicle just ran over her. Even as she asked the vehicle to stop for a vehicle check, they did not stop, and she was of course posted as an in charge of Tupudana police station. The accused, we are given to understand, has been arrested and the vehicle has been seized. Now, Prakash is back with us on the phone line. Prakash, you were earlier telling us that this vehicle has been seized and the accused has been arrested, but do we have any idea as to what this vehicle was carrying?
That's why I said, Nupur, that this vehicle belonged to an illegal animal trader, and the police in Koti had got a tip-off that illegal animal trader, this vehicle belonged to an illegal animal trader, and that vehicle was being chased away from Koti district in Jharkhand, which is apparently...
All right, I'm going to come back to you, Prakash, in just a bit, but the BJP's Jharkhand chief, Deepak Prakash, is on the phone line with us. Mr. Prakash, good morning. Mr. Prakash, in this particular incident, it is very clear that these cattle smugglers were driving at a speed. When they were asked to stop, this woman, sub-inspector, was killed on the spot. She was run over by this vehicle. Obviously, there is something that's going horribly wrong when a police sub-inspector asks somebody to stop and they just run over her.
देखिए, जब से हेमंत सोरेन की सरकार झारखंड में बनी है, तब से लगातार पशु की तस्करी में बढ़ोतरी हुई है और लगातार कानून व्यवस्था को इस प्रकार से यहाँ पर पूरे प्रदेश में हनन किया जा रहा है, कानून व्यवस्था के साथ खिलवाड़ किया जा रहा है। पशु तस्करी पूरे प्रदेश में बहुत ही अवैध ढंग से की जा रही है और ये पशु तस्करी करके जो अवैध पशु तस्करी है वो उसका सीधा संबंध बांग्लादेश से है। यहाँ से पशु तस्करी करके बांग्लादेश भेजा जाता है और सरकार के जो दल हैं, कांग्रेस और झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा के संरक्षण में काम हो रहा है। पूरी तरह से कानून को ठेंगा दिखाते हुए सरकार में बैठे हुए लोग इस काम में शामिल हैं और जिस कारण इस प्रकार की स्थिति पैदा हुई। और हम कह सकते हैं कि आम आदमी तो क्या, एक पुलिस सब इंस्पेक्टर भी आज उसका शिकार हुआ है और इसके लिए राज्य की सरकार, हेमंत सोरेन की सरकार, कांग्रेस और झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा की सरकार होती है और इसकी भर्त्सना जितनी की जाए वो कम है, बहुत ही कम है।
Absolutely. Deepak Prakash joining us on the phone line. दीपक प्रकाश जी, आपको क्या लगता है कि क्या किया जाना चाहिए सरकार के द्वारा, क्योंकि this will send a message to people who are involved in illegal activities that they can just get away with something like this.
देखिए, जितने झारखंड से सीमावर्ती क्षेत्र हैं, उन सीमावर्ती क्षेत्रों में रात भर इस प्रकार से गौ तस्करी होती है और राज्य सरकार को बार बार मैंने संदर्भ में उल्लेख किया है कि गौ तस्करी पर रोक लगे, लेकिन राज्य की सरकार में बैठे हुए शामिल दल 20 में शामिल है, तो किस प्रकार की स्थिति पैदा हुई है आप उसकी कल्पना नहीं कर सकते। इसलिए सीधे इस पर कानून है, कानून का राज चलना चाहिए, ना कि स्मगलर, पशु तस्करी की जो स्मगलिंग करने वाले लोग शामिल है। और मैं सीधा कहना चाहता हूँ, इसमें पुलिस प्रशासन की बहुत बड़ी रोल है, सिविल प्रशासन जो जिला प्रशासन उसका बहुत बड़ा रोल है और राज्य सरकार में बैठे हुए जो सत्ताधारी दल है वो आप की बात कर रहे हैं। मैं तो ये कहना चाहता हूं कि पाकुड़ जो बांग्लादेश से सटा हुआ इलाका है, साहेबगंज का इलाका है, वहां जाकर के देखिए किस प्रकार से पशु तस्करी हो रही है और सरकारी संरक्षण नहीं होते है। और जब से हेमंत सोरेन की सरकार बनी है, जब से कांग्रेस की सरकार वहां मिलकर बनी हुई है, तब से पशु तस्करियों में लगातार वृद्धि होते चले जाते हैं। और इसके लिए राज्य की सरकार, क्योंकि कानून में इसका उल्लेख है कि पशु तस्करी नहीं की जा सकती है, पशु पर कोई इस अत्याचार अनाचार नहीं किया जा सकता है पशुओं पर, लेकिन राज्य की सरकार चीजों से आंख मूंद करके पूरे कानून को ठेंगा दिखाने वाले लोग आज सरकार में शामिल है।
All right, Deepak Prakash, thank you very much for speaking to us on Republic TV. That's the BJP State President Jharkhand. talking to Republic TV and going on to say that it's not just politicians but also senior district level officials who are involved in cattle smuggling. I think we've got Prakash with us on the phone line still. Prakash, you just heard the BJP president over there. Now, he, of course, seems to point towards a larger nexus that's there as far as cattle smuggling is concerned. All right, I don't think we've got Prakash Singh with us yet. We are going to try and get him in just a bit. But a female sub-inspector by the name of Sandhya Topno was mowed down to death during a vehicle check that took place last night. Now, information that we are getting is the fact that this vehicle was carrying out illegal cattle smuggling. She tried to stop it for a check and the driver just ran over her. The accused, of course, at this point in time has been arrested and the vehicle has also been seized. But this incident, of course, is bringing about a lot of criticism in terms of how there's a nexus at play which leads to the death of innocent as well as upright police officers like the ones that you see on your screen now. Yesterday, of course, another DSP was mowed down in by the mining mafia. I think we've got Prakash back with us on the phone line. Prakash, we were just talking, we've been getting reactions from all over. Now, one of the things that people are pointing towards is that there is a nexus that's behind this cattle smuggling that takes place. Prakash, are you there with us?
Yes.
Yes, Prakash. So we've been talking to a lot of people and they seem to suggest that there is a nexus that's behind this cattle smuggling that takes place. We were just talking to the BJP chief from Jharkhand and he said that it's not just, people who were actually running that vehicle, but it's a deeper nexus that's at play.
Yes, time and again there's been incidences of such reports from Jharkhand of cattle smuggling. And this is not a one-off incident, but this kind of incident where a sub-inspector was mowed down by a pickup van, and that too belonging to a cattle smuggler. This cattle smuggler's vehicle was being chased away first from Koti, then in Simdega, district of Jharkhand. And later on, the Koti police was also sounded alert. And around 3 a.m., the driver of the concerned vehicle somehow managed to escape the Koti police station and reach Tupudana in Ranchi, where the Tupudana sub-inspector Sandhya Topno was sounded alert. And around 3 a.m., this white color pickup van reached the spot in Tupudana, and thereafter when the sub-inspector Sandhya Topno along with her constables as well as team of officials tried to stop the vehicle, and then the vehicle mowed down the sub-inspector. She died on the spot. We get to know that the accused has been arrested. And one person has been arrested in this particular case. So, as you rightly pointed out, that there is a deeper nexus between the cattle smuggler and a lot of powerful people are also involved. And there's been incidences reported in the past as well of cattle smuggling where people were lynched to death in Jharkhand. Reports coming in from various districts of Jharkhand in the past. But this incident is a different incident where the police officials were chasing this vehicle from two districts. First in Simdega, the vehicle started, then it reached Koti district, which is around 35 to 40 kilometers away from Ranchi. Then in Tupudana in Ranchi at 3 a.m., the vehicle mowed down the sub-inspector.
Now, Prakash, also what's alarming is the brazen manner in which, despite the fact that the police were chasing this vehicle, the person who was driving this vehicle still, in a sense, had the guts to, essentially run over a police officer.
Well, it is apparent that the driver would have thought that in case if he gets caught, he will be arrested and sent to jail. And that was the fear because he knew that there was some illegal trade that was going on for quite a long time, and the deep nexus and the entire nexus and the wrongdoing would be exposed. and the driver along with the owners of the vehicle and the person involved would be arrested. And that's the reason why he thought that that was the only way route to run over on the people concerned and try to escape.
Right.
But somehow the driver was arrested.
All right, stay with us, Prakash. Mr. Sanjay Seth, the former BJP MP from Ranchi, is on the phone line with us. Mr. Seth, good morning. Thank you for speaking to us. Mr. Seth, what do you make of this brazen incident that has taken place where a female sub-inspector named Sandhya Topno was run over by this vehicle? Now, we are given to understand that these were illegal cattle smugglers.
देखिए, घटना तो एक आदिवासी दरोगा की माने एक हत्या है और सुबह तड़के 3 बजे घटना हुई है जब दरोगा इंस्पेक्टर जब चेकिंग पे निकली और ये कोई दुर्घटना नहीं है, दिस इज मर्डर। और जिस तरह अवैध खनन, इलीगल माइनिंग, बालू, ये सब जो हो रहा है और जब पुलिस नाके पे चेकिंग करती है उसके बाद हत्या कर जाए, तो इससे ज्यादा दुर्भाग्य क्या होगा। अब तो है कि ऐसे लोग जिन्होंने हत्या की है, एक आदिवासी लड़की थी और अभी इसने अपना लाइफ शुरू की थी, अपना जॉब उसने शुरू किया था, उसकी हत्या कर दी गई। ये पूरी तरह लॉ एंड ऑर्डर पूरी तरह कोलैप्स है झारखंड के।
Right, Mr. Seth, also, do you think that there is a deeper nexus involved because this vehicle was being chased across 2 districts and thereafter when she intercepted this vehicle, she was killed for it. So, do you think that there is a deeper nexus of cattle smuggling which is running this?
एक कोई सूचना के आधार पर चेकिंग लगाई गई और आप देखो एक महिला दरोगा 3 बजे सुबह नाके पे चेकिंग कर रही है, इंफॉर्मेशन होगा कि कुछ इलीगल चीज जा रही है और उस पर गाड़ी चढ़ा देना, ये तो मर्डर है। और सरकार, झारखंड की सरकार को, हेमंत सरकार को तुरंत एक्शन लेके ऐसे लोगों को तुरंत गिरफ्तार कर और फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट, अब ऐसे आप गिरफ्तार कर दो, जेल भेज दो, कुछ नहीं होना है। आपको तुरंत फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट बनाकर कड़ी से कड़ी सजा मिले। ये तो झारखंड के अंदर हर जगह हो रहा है, इलीगल बालू का उठाओ, ये पूरी तरह कहीं ना कहीं बहुत बड़ी कॉन्स्पिरेसी है। और जिस तरह एक महिला दरोगा की हत्या हुई, हम सब बहुत दुखी और मर्माहत हैं।
All right, Mr. Seth, thank you very much for speaking to us on Republic TV. That's Sanjay Seth. He's a BJP MP. What we are looking at, of course, is the brazen manner in which this sub-inspector was killed late last night. Sandhya Topno was murdered to death during a vehicle check last night. She was posted as in charge of the Tupudana police station. The accused, of course, has been arrested and the vehicle has been seized. She was trying to stop illegal cattle smuggling when this incident took place late at night. News in brief now. Trouble is mounting for Sanjay Raut as the ED has summoned the Shiva Sena MP for yet another round of questioning in connection with an alleged money laundering case. Now, this comes after Raut was questioned in the Patra Chol redevelopment case for over 10 hours on the 20th of July. As back-to-back setbacks continue to jolt Uddhav Sena, the BJP leader Kirit Somaiya has taken a jibe at the Shiva Sena MP Sanjay Raut, saying that Uddhav first, it's Sanjay Raut's turn now. The Supreme Court will today hear 2 pleas filed by Eknath Shindey's camp challenging the disqualification notices that have been issued against 16 rebel lawmakers who had switched sides. Now, the court will also hear pleas filed by the Uddhav camp challenging the appointment of Eknath Shindey as the Chief Minister of the state. The Uddhav camp has also sought declaring of a special session of the assembly wherein the floor test was conducted and the new government was allowed to be formed as unconstitutional. In a big statement, Bihar's BJP President Sanjay Jaiswal has alleged that the RJD leader Tejashwi Yadav, in a bid to shield his family from the plethora of corruption cases, is willing to support the BJP in forming a government in the state.
तेजस्वी जी एक बार गृह राज्य मंत्री से मिले थे फ्लाइट में और उन्होंने इच्छा व्यक्त की थी कि उनका चूंकि पूरा परिवार का जेल जाना निश्चित है तो उनके जेल जाने से बचाया जाए और उसमें वो भाजपा को समर्थन करने को तैयार हैं, भाजपा की सरकार बनाने को तैयार हैं, लेकिन भाजपा ने इस तरह का कॉम्प्रोमाइज़ करके अपना सरकार बनाना उचित नहीं समझा। तेजस्वी यादव जी का पूरा परिवार जितने हजारों करोड़ के घोटाले में है वह कितने भी अपने विधायकों का शरण ले लें उनको जेल जाना ही पड़ेगा।
Multi-location NIA raids are on in Bihar after an alleged PFI connection emerged in the Motihari case. Now, police have informed that 3 people have been detained from Maria Miswa Madrasa and are being interrogated to uncover the larger conspiracy. The Supreme Court is all set to hear a plea of the Aam Aadmi Party challenging the postponement of Municipal Corporation of Delhi polls on the grounds of delimitation of wards in the national capital. Following the multiple landslides and shooting stones, the Jammu-Srinagar highway in Ramban has been blocked, prompting suspension of all services. The national highway is now being cleared in a bid to facilitate resumption of movement. The police have arrested 3 accused involved in a theft of 34 crore rupees at Manpara ICICI bank fraud case. An FIR has been launched in Manpara police station and 5.8 crore rupees have been recovered from the accused so far. Furthermore, police has said that the 3 arrested, one was a bank employee and had stolen the concerned amount from the safe of the bank. The monkeypox scare continues to grip India and 3 cases have so far been reported in the country. As a precautionary measure, in a nodal hospital, 36 beds have been set up for suspected monkeypox cases in Telangana's Hyderabad. Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates has congratulated Prime Minister Narendra Modi on yet another milestone of administering 200 crore vaccinations in India. Taking to Twitter, Bill Gates expressed gratitude for the continued partnership with the Indian vaccine manufacturers and the government for mitigating the impact of COVID-19. Now, this comes days after India achieved yet another vaccine feat, administering about 200 crore COVID-19 vaccine doses.
தெளிவாக வந்து எழுதி கொடுத்துட்டு ரிப்போர்ட் கொடுத்துட்டு தான் போகணும். மூணு மணி நேரம் எங்கேயா காத்திருந்தா யார் யா போயிட்டு உள்ள வந்தவங்க.
Well, these pictures that you see on your screen have been tweeted by an RSS leader. Now, this appears to be a video of a DMK minister threatening a journalist. This video was tweeted just a while ago, and what we are given to understand is that this journalist was trying to ask the leader a question, and thereafter he was threatened by the DMK minister. Now, these pictures have been tweeted by an RSS leader. We're going to try and get more details as to what happened. But the video, of course, is accompanied by his tweet where he says, look at how the DMK minister threatens and deals with journalists. Vocal Twitter journalists seem to be maintaining pin-drop silence just because he's a DMK minister. Show me the person, I will tell you the rules. Attitude of the media and journos is a worrisome trend. So though that's a tweet that's just coming in from from an RSS leader. We're going to play out those visuals for you just once again.
வந்தவங்க எந்தெந்த ட்ரேடில் பயிற்சிக்கு தேர்வாயிருக்காங்க அப்படிங்கிறத தெளிவாக வந்து எழுதி கொடுத்துட்டு ரிப்போர்ட் கொடுத்துட்டு தான் போகணும்.
மூணு மணி நேரம் எங்கேயா காத்திருந்தா யார் யா போயிட்டு உள்ள வந்தவங்க எந்தெந்த ட்ரேடில்
You are watching Republic TV. We slip into a very short break. On the other side, we bring you more news, including the NIA cracks down on narco terror searches are carried out at a refugee center in near Trichy Central Jail.
Amity University has been ranked number 22 amongst over 1,000 government and private universities in India by NIRF, Ministry of Education, Government of India. A testimony to Amity's excellence in education, research and innovation.
Good evening and welcome. And tonight it's a reality check for the Lutyens media. They should be ashamed of themselves. For the last few days, they tried to black out all the reporting on Snoopgate. Snoopgate, the business scandal, the business scam of the decade. The biggest breaking news story in the world of business, but the Lutyens media tried to make sure that you don't know about it. They got together in some kind of unofficial cartel and blacked out the news about the business journalist Sucheta Dalal being interrogated by the CBI. And when we asked questions, the Lutyens media asked us questions. They said, what is Republic's business? Why is Republic poking its nose into the whole story? They call our hard journalism, our investigative reports, a whisper campaign. What do they, who live off free money from unknown American donors, know about journalism anyway? Ladies and gentlemen, the Lutyens media even went soft on Sanjay Pandey. They went soft on their favorite, the tainted Parambir Singh. Even when we told you, even last night, you remember viewers, about how tapping machines had been installed in the offices of the National Stock Exchange by the ex-Mumbai Top Corps company, even then, the Lutyens media simply blacked it out. All they wanted to ensure is that you don't get to know about Snoopgate. And when now, a few minutes back, a little after 8:30 today, Sanjay Pandey, who was the Mumbai Police Commissioner till a few weeks back, was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. When news of the arrest came out, these Lutyens channels did not know what to do. They quickly put it on their breaking news grid and quickly pulled it out so that nobody would say they didn't report the story. But ladies and gentlemen, these people, they were trying to underplay the news. Viewers, in the pursuit of hard reporting, we at Republic have taken on and fight, and we will continue to take on corrupt politicians, corrupt policemen, corrupt bureaucrats, and corrupt corporate lobbies and corrupt corporates. Hear me, we will take you.
The headlines at this hour, it's day 3 of the monsoon session. And from misinformed Agnipath protests to GST implementations, opposition stated to rake up a plethora of issues. After Mewat, top cop, Ranchi sub-inspector mowed down by cattle smuggler. Big concern over safety laps. Uddhav versus Shinde war in top court now. It's a battle for the Sena leadership. Supreme Court orders second post-mortem in Kallakurichi student death case. Top court to hear parents' plea. Gotabaya flees first, then Premadasa withdraws. All eyes on the next president of Sri Lanka. Beyond the misty veil, Temple Tales of Uttarakhand, written by Aradhana Johri and senior retired IS officer on the temples of Uttarakhand. Welcome.
You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic, and in our top story, Uttarakhand, known as Devbhoomi, is a land of temples. And to give an in-depth glimpse into the temple tales of the state, here's a special book which has been released recently, written by retired officer Aradhana Jhori and released by the Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami.
Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami at the release of the book Beyond the Misty Veil, Temple Tales of Uttarakhand, written by Aradhana Jhori, a senior retired IAS officer on the temples of the hill state.
आराधना जी को सुंदर कृति के लिए बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं कि उन्होंने बहुत शानदार तरीके से ये लीग से हटकर काम करने के लिए पहले से ही पहचानी जाती हैं। 36 वर्ष के सेवा काल के दौरान आपने विभिन्न स्थानों पर अपनी सेवाएं दी हैं और अपनी अमिट छाप छोड़ी है।
The book the Chief Minister is sure will be an authentic introduction to the divine temples of Uttarakhand in the country and abroad. The book is based on the mythological temples of Devbhoomi, Uttarakhand, and aims to inform readers about the state's culture and mythology.
Beyond the misty veil का मतलब है, मिस्टी का मतलब धुंधला, वेल का मतलब नकाब। तो जो इन मंदिरों में सदियों की परत लगी हुई है, जो ये कहानियाँ कह रही हैं, जो इतिहास है इनका, उसको उस सदियों की परत को हटा के उन कहानियों को सबके सामने लाना।
Aradhana Jhori, the former bureaucrat who has spent a large part of her service in the hill state, hopes the book would give a boost to religious tourism in Uttarakhand. She hopes through this book the people will come to know about the countless temples and the folk tales associated with them.
मैं पूरी तरह सहमत हूँ और मेरी यही उम्मीद है कि प्रदेश के काम आई ये किताब, यहाँ की टूरिज्म के लिए, यहाँ की इकोनॉमी के लिए, यहाँ हमारा कल्चर प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए, हेरिटेज प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए। यदि ये काम होता है तो मैं सोचूंगी कि मेरा काम बिल्कुल सफल हुआ।
The author began her education in Devbhoomi and during a posting got a chance to learn about the culture of Devbhoomi, the temples and folk deities. She herself visited these temples and she details out the architecture, history, folklore and mythology in the 300-page book.
बहुत ही अच्छी किताब है। मैडम ने बहुत बड़ा एफर्ट किया है और मुझे विश्वास है कि उत्तराखंड के मंदिरों के बारे में लोगों को जानकारी मिलेगी और उत्तराखंड टूरिज्म को बढ़ावा मिलेगा इससे।
इस देवभूमि की आत्मा इसके मंदिरों में बसती है और जो आराधना मैम ने जो पुस्तक लिखी है वो भी पूरे दिल और आत्मा से लिखी है, क्योंकि मैम के पुस्तक लिखने का जो सफ़र शुरू हुआ था तब से मैम ने मुझसे संपर्क किया था और फिर जहाँ भी जिस ज़िले में मैम जाती थी वहाँ पे मंदिरों को विजिट करने के लिए वहाँ के ज़िलाधिकारी इत्यादि से मैं फ़ोन पे बताती थी कि मैम आ रही हैं, रिसर्च कर रही हैं मंदिर के लिए। और मुझे पता है मैम ने कितनी मेहनत करी है इसके लिए, पैदल चल के हर मंदिर को इन्होंने विजिट किया है।
Beyond the Misty Veil, Temple Tales of Uttarakhand promises to be a guide on the culture and heritage of the beautiful and divine state of Uttarakhand. A must read.
Attendance in the winter session was a meager 40%. A gentleman, he never posed any questions in Parliament. Once he abandoned Amethi and went to Wayanad Parliament. Once he abandoned Amethi and went to Wayanad. He today is adamant to bring down the productivity of the Lok Sabha. A gentleman today yet again wants to ensure that a healthy, productive debate, discussion in Parliament does not take place, today is adamant to bring down the productivity of the Lok Sabha, a gentleman whose entire political history has been dotted with showing disrespect to parliamentary procedures and constitutional means of engagement, needs to recognize that the Parliament of India reflects the spirit, the expectations, the aspirations of the people of India. The citizens of India hope that Parliament be used as a productive platform to bring forth issues of national importance, which will have a socio-political and economic impact on the discourse of the nation. Yet again, Rahul Gandhi, in yet again session of Parliament, shows nothing but disrespect to parliamentary procedures of engaging in productive, constitutionally enabled discussions. Thank you.
Press briefing of Union Minister and senior BJP leader Smriti Irani speaking about Rahul Gandhi, saying that he is a gentleman adamant to bring down the productivity of the Lok Sabha. She also said that his aim, it appears, is to ensure that there is no productive debate in the lower house of parliament. And he says that his entire, she also added that his entire political history is dotted with activities such as these, and that she stressed that he does not realize that Parliament reflects the wishes and desires of the people of India, and that he is going against the wishes of the people of India with his activities to disrupt Parliament. He's talking about the opposition protests, even as it's day 3 of the monsoon session of Parliament. Breaking news coming in now. On Republic, Aam Aadmi Party MP Raghav Chadha moves suspension of business notice under Rule 267 for discussion on the Committee on MSP constituted by the Government of India for the second consecutive day. So AAP MP gives suspension notice. Earlier, the Aam Aadmi Party Rajya Sabha MP Sanjay Singh had given an adjournment motion notice under Rule 267, demanding a discussion on increased GST on food items and rising inflation. So the Aam Aadmi Party, two submissions under Rule 267. Today it's Aam Aadmi Party MP Raghav Chadha moving suspension of business notice under Rule 267 for discussion on the Committee on MSP constituted by the government for the second consecutive day. Earlier, it was regarding GST that Other top national stories at this hour. National Investigation Agency carried out searches at Tiruchirappalli special camp, where foreigners with criminal records are lodged. Reportedly, the NIA team is looking for narcotics, illegally smuggled gold and other materials. The camp currently houses refugees primarily from Sri Lanka, but also from Indonesia and other neighboring countries. As incessant rains continue to lash parts of India, in Jammu and Kashmir, heavy rains triggered flash floods at the Kahara area in Doda. Several houses and schools were damaged in the floods, while no casualties have been reported so far. On July 19th, in a surprise joint checkpoint operation led by Shopia police at Ragad, Zainpura, A suspicious white-colored Tata Mobile, which was on its way towards Chitragam from Sugan, was intercepted, following which the driver of the suspicious vehicle tried to flee from the spot but was apprehended by the alert checkpoint parties. The driver has been identified as Bilal Ahmed Dar, a Lashkar terrorist, and a huge cache of arms and ammunition was recovered. Customs at CCSI Airport in Lucknow seized 10 air guns, telescopic sights and several arms accessories worth 20,54,000 rupees from a passenger from Dubai on the 19th of July. The passenger has been arrested and will be produced before the Chief Judicial Magistrate for judicial custody. CBCID puts up notice outside the deceased girl's home in Perianasalur village in Kudalur district, informing the family about completion of post-mortem and further asking them to collect the body for final rites. This is regarding the Kalakurichi death case probe. And Uzma Parveen alleges attack near the multi-level parking in Hazratganj area. However, police have reported that something is amiss in the incident following witness testimony. Police have also informed that CCTV footage is being screened and investigations are underway. Days after the tragic flash floods following the cloudbursts, which claimed the lives of 16, leaving several others injured, the 21st batch, comprising of 4,355 Amarnath Yatra pilgrims, left for Kashmir Valley from Bhagwati Nagar base camp in Jammu. India has reduced windfall tax on diesel and aviation fuel shipments by 2 rupees a litre, scrapping completely a 6 rupees per litre levy on gasoline exports. It has also cut the tax on domestically produced crude by about 27% to 17,000 rupees a ton. The new rates are effective from today. Indian High Commission in Sri Lanka issues advisory asking Indian nationals to plan their movements as per latest developments. Commission is asked to contact in case of any requirement. Advisory comes amid spiraling economic and political crisis in the island nation. It's Uddhav versus Shinde in the top court now. A battle for the Sena leadership coming up in a short while. Also coming up, Supreme Court orders second post-mortem in Kalakurichi student death case. Top court to hear parents' plea.
Amity University has been ranked number 22 amongst over 1,000 government and private universities in India by NIRF, Ministry of Education, Government of India. A testimony to Amity's excellence in education, research and innovation.
DSP Surendra Singh went in this area to check the papers of this dumper and permissions for mining in this area. He tried to stop, and then these drivers of this dumper who are right now missing very clearly mercilessly mowed down this GSP of Haryana Police. And right now 4 teams of Haryana Police have been formed. Haryana Police is now working closely with the Haryana STF.
Relief for her as several FIRs were filed in several parts of the country. The bench heard her. The order has been modified. Court has, in their wisdom, granted protection from arrest to Nupur Sharma till the next date of the hearing. The next date of the hearing is the 10th of August. So very critical.
Sir, I just want to know, sir, that was Sucheta Dalal was the one who introduced your company to Krishnan? Sitaram Krishnan, sir, please. Sir, was was Sucheta Dalal, the journalist, sir, who introduced you to Chitra Ramakrishnan, sir. Please, sir, please tell, sir.
DSP Surendra Singh went in this area to check the papers of this dumper and permissions for mining in this area. He tried to stop, and then these drivers of this dumper, who are right now missing, very clearly, mercilessly mowed down this GSP of Haryana Police. And right now 4 teams of Haryana Police have been formed. Haryana Police is now working closely with the Haryana STF.
You're watching Live and Breaking news now. Prime Minister Narendra Modi lauds all vaccinators for achieving 200 crore vaccine doses landmark on the 17th of July. Prime Minister congratulates all vaccinators, sending appreciation letters to them personally.
Hello.
Speaking and praising all those who were vaccinated as well as vaccinators for their tremendous achievement of having achieved the 200 crore mark. Samiksha to join us more on this breaking story. Samiksha, tell us about the significance. 2 crore vaccinations completed in a period of just 18 months.
Well, Rukma, as you rightly said, it is indeed very, very significant because remember 200 crore vaccine doses have been administered till July 17 and now we have the Prime Minister personally sending appreciation letters to all the frontliners, the vaccinators who have, ensured that these 300 crore vaccination doses, 200 crore, vaccination doses have been administered to the people. In fact, let me just take you quick snippets of what Prime Minister has said in these appreciation letters that he has sent personally to all the vaccinators, in which he said that our journey of COVID vaccination started on 16th of January 2021 and on 17th of July we have reached another significant milestone, going on to add that it was a memorable day for the country as we completed administering 200 crore vaccine doses, an outstanding achievement in our fight against COVID-19. So that's, what the Prime Minister is lauding really the effort by the frontliners to ensure that we achieve this feat. And this is, the process in itself has been quite smooth. So the Prime Minister sending a personal message and also going on to add that saving lives is crucial, especially during once-in-a-century global pandemic. Our vaccinators, healthcare workers, healthcare support staff and frontline workers have played a crucial role in protecting Indians. There is a laudable example of dedication of duty and delivering when it is most necessary. So the Prime Minister there lauding on the feat that we've achieved of 200 crore vaccination doses that have been administered till now. Rukma, back to you.
Well, Samiksha, the Prime Minister sending appreciation letters, a tremendous source of appreciation, a tremendous boost for the morale of the vaccinators as well, receiving letters from the Prime Minister himself. Many thanks for joining us there, Samiksha. And moving on to other news stories, you're watching Live and Breaking on Republic. We get you fresh inputs in the Haryana DSP killing. The arrested accused has revealed the name of the driver of the dumper. Investigations have revealed that 2 of the accused were carrying country-made weapons. So, new revelations, fresh leads in the killing of the DSP in Haryana. The prime accused has been identified, and also the driver of the dumper that was involved. And Amandeep, to take us through this fresh development. Amandeep, tell us about the fresh lead, also the various leads, the various angles of inquiry that the police are following.
Well, Rukma, investigation is taking now development in the case of DSP Snoop killing, and in fact the driver of the dumper has been identified as Mr. and he was the one who was driving and mowed down the DSP when he signaled to stop. And meanwhile, during the course of investigation, it has also came to fore that four of accused who were in that dumper, two of them was having the country-made weapons. And even when DSP Surendra signaled them to stop the dumper, they, instead of stopping, they have brandished the weapons and indicate the police team to kindly vacate the place so that at least they have a smooth way. But that not happened. And in fact, this was a clear-cut mark that these are the professional criminals. They are not the one-timers. They are not the thieves. They are not. They are the very mature criminals. Must be having the history sheets if they are carrying the weapons along them. And in fact, when they are conducting the illegal mining at the isolated place, so weapons is another case of indication. So now, Rukma, 8 teams has been constituted by the Haryana police. They are conducting the raids at the different places so that all the accused should be arrested at the earliest. Yes.
Well, many thanks, Amandeep, for joining us there. So a fresh lead in the Haryana DSP killing. The prime accused has been identified and the driver of the dumper, his name has also been revealed. Amandeep, many thanks for joining us there. And coming up now, NIA crackdown on narco terror searches carried out at refugee center near Trichy Central Jail. Also coming up, news from Sri Lanka. Gotabaya flees first, then Premadasa withdraws. All eyes on the next president of Sri Lanka.
ಮೈ ಆ್ಯಪ್ ಒಂದು ಆ್ಯಪ್ ಲಾಂಚ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಇದು ಒಂದು ಆಟೋ ಡ್ರೈವರ್ಸ್ಗೆಲ್ಲ ತುಂಬ ಹೊಸ ಅನುಭವ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ತೊಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ದಿರ ಇದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಟೋ ಡ್ರೈವರ್ಸು ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ಕೋಬೋದು. ದಿನಕ್ಕೆ 29 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಹಾಗೂ ತಿಂಗಳಿಗೆ 499 ರೂಪಾಯಿ. ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಕಮಿಷನ್ 30% ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಇಲ್ದಿರ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬ ಅಗ್ರಿಗೇಟ್ಸ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಕೊಡ್ದಿರ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಪಾದನೆ ಹಣನ ನಾವು ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗ್ಬೋದು. ನಾವು ಕಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಟ ಹಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರನೇ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ನನ್ನ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ದುಡಿಮೆ ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಇದೆ, ನಾನು ಖುಷಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ.
Relief for her as several FIRs were filed in several parts of the country. The bench heard her. The order has been modified. The court has, in their wisdom, granted protection from arrest to Nupur Sharma till the next date of the hearing. The next date of the hearing is the 10th of August. So very critical.
Chitra Ramakrishna, Ravi Narayan and Sanjay Pandey, they hatched a criminal conspiracy. They are the ones who are responsible for carrying out this kind of an interception, which only perhaps state agencies could have.
This was a conspiracy by the rest of the media to black out the news about Sanjay Pandey. Sanjay Pandey has been arrested and many more arrests are now going to follow.
DSP Surendra Singh went in this area to check the papers of this dumper and permissions for mining in this area. He tried to stop, and then these drivers of this dumper, who are right now missing, very clearly, mercilessly mowed down this DSP of Haryana Police. And right now 4 teams of Haryana Police have been formed. Haryana Police is now working closely with the Haryana STF.
Relief for her as several FIRs were filed in several parts of the country. The bench heard her. The order has been modified. The court has, in their wisdom, granted protection from arrest to Nupur Sharma till the next date of the hearing. The next date of the hearing is the 10th of August. So very critical.
Sir, I just want to know, sir, that was Sucheta Dalal was the one who introduced your company to Krishna? Chitra Ramakrishnan, sir, please. Sir, was Sucheta Dalal the journalist, sir, who introduced you to Chitra Ramakrishnan, sir? Please, sir, please tell, sir.
Narendra Modi will interact with the Indian contingent bound for the Commonwealth Games 2022 at 10 a.m. today via video conferencing. The interaction by the PM is a part of his continuous endeavour to motivate athletes ahead of their participation in major sporting events. 21st batch of Amarnath Yatra pilgrims leaves for Kashmir Valley. From Bhagwati Nagar base camp in Jammu, nearly 4,355 pilgrims have left for the Yatra. And coming up now, it's the third day of the monsoon session. Key bills are expected to be introduced in this session that began 2 days ago and is likely to continue till the 13th.
Sir, I just want to know, sir, that was Sucheta Dalal was the one who introduced your company to Krishna? Ramakrishnan, sir, please. Sir, was Sucheta Dalal the journalist, sir, who introduced you to Ramakrishnan, sir? Please, sir, please tell, sir.
DSP Surendra Singh went in this area to check the papers of this dumper and permissions for mining in this area. He tried to stop, and then these drivers of this dumper who are right now missing very clearly mercilessly mowed down this DSP of Haryana Police. And right now 4 teams of Haryana Police have been formed. Haryana Police is now working closely with the Haryana STF.
Relief for her as several FIRs were filed in several parts of the country. The bench heard her. The order has been modified. Court has, in their wisdom, granted protection from arrest to Nupur Sharma till the next date of the hearing. The next date of the hearing is the 10th of August. So very critical.
Chitra Ramakrishna, Ravi Narayan and Sanjay Pandey, they hatched a criminal conspiracy. They are the ones who are responsible for carrying out this kind of an interception, which only perhaps state agencies could have.
This was a conspiracy by the rest of the media to black out the news about Sanjay Pandey. Sanjay Pandey has been arrested and many more arrests are now going to follow.
DSP Surendra Singh went in this area to check the papers of this dumper and permissions for mining in this area. He tried to stop, and then these drivers of this dumper who are right now missing very clearly mercilessly mowed down this DSP of Haryana Police. And right now 4 teams of Haryana Police have been formed. Haryana Police is now working closely with the Haryana STF.
Relief for her as several FIRs were filed in several parts of the country. The bench heard her. The order has been modified. Court has, in their wisdom, granted protection from arrest to Nupur Sharma till the next date of the hearing. The next date of the hearing is the 10th of August. So very critical.
Sir, I just want to know, sir, that was Sucheta Dalal was the one who introduced your company to Krishna? Ramakrishnan, sir, please. Sir,
It is day 3 of the monsoon session of Parliament, and from misinformed Agnipath protest to GST implementations, the opposition is slated to rake up a plethora of issues. After Mewat top cop, Ranchi sub-inspector is killed by cattle smuggler, big concern over safety lapse. Uddhav Thackeray versus Eknath Shinde war in the top court now. It's a battle for the Shiva Sena's leadership. The Supreme Court orders a second post-mortem in the Kallakurichi student death case. The top courts to hear the parents' plea. Gotabaya Rajapakse flees first, then Premadasa withdraws. All eyes are on the next president of Sri Lanka. Beyond the Misty Veil, Temple Tales of Uttarakhand, written by Aradhana Johari, a senior IS officer on the temples of Uttarakhand. Well, news just coming in. We are now learning that IT raids are underway at the head office of the Chiripal Group in Ahmedabad. Now, IT raids are underway at the head office of the Chiripal Group. We are given to understand that the Chiripal Group is involved in textiles and education business. These raids are being carried out in Ahmedabad. We are also learning that the IT department has raided about 35 to other 40 locations that are related to the founder and chairman Ved Prakash Chiripal, the directors Vishal Chiripal and Ronak Chiripal, as well as MD Jyoti Prasad Chiripal. Priyanka Sharma is on the phone line with me with more details. Priyanka, good morning. Tell us more.
Well, that's right, Nupur. We are learning about these income tax raids that are right now underway in the head office of the Chiripal Group of Industries. That is, of course, as you rightly mentioned, an industry that has explored into the textiles and the education business as well. But we are learning that at least 40 locations is where this kind of raid is being carried out, both on the personal and the official locations of Chiripal Industry Group. And as you mentioned, that the chairman, Ved Prakash Chiripal, and also the other officials of the Chiripal Industry Group, that is Ronak Chiripal and Jyoti Prasad Chiripal, all of their personal and professional locations, that is the offices of the industries, are also being raided upon. There is several loopholes that the officials are telling us that they are.
मैं माननीय मंत्री युवा कार्यक्रम और खेल विभाग का भी स्वागत करती हूँ। माननीय राज्य मंत्री युवा कार्यक्रम और खेल विभाग का भी स्वागत करती हूँ। सर, आज का दिन हमारे लिए विशेष है। आज हमारा जो कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स में खेलने के लिए जो स्क्वाड जा रहा है, जो खिलाड़ी जा रहे हैं, उनके संग कोचेज और सपोर्ट स्टाफ जा रहे हैं, उनके प्रेरणा के लिए महोदय के द्वारा कुछ उनको आशीर्वचन दिए जाएंगे, संबोधित किया जाएगा। सभी अत्यंत उत्साहित हैं और महोदय से मिलने के लिए आतुर हैं। तो मैं सबसे पहले विनती करती हूँ माननीय मंत्री युवा कार्यक्रम और खेल विभाग से कि वो 2 शब्द कहें स्वागत में।
भारत के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी, युवा कार्यक्रम एवं खेल मंत्रालय के राज्य मंत्री भाई निशित प्रमाणिक जी, सभी माननीय अधिकारीगण, सभी खेल संघों के अधिकारीगण, उपस्थित सभी प्रिय खिलाड़ियों, मैं सबसे पहले तो अपना कीमती समय निकालकर हम सबका मार्गदर्शन करने आए, खिलाड़ियों को अपना आशीर्वाद देने आए आदरणीय देश के प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का मैं बहुत बहुत स्वागत, अभिनंदन सभी खिलाड़ियों और खेल संघों की ओर से करता हूं। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपने सदा, चाहे वो टोक्यो ओलंपिक्स हो, पैरालंपिक्स हो, टीम के जाने से पहले आपने खिलाड़ियों का उत्साह वर्धन भी किया, मनोबल भी बढ़ाया और भारत के खिलाड़ियों ने ओलंपिक्स और पैरालंपिक्स में भारत का मान सम्मान भी बढ़ाया, तिरंगे की मान शान भी बढ़ाई। यही नहीं सर, आपने उसके बाद IBA वुमेन वर्ल्ड बॉक्सिंग चैंपियनशिप हो या भारत ने पहली बार गोल्ड मेडल थॉमस कप में जीतने का काम किया हो, आपने सभी खिलाड़ियों से मिलकर उनका भी मनोबल बढ़ाया। दुनिया के शायद ही किसी देश में ऐसा होता हो जहां देश के प्रधानमंत्री वहां के खिलाड़ियों का मनोबल भी बढ़ाते हो, चाहे वो मेडल जीत कर लाएं या ना लाएं, टूर्नामेंट से पहले हो या बाद में हो, सदा आपने खेल और खिलाड़ियों को बढ़ाने का काम किया। जब से आप देश के प्रधानमंत्री बने, टारगेट ओलंपिक पोडियम स्कीम के माध्यम से एलीट एथलीट्स को देश और दुनिया में ट्रेनिंग की सुविधाएं मिली, यहां तक कि आउट ऑफ पॉकेट अलाउंस भी मिला। इस बार भी सर इस कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स में जाने से पहले जो हमारा कॉमनवेल्थ गेम बाउंड जो एथलीट्स हैं, इनके 111 एक्सपोजर ट्रिप्स हुए सर, ये आपके ही आशीर्वाद से हो पाए, किसी तरह की कोई कमी नहीं रही। साई के जो हमारे नेशनल सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस हैं, वहां पर भी साल भर खिलाड़ियों के कैंप्स और बाकी इवेंट चले। सर, आपने पिछले कुछ वर्षों में खेलों का बजट दोगुना नहीं बल्कि 3 गुना ज्यादा किया है, जो खिलाड़ियों के लिए बहुत बड़ी बात है। मैं सभी खिलाड़ियों से आपका उसके लिए भी बहुत आभार प्रकट करता हूं। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, हमारे खिलाड़ी उत्सुक हैं आपको सुनने के लिए, आपसे रूबरू होने के लिए। आप पार्लियामेंट सेशन के बावजूद भी अपना कीमती समय हमें दे रहे हैं। मैं एक बार फिर सबकी ओर से आपका बहुत बहुत आभार प्रकट करता हूं और आपसे निवेदन करता हूं कि आप माननीय खिलाड़ियों से एक एक करके बातचीत करें। आपका बहुत बहुत आभार।
धन्यवाद सर। सबसे पहले अविनाश साबले महाराष्ट्र से जो एथलेटिक्स के खिलाड़ी हैं उनको मैं आमंत्रित करती हूँ बात करने।
पहले उनसे बात करने से पहले
जी सर
जरूर एक दो शब्द कहूंगा, उसके बाद उनसे बात करूंगा। साथियों, मेरे लिए खुशी की बात है कि आप सबसे मिलने का मौका मिला। वैसे रूबरू मिलता तो मुझे और खुशी होती, लेकिन आप में से बहुत से लोग विदेशों में अभी अपनी कोचिंग की व्यस्तता में हैं। दूसरी ओर मैं भी, पार्लियामेंट का सत्र चल रहा है तो वहां भी कुछ व्यस्तता है। साथियों, आज 20 जुलाई है। खेल की दुनिया के लिए भी ये बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण दिवस है। आप लोगों में से कुछ लोगों को जरूर पता होगा कि आज इंटरनेशनल चेस डे है। ये भी बहुत दिलचस्प है कि 28 जुलाई को, जिस दिन बर्मिंघम में कॉमनवेल्थ गेम शुरू होंगे, उसी दिन तमिलनाडु के महाबलीपुरम में चेस ओलंपियाड की शुरुआत होगी। यानी आने वाले 10-15 दिन भारत के खिलाड़ियों के पास अपना दम खम दिखाने का, दुनिया पर छा जाने का एक बहुत बड़ा सुनहरा अवसर है। मैं देश के प्रत्येक खिलाड़ी को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। साथियों, आप में से अनेक एथलीट पहले भी स्पोर्ट्स की बड़ी प्रतियोगिताओं में देश को गौरव के क्षण दे चुके हैं। इस बार भी आप सभी खिलाड़ी, आपके कोचेस उत्साह से, जोश से भरे हुए हैं। जिनके पास पहले कॉमनवेल्थ में खेलने का अनुभव है, उनके लिए खुद को दोबारा आजमाने का मौका है। जो 65 से ज्यादा एथलीट पहली बार इस टूर्नामेंट में हिस्सा ले रहे हैं, मुझे विश्वास है कि वो भी अपनी जबरदस्त छाप छोड़ेंगे। आप लोगों को क्या करना है, कैसे खेलना है, इसके आप एक्सपर्ट हैं। मैं बस यही कहूंगा कि जी भर के खेलिएगा, जमकर खेलिएगा, पूरी ताकत से खेलिएगा और बिना किसी टेंशन से खेलिएगा। और आप लोगों ने वो पुराना डायलॉग सुना होगा, कोई नहीं है टक्कर में, कहां पड़े हो चक्कर में। बस इसी एटीट्यूड को लेकर आपको वहां जाना है, खेलना है। बाकी मैं अब अपनी तरफ से ज्यादा ज्ञान परोसना नहीं चाहता हूं। आइए बातचीत की शुरुआत करते हैं। सबसे पहले किससे बात करना है मुझे?
अविनाश साबले महाराष्ट्र से हैं, एथलेटिक्स के हैं।
अविनाश, नमस्कार।
जय हिंद सर, मैं अविनाश साबले। मैं कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स में एथलेटिक्स में 3000 मीटर इवेंट में इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट कर रहा हूँ सर।
अविनाश, मुझे बताया गया कि आप फौज में हैं और आपने तो सियाचिन में भी पोस्टिंग कर चुके हैं। महाराष्ट्र से आना और हिमालय में ड्यूटी देना, पहले तो मुझे इस विषय में बताइए अपने अनुभव।
सर, मैं महाराष्ट्र का बीड जिले का बीड जिले से हूँ और मैं 2012 में मतलब भारतीय को ज्वाइन किया और उसके बाद सर मैं मतलब आर्मी की जो ड्यूटी होती है नॉर्मल ड्यूटी में 4 साल मतलब मैं नॉर्मल ड्यूटी किया और मतलब उसमें मुझे बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिला। जो 4 साल का मैं मतलब जो नॉर्मल ड्यूटी करते रहा तो जो 9 महीने की जो मतलब बहुत मजबूत ट्रेनिंग होती है, बहुत हार्ड होती है, तो उस ट्रेनिंग ने मुझे बहुत मजबूत बना दिया और मतलब उस ट्रेनिंग से मैं किसी भी फील्ड में अभी जाऊंगा तो मुझे लगता है कि मैं बहुत अच्छा करूंगा। और उसी ट्रेनिंग से मतलब 4 साल के बाद जब मैं आर्मी ने मुझे मतलब एथलेटिक्स में जाने का मौका मिला तो मैं बहुत अच्छा कर रहा और मैं जो आर्मी की डिसिप्लिन है और जहां मैं इतना कठिन मतलब जगह पे रहा तो मुझे काफी फायदा हो रहा है।
अच्छा अविनाश, मैंने सुना है कि सेना ज्वाइन करने के बाद ही आपने स्टीपल चेज को चुना है। सियाचिन और स्टीपल चेज का भी कोई संबंध है क्या?
हाँ जी सर, मतलब जो हमें ट्रेनिंग्स में जो मतलब वहाँ पे भी ऐसी ट्रेनिंग होती है जैसे आपको मतलब ये स्टीपल चेस इवेंट भी एक ऑब्स्टिकल का गेम है। मतलब जैसे इसमें हमें हर्डल्स को उसके ऊपर जंप करना है, फिर वाटर जंप को जंप करना है। इसी तरह है आर्मी की जो ट्रेनिंग उसमें भी हमें बहुत सारे ऑब्स्टिकल के बीच में से जाना पड़ता है, जैसे क्रॉलिंग करना पड़ता है या 9 फीट डिच होता है उसको जंप करना पड़ता है। तो मतलब ऐसे बहुत सारे ऑब्स्टिकल्स होते हैं जो ट्रेनिंग में, और यहाँ तो मुझे मतलब बहुत आसान लग रहा है। मैंने आर्मी ट्रेनिंग के बाद मुझे स्टीपल चेस इवेंट में मतलब बहुत ज्यादा आसान लग रहा है।
अच्छा अविनाश, ये मुझे बताइए कि आप पहले बहुत वजन ज्यादा था और आपने बहुत कम समय में अपना वेट लूज किया और आज भी मैं देख रहा हूँ बहुत दुबले पतले दिख रहे हो। मैंने देखा था कि हमारे एक साथी नीरज चोपड़ा जी ने भी बहुत कम समय अपना वेट कम किया था और मैं समझता हूँ कि आप अपना अनुभव अगर कुछ बताएं कि ये आपने कैसे किया है ताकि शायद खेलकूद की जगत के और लोगों को भी काम आए।
सर मैं आर्मी में मतलब एक सोल्जर की तरह जब ड्यूटी कर तो मतलब मेरा वेट काफी ज्यादा था। तो मैं जब सोचा कि मैं स्पोर्ट्स में जाना चाहिए और मेरे साथ मतलब मेरे यूनिट ने भी और आर्मी ने मुझे मतलब बहुत मोटिवेट किया कि स्पोर्ट्स में जाना। तो मैंने सोचा कि अभी रनिंग करने के लिए तो मेरा वेट बहुत ज्यादा था, तो मेरा कम से कम 74 kg वेट था। तो मैं अभी ये कैसे होगा, लेकिन उन्होंने मुझे बहुत सपोर्ट किया और ट्रेनिंग के लिए एक अलग से एक्स्ट्रा टाइम मिलता था मुझे आर्मी में। तो मैं ये वेट कम करने के लिए मुझे 3-4 महीने का टाइम लगा। और
कितना वेट लॉस किया?
जब मैं अभी 53 kg मतलब वेट रहता है सर मेरा 53 kg और मेरा तब 74 मतलब 20 kg
कम किया। अच्छा अविनाश, मुझे खेल की सबसे अच्छी बात और ये जरूर मेरे मन को छूती है कि इसमें पीछे की हार जीत का ज्यादा बैगेज नहीं होता है। हर बार कंपटीशन नया होता है, फ्रेश होता है और आपने बताया कि आप पूरी तरह तैयार हैं। सभी देशवासियों की शुभकामनाएं आपके साथ हैं। आप जमकर खेल जाइएगा। आइए और किससे बात करते हैं?
सर अचिंता शिवली वेस्ट बंगाल से हैं, ये वेट लिफ्टिंग करते हैं।
अंचिता जी नमस्ते।
नमस्ते सर। सर मैं वेस्ट बंगाल से हूँ, मैं अभी बर्मिंघम कर रहा हूँ सर।
थोड़ा अपने विषय में बताइए जरा।
73 कैटेगरी में खेलता हूँ सर।
अच्छा अंचिता, लोग कहते हैं कि आप बहुत शांत स्वभाव के हैं, एकदम से कूल जिसको कहते हैं और आपका खेल तो है जिसमें पावर लगता है, शक्ति का खेल है, तो ये शक्ति और शांति, ये दोनों को कैसे आपने मेल बिठा दिया है?
सर कुछ योगा करते हैं हम जो सर, तो उससे दिमाग शांत हो जाता है और ट्रेनिंग के टाइम उसको बाहर निकलते हैं कि जोश के साथ सर एकदम।
अच्छा अंचिता, रेगुलर योगा करते हो?
हाँ जी सर, कभी कभी मिस होता है लेकिन करता हूँ सर।
अच्छा, आपके परिवार में कौन कौन है?
मम्मी है और मेरा बड़ा भैया है सर।
अच्छा, और परिवार से भी मदद मिलती है?
हाँ सर, परिवार से मेरा मतलब फैमिली से फुल सपोर्ट रहता है कि करो, अच्छे से करो, डेली बात होता है, हमेशा सपोर्ट ही रहा है सर।
लेकिन माँ को चिंता रहती होगी कहीं को चोट पहुंचा न दे, क्योंकि वेट लिफ्टिंग में हमेशा इंजरी की बड़ी चिंता रहती है, तो हाँ।
जी सर, माँ जब बात करता हूँ माँ से तो उन लोग ये अच्छे से खेलो।
देखिए, मैं चाहता हूं कि आपको बहुत प्रगति हो, बहुत लाभ मिले आपको, और काफी प्रगति करें आप। अच्छा, आपने खुद को कैसे इंजरी से बचाया, इसकी कोई विशेष तैयारी की है क्या?
नहीं सर, इंजरी तो सर आता रहता है, लेकिन उसके लिए सर हम फिर उसके ऊपर थोड़ा ध्यान देते हैं, क्या मैंने गलती किया इसलिए टाइप में वैसे इंजरी आया, उसको मैंने फिर ठीक किया, फिर धीरे धीरे फिर इंजरी भी चलते गया, नहीं आया सर।
अच्छा अंजित साहब, मुझे बताया कि आप तो सिनेमा देखने के बड़े शौकीन हैं, फिल्में देखा करते हैं, तो ट्रेनिंग के कारण तो समय नहीं मिलता होगा आपको?
हाँ सर, तो नहीं मिलता है, लेकिन कभी कभी जब फ्री होता है तो थोड़ा देख लेता हूँ सर।
तो इसका मतलब कि वहां से मेडल लेकर के आओगे, उसके बाद यही काम रहेगा फिल्म देखने का?
नहीं सर।
चलिए, मेरी तरफ से आपको शुभकामनाएं, और मैं आपके परिवार को भी उनकी सराहना करना चाहूंगा, विशेष करके आपके माताजी और आपके भाई को प्रणाम करता हूं कि जिन्होंने आपकी तैयारी में कोई कमी नहीं आने दी है। मेरा मानना है कि जब कोई खिलाड़ी बनता है तो खिलाड़ी के साथ ही पूरे परिवार को तपस्या करनी पड़ती है। आप कॉमनवेल्थ में अपना सबसे अच्छा प्रदर्शन कीजिए, आपकी माताजी के साथ ही देश के लोगों का आशीर्वाद आपके साथ है। अंचिता, बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं आपको।
धन्यवाद सर, धन्यवाद सर।
सर, अब ट्रीसा जॉली केरला से हैं, बैडमिंटन खेलती हैं।
Good morning, sir. I am Trisa Jolly playing. Good morning, sir. Sir, I am playing selected for the 2020 Commonwealth Games badminton, sir.
अच्छा ट्रीसा, आप कन्नूर जिले से हैं, वहाँ की तो खेती और फुटबॉल दोनों बहुत प्रसिद्ध है। आपको बैडमिंटन के लिए किसने प्रेरित किया?
Sir, my father motivated me to play the sport. Has volleyball and football is more popular in my hometown, but badminton is more convenient to play in that age, at the age of 5.
अच्छा ट्रीसा, मुझे बताया गया है कि आप और गायत्री गोपीचंद दोनों अच्छी दोस्त भी हैं, डबल्स पार्टनर भी हैं। अपनी दोस्ती और ऑन फील्ड पार्टनरशिप के बारे में जरा बताइए।
Sir, it is good bond with Gayatri. When we are playing, it's create a good combination when we are playing on court, and it's very important. I feel it's very important to keep good bond with our partners.
अच्छा ट्रीसा, आपने और गायत्री ने लौटने के बाद सेलिब्रेट करने का कैसा प्लान बनाया है?
सर, उधर जाके मेडल आया तो वी विल सेलिब्रेट। सर, पता नहीं अभी कैसे हाउ वी सेलिब्रेट।
पीवी संधू ने तय किया था कि वो आकर के आइसक्रीम खाएगी।
सर,
आपसे शानदार शुरुआत की है, अभी तो पूरा कैरियर आपके सामने है, अभी तो आपकी जिंदगी शुरुआत है, और आप हर मैच में अपना 100% दीजिए, हर मैच को पूरी गंभीरता से लीजिए, मैच के बाद परिणाम कुछ भी हो, लेकिन आपका लगना, यानी बिल्कुल आपको लगना चाहिए कि मैंने अपना सर्वश्रेष्ठ प्रदर्शन किया है। चलिए, आप सबको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, आपके पूरे सभी टोली को शुभकामनाएं मेरी।
सर, अब मिस सलीमा टेटे झारखंड से हॉकी की प्लेयर है सर।
सलीमा जी नमस्ते।
गुड मॉर्निंग सर।
हाँ सलीमा जी, कैसी हैं आप?
ठीक है सर, आप लोग कैसे?
तो अभी कहाँ, कोचिंग के लिए कहीं और है, बाहर हैं आप?
जी सर, अभी इंग्लैंड में है हम लोग।
अच्छा, यूके में है। अच्छा सलीमा, मैं कहीं आपके बारे में पढ़ रहा था कि आप और आपके पिता ने हॉकी के लिए बहुत संघर्ष किया है। तब से लेकर अब तक की यात्रा के बारे में अगर आप कुछ बताओगी तो देश के खिलाड़ियों को भी जरूर इंस्पिरेशन मिलेगा।
हाँ जी सर, बिल्कुल। जैसे मैं एक गांव से हूँ, तो जैसे मेरे पापा भी खेलते थे पहले, जब उनका एज था, पर अभी तो बहुत टाइम होने पापा छोड़ दिए। तो मैं उनके साथ कहीं भी पापा जाते थे खेलने के लिए, तो मैं उनके साथ साइकिल में जाती थी खेलने उसके साथ। बस मैं बैठ के देखती थी कि मतलब कैसे गेम होता है। मैं पापा से सीखना चाहती थी कि मैं कैसे सीखूं कि मुझे भी हॉकी खेलना है। जैसे असुंता लकड़ा जैसे झारखंड से हुई, तो उनको मैं देखती थी कि मतलब इतने प्लेयर कैसे ये है, तो मुझे वैसे बनना है। तो मैं पापा के साथ साइकिल में जाती थी, फिर बैठ के देखती थी कि कैसे गेम होता है। तो बाद में धीरे धीरे मुझे समझ आने लगा कि बहुत कुछ दे सकता है अपना लाइफ को। तो मैंने पापा से ही सीखा है कि मतलब स्ट्रगल करने से हमें बहुत कुछ मिलता है। तो मुझे अपने फैमिली से, उनसे बहुत अच्छा लगता है मुझे कि उनसे मैंने इतना अच्छा नॉलेज सीखा है।
क्या सलीमा, टोक्यो ओलंपिक में आपके खेल ने सभी को प्रभावित किया था, और आपका वो अनुभव मैं समझता हूं अगर आप साझा करती हो टोक्यो वाला अनुभव, तो भी मैं समझता हूं सबको अच्छा लगेगा।
हाँ जी सर, बिल्कुल। जैसे हम ओलंपिक्स जाने से पहले आपसे भी बात किए थे, फिर अभी कॉमनवेल्थ आने से पहले भी हम ऑलरेडी हैं इंग्लैंड में, पर अब से पहले आपने हमें बहुत अच्छा मोटिवेट किया। जैसे टोक्यो ओलंपिक्स में भी हम जाने से पहले आपने हमसे सबसे बात की थी, तो हमें बहुत अच्छा लगा, फिर हमें बहुत ज्यादा मोटिव हुआ। तो बस यही है कि हम टोक्यो ओलंपिक्स में हम यही सोच के गए थे कि हमें कुछ करना है इस बार। तो हम इस टूर्नामेंट में भी हम यही सोच के आए हैं कि हमें करना है। जैसे टोक्यो ओलंपिक्स में हमें जैसे कोविड भी था, तो हमें बहुत डिफिकल्ट हुआ था। जैसे साई में बहुत ज्यादा हमें ऑर्गेनाइज किया हुआ था। जैसे पहले वहाँ बहुत अच्छा हमारे लिए ऑर्गेनाइज किया हुआ था कि हम टोक्यो में जाके बहुत कुछ सीख के आए, फिर अपने दम पर बहुत कुछ करके आए। तो बस आप लोग हमें ऐसे सपोर्ट कीजिए ताकि हम और आगे तक जाएं। जैसे टोक्यो ओलंपिक्स हमारी एक बहुत अच्छा पहचान थी, जैसे हमने बहुत अच्छा खेला हमारी टीम, तो हमें इसको कंटिन्यू रखना है सर।
सलीमा, आप छोटी सी ही उम्र में कई बड़े अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मैच खेल चुकी हैं, और मुझे पक्का विश्वास है कि ये अनुभव आपको आगे भी बहुत ही मदद करेगा। आप बहुत आगे बढ़ेगी। मैं आपके माध्यम से महिला और पुरुष दोनों ही हॉकी टीम को अपनी ओर से और देश की तरफ से बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। आप सभी बिना किसी तनाव को मस्ती से खेलिए। सभी लोग सर्वश्रेष्ठ जब प्रदर्शन करेंगे तो पदक हर हाल में आना ही आना है। आप सभी को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं।
सर, शर्मिला है हरियाणा से, ये पैरा एथलेटिक्स में शॉर्टपट की खिलाड़ी हैं सर।
नमस्ते सर।
नमस्ते शर्मिला जी। शर्मिला जी,
हरियाणा से।
आप हरियाणा से हैं तो खेलकूद में तो हरियाणा होता ही होता है। अच्छा, आपने 34 साल की उम्र में खेलों में कैरियर शुरू की और आपने 2 साल में ही गोल्ड मेडल भी जीत कर दिखा दिया। जरा मैं जरूर जानना चाहूंगी चमत्कार कैसे हुआ, आपकी प्रेरणा क्या है?
सर मैं हरियाणा से जिला महेंद्रगढ़ से निवास करती हूँ, रेवाड़ी में मैं रहती हूँ। और सर मेरी जिंदगी में बहुत बड़े तूफान आए हैं, लेकिन मेरा बचपन से शौक था खेलने का, लेकिन मुझे मौका नहीं मिला। फैमिली में भी गरीब थे, मेरे पापा, माँ ब्लाइंड थी, 3 बहनें, 1 भाई है हमारा, बहुत ज्यादा गरीब सर। फिर मेरी छोटी उम्र में शादी कर दी गई, लेकिन आगे हस्बैंड कुछ नहीं मिले, बहुत अत्याचार किए। मेरी 2 बेटियां हैं सर, वो भी स्पोर्ट्स में है, लेकिन तीनों माँ बेटियों पर हम पर बहुत अत्याचार हुआ। तब मेरे माँ बाप मुझे अपने मायके में ले आए। 6 साल मैं मायके में रही हूँ सर, लेकिन मेरे मन में बचपन से ही कुछ करने का था, लेकिन कोई रास्ता नहीं मिला सर मुझे। तो सेकंड मैरिज के बाद मुझे खेल स्पोर्ट्स में हमारे रिलेटिव टेकचंद भाई जो है फ्लैग बैरियर रहे हैं, उन्होंने मेरे को बहुत सपोर्ट किया और उन्होंने डेली 8 घंटे सुबह शाम 4-4 घंटे बहुत मेहनत करवाई मेरे से, और उनकी वजह से आज मैं नेशनल में 1 साल 2 साल में मैं गोल्ड मेडल ले चुकी हूँ सर।
शर्मिला जी, आपके जीवन की अनेक बातें ऐसी हैं जिसको सुनकर के कोई भी ये सोचेगा कि भाई अब आगे जाना नहीं, छोड़ दो दुनिया में, लेकिन आपने कभी हिम्मत हारी नहीं। शर्मिला जी, आप वाकई हर देशवासी के लिए एक रोल मॉडल है, और आपकी 2 बेटियां भी हैं, जैसे आपने कहा। अब उनको भी जरा खेलकूद की समझ आ रही है, बेबी काफी रुचि लेती होगी, और वो भी आपसे खेल में पूछताछ करती रहती होगी, उनकी रुचि क्या है उन बच्चों की?
सर बड़ी बेटी जेवलिन में है, अंडर 14 में अब खेलेंगी, लेकिन बहुत अच्छी बनेगी वो खिलाड़ी भी। अब भी शायद टॉप या हरियाणा में जब गेम होंगे उस दिन चलेगा सर। छोटी बेटी टेबल टेनिस में है। मेरी इच्छा है कि मैं मेरी बेटियों को भी खेल में लाके उनका भी जीवन अच्छी तरीके से बनाऊं, क्योंकि जो मैंने झेले हैं ये बच्चों पे न आए। सेवा में
आपके जो कोच है टेकचंद जी, वो भी पैरालंपियन रहे हैं, उनसे भी आपको बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिला होगा।
हाँ सर, उन्होंने ही मुझे प्रेरित किया है, और करवाई है 4-4 घंटे की। जब मैं स्टेडियम में नहीं जाती तो घर पकड़ के ले जाते थे, थक जाती थी। फिर उन्होंने मेरा हौसला बढ़ाया कि हार मत मानना, जितनी मेहनत करेगी उतना फल तेरे आगे आएगा, मेहनत पे ध्यान दो।
शर्मिला जी, आपने जिस उम्र में खेलने की सोची, उसमें बहुत से लोगों के लिए खेल शुरू करना मुश्किल होता है। आपने साबित कर दिया कि अगर जीतने का जज्बा हो तो कोई भी लक्ष्य असंभव नहीं है। हर चुनौती आपके लिए हौसले के आगे हार जाती है। आपका समर्पण पूरे देश को प्रेरित करता है। मेरी तरफ से आपको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, और आपकी बेटियों को आगे ले जाने का आपका जो सपना है वो अवश्य पूरा होगा। जिस लगन से आप काम कर रही है, आपकी बेटियों का जीवन भी वैसा ही उज्जवल बनेगा। मेरी तरफ से बहुत शुभकामनाएं और बच्चों को आशीर्वाद है।
अब है सर श्री डेविड बेकम, ये अंडमान और निकोबार से है, साइकिलिंग करते हैं।
नमस्ते सर।
नमस्ते डेविड, कैसे हो?
ठीक हो सर।
डेविड, आपका नाम तो एक बहुत बड़े फुटबॉल खिलाड़ी के नाम पर है, लेकिन आप साइकिलिंग करते रहते हैं। लोग भी आपको फुटबॉल खेलने की राय देते होंगे कि भी आपको लगा कि प्रोफेशनली भी फुटबॉल खेलना चाहिए, या फिर साइकिलिंग ही आपकी पहली चॉइस रही है?
मतलब प्रोफेशनल खेलने का मतलब शौक था फुटबॉल में, बट हम लोग का वहाँ पे मतलब फुटबॉल का उतना स्कोप नहीं था नहीं निकोबार, इसलिए फुटबॉल का वो बढ़ नहीं पाया उधर पे।
अच्छा डेविड, मुझे बताया गया कि आपकी टीम में और एक साथी का नाम भी मशहूर फुटबॉल प्लेयर के नाम पर ही है। फ्री टाइम में आप दोनों फुटबॉल खेलते हैं या नहीं?
फुटबॉल नहीं खेलते हैं क्योंकि हम लोग का मतलब ट्रेनिंग में ही फोकस करते हैं हम लोग अपना ट्रैक साइकिलिंग में, बस उसी में हम लोग का मतलब पूरा टाइम उसी अपना ट्रेनिंग में हम लोग चलाते हैं।
अच्छा डेविड, आपने अपने जीवन में बहुत से कष्ट सहे हैं, पर साइकिल से हाथ कभी नहीं छूटा और इसके लिए बहुत अधिक मोटिवेशन की जरूरत है। ये मोटिवेशन और ये अपने आप को मोटिवेट रखना, ये अपने आप में एक अजूबा है। आप कैसे करते हैं
ये मतलब सर मेरा लोग बहुत मोटिवेट करता है मेरे को, क्योंकि आपको आके जाना है और आके मतलब मेडल जीत के आना है यहाँ पे। और ये मतलब बहुत ही की बात होगा कि मैं बाहर जाके अपना मेडल ले आएगा। और मैं बहुत
अच्छा डेविड, आपने खेलो इंडिया यूथ गेम्स में भी स्वर्ण पदक जीता था। खेलो इंडिया गेम से आपको कैसे मदद मिली? इस जीत ने आपके संकल्प को कितना और मजबूत किया?
जी सर, वो मेरा पहला जर्नी था कि मैं अपना नेशनल रिकॉर्ड तोड़ा था 2 बार। और मैं बहुत खुशी की बात है कि मैं मन की बात में आपने मेरा बारे में बहुत बोला था और मैं बहुत खुश था उस टाइम कि आपने मन की बात में मेरा मोटिवेट किया। और एक मैं अंडमान निकोबार का एक खिलाड़ी हूँ कि मैं वहां से निकल के यहाँ नेशनल टीम में पहुंचा। और ये बहुत खुशी की बात है कि मेरा अंडमान टीम भी बहुत प्राउड फील करता है कि मैं अपने इंडिया टीम में यहाँ इंटरनेशनल टीम में यहाँ करा।
देखिए डेविड, आपने अंडमान निकोबार को याद किया और मैं जरूर कहूंगा कि आप देश के सबसे खूबसूरत क्षेत्र से आते हैं। आप 1-1.5 साल के रहे होंगे जब निकोबार में आई सुनामी ने आपके पिताजी को आपसे छीन लिया था। 1 दशक बाद आपने अपनी माताजी को भी खो दिया। मुझे याद है 2018 में मैं कार निकोबार गया था तो मुझे सुनामी मेमोरियल जाने का और जिन्हें हमने खो दिया उन्हें श्रद्धांजलि देने का अवसर मिला था। मैं आपके परिवार को प्रणाम करता हूं कि इतनी विषमताओं में भी उन्हें आपको प्रोत्साहित किया। आपके साथ हर देशवासी का आशीर्वाद है। आपको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। साथियों, अच्छा होता जैसा मैंने पहले कहा कि मैं आप सभी से रूबरू मिलकर सबसे बात कर पाता, लेकिन जैसा मैंने कहा आप में से अनेक दुनिया के अलग अलग देशों में ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं और मैं भी पार्लियामेंट का सत्र चलने के कारण काफी व्यस्त हूं और इसके कारण इस बार मिलना संभव नहीं हुआ। लेकिन मैं आपको ये जरूर वादा करता हूं कि जब आप लौटेंगे तो हम जरूर मिलकर आपकी विजय का उत्सव मनाएंगे। नीरज चोपड़ा पर तो देश की विशेष नजर रहने वाली है। साथियों, आज का ये समय भारतीय खेलों के इतिहास का एक तरह से सबसे महत्वपूर्ण कालखंड है। आज आप जैसे खिलाड़ियों का हौसला भी बुलंद है, ट्रेनिंग भी बेहतर हो रही है और खेल के प्रति देश में माहौल भी जबरदस्त है। आप सभी नए शिखर चढ़ रहे हैं, नए शिखर गढ़ रहे हैं। आप में से अनेक साथी लगातार अंतर्राष्ट्रीय टूर्नामेंट में सराहनीय प्रदर्शन भी कर रहे हैं। ये अभूतपूर्व आत्मविश्वास आप सभी के भीतर आज पूरा देश अनुभव कर रहा है। और साथियों, इस बार हमारी कॉमनवेल्थ की जो टीम, ये अपने आप में कई मायनों में बहुत खास है। हमारे पास अनुभव और साथ साथ नई ऊर्जा दोनों का अद्भुत संगम है। इस टीम में 14 साल की अनहत है, 16 साल की संजना सुशील जोशी हैं, शेफाली और बेबी सहाना, ये 17-18 साल के बच्चे, ये हमारा देश का नाम रोशन करने के लिए जा रहे हैं। आप सिर्फ खेलों में नहीं बल्कि वैश्विक मंच पर न्यू इंडिया का प्रतिनिधित्व कर रहे हैं। आप जैसे युवा खिलाड़ी ये साबित कर रहे हैं कि भारत का कोना कोना खेल प्रतिभाओं से भरा हुआ है। साथियों, आपको प्रेरणा के लिए, प्रोत्साहन के लिए बाहर देखने की जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ेगी। अपनी टीम के भीतर ही जब आप मनप्रीत जैसे अपने साथियों को देखेंगे तो जज्बा कई गुना बढ़ जाएगा। पैरों में फ्रैक्चर के कारण उनको रनर के बजाय शॉटपुट में अपनी नई भूमिका को अपनाना पड़ा और उन्होंने इसी खेल में नेशनल रिकॉर्ड बना दिया है। किसी भी चुनौती के सामने पस्त न होना, निरंतर गतिमान रहना, अपने लक्ष्य के लिए समर्पित रहने का नाम ही खिलाड़ी होता है। इसलिए जो पहली बार बड़े अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मैदान पर उतर रहे हैं उनसे मैं कहूंगा कि मैदान बदला है, माहौल भी बदला होगा, लेकिन आपका मिजाज नहीं बदला है, आपकी जिद नहीं बदली है। लक्ष्य वही है कि तिरंगे को लहराता देखना है, राष्ट्रगान की धुन को बजते सुनना है। इसलिए दबाव नहीं लेना है, अच्छे और दमदार खेल में अपना प्रभाव छोड़ करके आना है। आप ऐसे समय में कॉमनवेल्थ खेलों में जा रहे हैं जब देश आजादी के 75 वर्ष मना रहा है। इसी अवसर पर आप श्रेष्ठ प्रदर्शन का तोहफा देश को देंगे। इस लक्ष्य के साथ जब मैदान में उतरेंगे तो सामने कौन है इस बात से फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा। साथियों, आप सभी ने श्रेष्ठ ट्रेनिंग की है, दुनिया की बेहतरीन सुविधाओं के साथ ट्रेनिंग की है। ये समय उस ट्रेनिंग को और अपनी संकल्प शक्ति का समावेश करने का है। आपने अभी तक क्या हासिल किया वो निश्चित तौर पर प्रेरणादायी है, लेकिन अब आपको नए सिरे से नए कीर्तिमानों की तरफ देखना है। आप अपना सर्वश्रेष्ठ प्रदर्शन कीजिए। यही कोटि कोटि देशवासियों की आपसे अपेक्षा है। देशवासियों की तरफ से आपको शुभकामनाएं भी हैं, देशवासियों की तरफ से आपको आशीर्वाद भी है, और मेरी तरफ से आपको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और जब विजयी होकर के आएंगे तो मेरा यहां आने का निमंत्रण अभी से दे देता हूं आपको। शुभकामनाएं, धन्यवाद।
So the Prime Minister there interacting with the Commonwealth Games contingent, saying that the contingent should play with all their heart, and that was a very lively conversation that the Prime Minister was having with the Commonwealth-bound athletes. It's day 3 of the monsoon session, and from misinformed Agnipath protest to GST implementation, the opposition up in arms. And after Mewat top cop, Ranchi sub-inspector mowed down by cattle smuggler, big concern with safety lapse.
Reading allows us to we've become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge.
I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Good evening and welcome. And tonight it's a reality check for the Lutyens media. They should be ashamed of themselves. For the last few days, they tried to black out all the reporting on Snoopgate. Snoopgate, the business scandal, the business scam of the decade. The biggest breaking news story in the world of business, but the Lutyens media tried to make sure that you don't know about it. They got together in some kind of unofficial cartel and blacked out the news about the business journalist Sucheta Dalal being interrogated by the CBI. And when we asked questions, the Lutyens media asked us questions. They said, what is Republic's business? Why is Republic poking its nose into the whole story? They call our hard journalism, our investigative reports, a whisper campaign. What do they, who live off free money from unknown American donors, know about journalism anyway? Ladies and gentlemen, the Lutyens media even went soft on Sanjay Pandey. They went soft on their favorite, the tainted Parambir Singh. Even when we told you, even last night, you remember, viewers, about how tapping machines had been installed in the offices of the National Stock Exchange by the ex-Mumbai Top Corps company, even then, the Lutyens media simply blacked it out. All they wanted to ensure is that you don't get to know about Snoopgate. And when now, a few minutes back, a little after 8:30 today, Sanjay Pandey, who was the Mumbai Police Commissioner till a few weeks back, was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. When news of the arrest came out, these Lutyens channels did not know what to do. They quickly put it on their breaking news grid and quickly pulled it out so that nobody would say they didn't report the story. But ladies and gentlemen, these people, they were trying to underplay the news. Viewers, in the pursuit of hard reporting, we at Republic have taken on and fight, and we will continue to take on corrupt politicians, corrupt policemen, corrupt bureaucrats, and corrupt corporate lobbies and corrupt corporates. Hear me, we will take you on. And let me say this tonight. Snoopgate is a mix of all of the above. And mark my words tonight, Snoopgate is the starting point of a gigantic expose that will be as big, if not bigger, than
Day 3 of the monsoon session and the showdown by the opposition continues in full swing. As you can see, these are visuals from the Gandhi statue where the opposition is seen protesting, raising slogans over several issues, which includes the GST rate hike and the rise in prices as well, with rising inflation. So it's day 2 of the opposition protest in Parliament. In fact, let's take a look at this report filed by my colleague Piyush Mishra on the protest being staged by the opposition.
It's day 2 of united opposition protest right in front of Parliament under Gandhi statue. Right behind me you can see the top leaders from united opposition who are present here, including Rahul Gandhi, Kani Moy, Mallikarjun Kharge, top leaders from DMK and many others who are protesting, and they are protesting against the GST as well as the rising prices, inflation, placard which reads gas cylinder, inflation, triple attack. This is what they are saying. They are saying that gas cylinder prices have been hiked to 50%. So they are attacking government on the rising prices of petrol, diesel, officials for not attending the Parliament function.
It is the day 3 of the Parliament session of the Monsoon session. The opposition parties look like that they are no mood in business in the House, and at the same time the BJP is urging the opposition parties to cooperate and have a fruitful session. Be right back after a very short break. Keep watching Republic TV.
Getting a cab these days is nearly impossible because half the time you don't get rides. Even if your cab gets booked, you're not sure when it is going to get cancelled or how much you're going to pay. Now, answering all this, Mind has come up with beautiful solutions whereby we don't have a surge rate here because they go by government prescribed rates. Not just that, Mind has a beautiful feature where you incentivize the driver, ensuring that he will come and pick you up on time. So, thanks Mind.
Relief for her as several FIRs were filed in several parts of the country. The bench heard her. The order has been modified. Court has, in their wisdom, granted protection from arrest to Nupur Sharma till the next date of the hearing. The next date of the hearing is the 10th of August. So very critical.
Ramakrishna, Ravi Narayan and Sanjay Pandey, they hatched a criminal conspiracy. They are the ones who are responsible for carrying out this kind of an interception, which only perhaps state agencies could have.
This was a conspiracy by the rest of the media to black out the news about Sanjay Pandey. Sanjay Pandey has been arrested and many more arrests are now going to follow.
DSP Surendra Singh went in this area to check the papers of this dumper and permissions for mining in this area. He tried to stop, and then these drivers of this dumper who are right now missing very clearly mercilessly mowed down this GSP of Haryana Police. And right now 4 teams of Haryana Police have been formed. Haryana Police is now working closely with the Haryana STF.
Relief for her as several FIRs were filed in several parts of the country. The bench heard her. The order has been modified. Court has, in their wisdom, granted protection from arrest to Nupur Sharma till the next date of the hearing. The next date of the hearing is the 10th of August. So very critical.
Sir, I just want to know, sir, that was Sucheta Dalal was the one who introduced your company to Krishnan? Krishnan, sir, please. Sir, was Sucheta Dalal the journalist, sir, who introduced you to Krishnan, sir? Please, sir, please tell, sir.
DSP Surendra Singh went in this area to check the papers of this dumper and permissions for mining in this area. He tried to stop, and then these drivers of this dumper who are right now missing very clearly mercilessly mowed down this GSP of Haryana Police. And right now 4 teams of Haryana Police have been formed. Haryana Police is now working closely with the Haryana STF.
Relief for her as several FIRs were filed in several parts of the country. The bench heard her.
Quick roundup of all that's making news. The National Investigation Agency carried out searches at Tiruchirappalli special camp where foreigners with criminal records are lodged. Reportedly, the NI team is looking for narcotics, illegally smuggled gold and other materials as well. The camp currently houses refugees primarily from Sri Lanka but also from Indonesia and other neighboring countries. As incessant rains continues to lash parts of India, in J&K, heavy rains triggered flash floods at the Kahara area in Doda district. Several houses and schools were seen damaged as a result of these floods, while no casualties have been reported so far. On July 19th, in a surprise joint checkpoint operation led by the Shopian police at Zainpura area, suspicious white-coloured mobile, which was in fact a person was on the way from Chitragam from Sugan, was intercepted, following which the driver of the suspicious vehicle tried to flee from the spot but was apprehended by the alert checkpoint parties. The driver has been identified as a Lashkar terrorist, and a huge cache of arms and ammunition have also been recovered. Customs at CCSI airport in Lucknow seized 10 air guns, telescopic sights and several arms accessories worth over 20 lakh rupees from the passenger coming from Dubai. On 19th of July, the passenger has been arrested and will be produced before Chief Judicial Magistrate for judicial custody. CBCID put up a notice outside the deceased girl's house in Periyavansalur village in Kudalur district, informing the family about the completion of the post-mortem and further asking them to collect the body for the final rites. Slipping into a very short break. On the other side, we'll get you the latest on the protests as monsoon session. It's day 3 of the monsoon session. The opposition up in arms. After Mewat top cop, Ranchi sub-inspector mowed down by cattle smuggler, big concern over safety lapse.
ನಾನೊಂದು ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ರಿಲೇಷನ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಸಂಪಾದನೆ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ಹಣ ಡೈಲಿ 25ರಿಂದ 30% ಹಣ ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಹೋಗ್ತಾಯಿತ್ತು. ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಗೆ ಏನು ಸಹ ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗ್ತಾ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದೇ ಒಂದು ಮೈನ್ ಕಂಪ್ನಿಗೆ ಜಾಯ್ನ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ 0 ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಇದೆ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ನಾನು ದುಡ್ದಂಥ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಹಣವನ್ನು ನನ್ನ ಮನೆಗೆ ಸಹ ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಏನಪ್ಪ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ಟು ಅಂತ ಅಂದರೆ 5 ಲಕ್ಷ ಡ್ರೈವರ್ಗೆ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಇನ್ಸೂರೆನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ತಿಂಗಳಿಗೆ 2999 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ರೀಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಇದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಒನ್ ಡೇಗೆ 149 ರುಪೀಸ್ ರೀಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಇದೆ. ನಾನು ಎಷ್ಟು ದುಡಿತೀನೋ ಅಷ್ಟು ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಹಣ ನನ್ನ ಮನೆಗೆ ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇದರಿಂದ ನನ್ನ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ಸಹ ನನ್ನ ಕುಟುಂಬ ಸಹ ತುಂಬ ಖುಷಿಯಾಗಿದೆ.
Sir, I just want to know, sir, that was Sucheta Dalal was the one who introduced your company to Krishna? Ramakrishna, sir, please. Sir, was Sucheta Dalal the journalist, sir, who introduced you to Ramakrishna, sir? Please, sir, please tell, sir.
DSP Surendra Singh went in this area to check the papers of this dumper and permissions for mining in this area. He tried to stop, and then these drivers of this dumper, who are right now missing, very clearly mercilessly mowed down this DSP of Haryana Police. And right now 4 teams of Haryana Police have been formed. Haryana Police is now working closely with the Haryana STF.
Relief for her as several FIRs were filed in several parts of the country. The bench heard her. The order has been modified. Court has, in their wisdom, granted protection from arrest to Nupur Sharma till the next date of the hearing. The next date of the hearing is the 10th of August. So very critical.
Chitra Ramakrishna, Ravi Narayan and Sanjay Pandey, they hatched a criminal conspiracy. They are the ones who are responsible for carrying out this kind of an interception, which only perhaps state agencies could have.
This was a conspiracy by the rest of the media to black out the news about Sanjay Pandey. Sanjay Pandey has been arrested, and many more arrests are now going to follow.
DSP Surendra Singh went in this area to check the papers of this dumper and permissions for mining in this area. He tried to stop, and then these drivers of this dumper, who are right now missing, very clearly
And more breaking news coming in. 2 days after terror module was busted by the Jammu police, the NI, we are told, is conducting raids across Jammu and Kashmir. In fact, raids are underway in connection with 15 pistols that have been recovered from 4 Lashkar terrorists. In fact, those are the visuals as well of the recoveries that have been made by the police there after a terror module that was busted. Just 2 days after that, we have the NI that is now conducting raids across Jammu and Kashmir. In fact, those are the exclusive visuals of the huge cache of arms and ammunition that have been recovered, which includes 15 pistols from 4 Lashkar terrorists.
DSP Surendra Singh went in this area to check the papers of this dumper and permissions for mining in this area. He tried to stop, and then these drivers of this dumper, who are right now missing, very clearly, mercilessly mowed down this DSP of Haryana Police. And right now 4 teams of Haryana Police have been formed. Haryana Police is now working closely with the Haryana STF.
Relief for her as several FIRs were filed in several parts of the country. The bench heard her. The order has been modified. Court has, in their wisdom, granted protection from arrest to Nupur Sharma till the next date of the hearing. The next date of the hearing is the 10th of August. So very critical.
Sir, I just want to know, sir, that was Sucheta Dalal was the one who introduced your company to Krishnan? Krishnan, sir, please. Sir, was Sucheta Dalal the journalist, sir, who introduced you to Krishnan, sir? Please, sir, please tell, sir.
DSP Surendra Singh went in this area to check the papers of this dumper and permissions for mining in this area. He tried to stop, and then these drivers of this dumper, who are right now missing, very clearly, mercilessly mowed down this DSP of Haryana Police. And right now 4 teams of Haryana Police have been formed. Haryana Police is now working closely with the Haryana STF.
Relief for her as several FIRs were filed in several parts of the country. The bench heard her. The order has been modified. Court has, in their wisdom, granted protection from arrest to Nupur Sharma till the next date of the hearing. The next date of the hearing is the 10th of August. So very critical.
Chitra Ramakrishna, Ravi Narayan and Sanjay Pandey, they hatched a criminal conspiracy. They are the ones who are responsible for carrying out this kind of an interception, which only perhaps state agencies could have.
This was a conspiracy by the rest of the media to black out the news about Sanjay Pandey. Sanjay Pandey has been
session. It is day 3 of the monsoon session of Parliament, and from misinformed Agnipath protest to GST implementations, the opposition is slated to rake up a plethora of issues. After Mewat top cop, Ranchi sub-inspector is killed by a cattle smuggler, big concern over safety lapses. The Uddhav Thackeray versus Eknath Shinde war is now in the top court. It's a battle for the Shiva Sena's leadership. Multi-location NIA raids across Jammu and Kashmir, raids in connection with a pistol recovery. Gotabaya Rajapakse flees first, then Sujit Premadasa withdraws. All eyes are on who the next president of Sri Lanka will be. And we are beginning with breaking news. Now, 2 days after the terror module was busted by the Jammu and Kashmir police, we are learning that the NIA is now conducting raids across Jammu and Kashmir. Raids are currently underway in connection with recoveries of 15 pistols. We are learning that these recoveries have been made from 4 Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists. Let's go across to Zeenat. She's reporting live on this from Srinagar. Zeenat, good morning. Give us more details of what we are learning. Now, we understand that these recoveries are being made just 2 days after another terror module was busted.
See, as far as the today's raids in the South Kashmir as well as Srinagar is concerned, by the raids are being done by the NIA along with the police and CRPF. This is the case pertaining where on 23rd of May this year, 15 pistols were recovered from one Scorpio white color from the Chanapura uptown of Srinagar, and
जिस पद को मैं ग्रहण करने वाली हूं, उसके कर्तव्यों का श्रद्धापूर्वक निर्वहन करूंगी।
श्रद्धापूर्वक निर्वहन करूंगी मालूम है ना सबको क्या? नमस्कार मां, अभिनंदन। Papers to be laid on the table. Srimati Nirmala Sitaraman, not there. COVID.
सभापति महोदय, मैं अपनी वरिष्ठ सहयोगी श्रीमती निर्मला सीतारमण की ओर से
पंकज चौधरी
जी
सॉरी खड़े हो गए आपने।
सभापति महोदय, मैं अपनी वरिष्ठ सहयोगी श्रीमती निर्मला सीतारमण की ओर से मैं अधिसूचना संख्या 17/2022, केंद्रीय उत्पादन शुल्क अधिसूचना संख्या 18/2022, केंद्रीय उत्पादन शुल्क अधिसूचना संख्या 19/2022, केंद्रीय उत्पादन शुल्क और अधिसूचना से 20/2022 केंद्रीय उत्पाद शुल्क पटल पर प्रस्तुत करता हूँ।
श्री नित्यानंद राय, पेपर्स to be laid. This is not the way. Karge ji, you know this. What is the tradition? Papers to be laid. श्री नित्यानंद राय।
महोदय, मैं आज की संशोधित कार्यावली में क्रमांक संख्या 1 पर मेरे नाम के सम्मुख उल्लेखित दस्तावेज सभा पटल पर रखता हूं।
प्रतिमा भौमिक।
सभापति महोदय, मैं आपकी अनुमति से आज की संशोधित कार्यसूची में क्रमांक संख्या 2 पर मेरे नाम के सम्मुख उल्लेखित दस्तावेज सदन की पटल पर रखती हूँ।
LVP is capable of saying what you want to say. I know. Please sit down. Give respect to LVP, if at all. And I am going to permit. This is not the way. Reports of the Public Accounts Committee. Shri Bhunesh Karita.
Honorable Chairman, sir, with your kind permission, I rise to lay the following reports, Hindi and English versions, of the Public Accounts Committee 2022-23. Number 1, 51st report on assessment of SSC in entertainment sector DT, and 52nd report on construction and utilization of limited height subway LHS. Thank you, sir.
Honorable members, you are aware, on the opening day of 250th session, 18th July, I had announced the reconstitution of panel of vice chairman with the following members: Shri Bhunesh Karita, Sindhu Bala Goswami, Dr. L. Hanumantaya, Sri Tiruchi Shiva, Sri V. Vijay Sai Reddy, Dr. Sasmit Patra. And I have also decided to nominate 2 more members, namely Sri Suken Sekhar Roy and Srimati Vandana Chavan to this panel. These 8 members will be in the panel for the current session because the chairman has to nominate this. I am the chairman for.
वर्ष में 3-4 बार बैठते हैं और बहुत लोग, बहुत एमपी, मेजॉरिटी एमपी ये चर्चा चाहते हैं, स्पेशली क्वेश्चन आवर चलाना चाहते हैं। उस तरफ भी कुछ लोग क्वेश्चन आवर चलाना चाहते हैं। इन लोगों को चर्चा करने का इरादा है या नहीं है, ये स्पष्ट करे कांग्रेस पार्टी और उनके इको सिस्टम का जो फ्रंट है वो स्पष्ट करे, ये मैं आग्रह करता हूं सर। श्री उदय प्रताप सिंह। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, मैं आपके माध्यम से माननीय मंत्री जी से जानना चाहता हूँ कि मध्य प्रदेश सहित देश में एफसीआई के भंडारण के लिए उन्होंने खुद के गोदाम बनाए हुए हैं, लेकिन हम देखने में आता है पूरे देश में जो एफसीआई जिन गोदामों में अनुबंध के माध्यम से भंडारण करती है और जो एफसीआई के स्वयं के गोदाम है, तो जो हानि होती है, क्षति होती है एफसीआई की, वो स्वयं के जो भंडारण जहां उनके कर्मचारी अपने देखने के भंडारण करते हैं वहां ज़्यादा क्षति होती है, और जो अनुबंध के आधार पर जहां पर भंडारण किया जाता है वहाँ क्षति कम होती है। तो आपके माध्यम से माननीय मंत्री जी से जानना चाहता हूँ
क्या आगे आने वाले समय में जिस योजना में एफसीआई को कम से कम हानि हो, क्या उस दिशा में मंत्रालय आगे बढ़ेगा?
माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, मध्य प्रदेश से जुड़ा और पूरे देश से माननीय सदस्य ने पूछा है। कुल भंडारण क्षमता स्वयं की और किराए की 413 लाख मैट्रिक टन भंडारण क्षमता है। राज्य एजेंसियों के पास 362,77,000 मैट्रिक टन। महोदय, आपके माध्यम से मैं सदस्य को बताना चाहती हूँ,
प्री पैक्ड अनाज, गेहूं, चावल, दही, लस्सी, छाछ, पनीर, शहद, गुड़ा।
Honorable members, let me hear my decision. I am allowing discussion. You don't want it? I have. Please, you cannot dictate to me. The Business Advisory Committee, in the Business Advisory Committee, it was suggested we must have discussion. I have agreed for discussion on price rise. And you people don't want adjourning the House to 2 p.m.
आपको बताया था उड़ीसा के लिए हमारी सरकार पूरे देश के लिए सतत प्रक्रिया है और उड़ीसा में अपने गोदाम केवल 565 है और किराए पर 1552 गोदामों की कमी नहीं है। माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, गोडाउन की व्यवस्था हमारी सरकार लगातार कर रही है। मैं माननीय सदस्य के सामने एक विषय जरूर रखना चाहती हूँ। ये जो साथ में खड़े हैं, मैं उनको भी एक संकेत देना चाहती हूँ। अभी माननीय सदस्य ने कहा कि गेहूं चावल बर्बाद हो रहा है। यदि मैं 2014 के पहले जाऊं तो कितना बर्बाद होता था, ये आंकड़े में प्रस्तुत कर सकती हूँ। आज कहीं भी वेस्ट नहीं हो रहा है। हाँ, कहीं बरसात के कारण या बाढ़ आने के कारण कहीं भी वेस्ट नहीं हो रहा।
श्री जगदम्बा पाल जी। अध्यक्ष जी, मैं बहुत आभारी हूँ। ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण सवाल है पूरे देश के उत्पादन का। और माननीय मंत्री जी ने कहा कि प्रधानमंत्री गरीब कल्याण में हमने देश के 80 करोड़ों को कोविड के दौरान पिछले 2 वर्षों से दिया है। मैं जानना चाहता हूं कि खाद्यान्न का उत्पादन लगातार बढ़ रहा है, लेकिन रखने की कठिनाई में एफसीआई कर रही है और इन दौरान
द प्राइसेस हाइक। सो हम डिमांड कर रहे हैं मोदी जी, अभी जो कुछ भी वो प्राइसेस राइज हुआ था उसको कम करना और पूरा जनता को आप जवाब देना बोल के हम हाउस में डिमांड कर रहे हैं। जिंदाबाद जिंदाबाद, टीआरएस जिंदाबाद।
এই সরকার ভারতবর্ষের মানুষের প্রতি তাদের কোনো দায়বদ্ধতা স্বীকার করতে চাইছে না। লাগাতার সাধারণ মানুষের প্রয়োজনীয় যে সমস্ত সামগ্রী, যেগুলো না হলে সাধারণ মানুষকে অভুক্ত থাকতে হবে, প্রতিদিন যা তার
सूची उपलब्ध करा दूंगी।
सदस्यगण, पीयूष गोयल जी, माननीय सदस्यों ने बहुत ही अच्छा प्रश्न पूछा। वास्तव में प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के आने के बाद देश भर में व्यापक व्यवस्थाएं की जा रही हैं, जिससे अनाज को बड़े एफिशिएंटली हैंडल किया जा सके, अनाज को बहुत अच्छी तरीके से वितरित किया जा सके। और इसके लिए पूरे सदन को जान के खुशी होगी कि मंत्रालय, एफसीआई, सीडब्ल्यूसी, अन्य जो सरकारी विभाग है और कई राज्य सरकारों की मदद से हम आज देश में 249 साइलोज, जिसकी कुल कैपेसिटी 111 लाख मैट्रिक टन होगी, इसका काम शुरू करना, उसका काम प्रारंभ कर दिया है। हर एक प्रदेश में जहाँ जहाँ आवश्यकता दिखी वहाँ पे ये साइलोज आ रहे हैं। ये हब एंड स्पोक मॉडल में आ रहे हैं, जिससे एक जगह पर बड़े पैमाने पे चावल को लाया जाएगा और फिर छोटे छोटे इलाकों में, क्षेत्रों में पोस्ट के माध्यम से ये चावल लोकल उपलब्ध होगा। उत्तर प्रदेश की बात की गई, मैं बताना चाहूंगा कि उत्तर प्रदेश में हरदोई, बुलंदशहर, शाहजहांपुर, सीतापुर, लखीमपुर, गोंडा, बहराइच, कुशीनगर, महाराजगंज, गाजीपुर, मिर्जापुर, जौनपुर, रामपुर, जलाओं, इलाहाबाद, प्रतापगढ़, आजमगढ़, बलिया, अंबेडकर नगर, सुल्तानपुर, भदोई, मेरठ, अमेठी, औरैया, बागपत, बलरामपुर, बिजनौर, गाजियाबाद, कानपुर देहात, मऊ, फरुखाबाद, रायबरेली, सहारनपुर, श्रावस्ती, बुलंदशहर, झांसी, सिद्धार्थनगर, कानपुर, संभल, चंदौली, बदायूं, बांदा और उन्नाव, इतने सारे क्षेत्रों में ये चावल के साइलोज आ रहे हैं। ये जो उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता ने ऐतिहासिक प्यार योगी जी की सरकार और मोदी जी की सरकार को दिया है, मैं समझता हूँ सरकार भी दिन रात सेवा में लगी है, जनता की सेवा में लगी है। एक साथ पूरे उत्तर प्रदेश में इतना बड़ा जाल चावल के साइलोज का, मैं समझता हूँ भारत के इतिहास में कभी नहीं हुआ होगा। मैं उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता का धन्यवाद करता हूँ और उम्मीद करता हूँ कि उनकी जो आशाएं, अपेक्षाओं को पूरा करने का काम मोदी जी ने शुरू किया है, जिसका काम योगी जी दिन रात आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं, इसका एक प्रमाण जनता के सामने रखा गया है। धन्यवाद।
माननीय सदस्यगण, मैं आपसे आग्रह करता हूं कि ये सदन चर्चा और संवाद के लिए आप सब चुनकर आए हैं। आप अपनी बात सदन में रखें, मुद्दों को सदन में उठाएं। जो विषय आप नारेबाजी कर रहे हैं, अच्छा हो, मैं आप सबको शून्यकाल के अंदर परमिशन दे रहा हूं। आप अपनी सीट पर जाकर बैठें, शून्यकाल के बाद आपको बोलने का मौका दूंगा। आप अपनी बात चर्चा से देश की जनता के सामने पहुंचाएं। अगर कुछ मुद्दे उठाना चाहते हैं तो ये सदन मुद्दों पर चर्चा करने के लिए तैयार है। देश में संसद लोगों की अभिव्यक्ति के लिए, लोगों की भावनाओं को उठा करने के लिए, प्रश्नकाल जैसे महत्वपूर्ण समय में आप नारेबाजी करते हैं, तथ्य लाते हैं, ये सदन के लिए उचित नहीं है, देश के लोकतंत्र के लिए उचित नहीं है। देश की जनता चाहती है सदन चले, यहाँ चर्चा हो, संवाद हो, सहमति असहमति इस लोकतंत्र की विशेषता है। लेकिन अगर आप मुद्दा उठाना चाहते हैं तो आप सीट पर जाकर बैठिए। ये नारेबाजी करने के लिए आपको सदन में नहीं भेजा है, ये तख्तियां लाने के लिए सदन में नहीं भेजा है। बहुत महत्वपूर्ण समय संसद का और आप हमेशा नारेबाजी करते हैं, ये उचित नहीं है। सभा की कार्रवाई आज दोपहर 2 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
The Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha both adjourned till 2 o'clock this afternoon. Of course, we've been seeing sloganeering both inside and outside of Parliament. Outside, of course, the Congress party is continuing to protest issues like price rise. Now, there was a discussion that was slated for price rise in both houses of Parliament. Now, right now, of course, both houses of Parliament have been adjourned till about 2 o'clock. Now, this is the third day of disruptions that we are seeing in the monsoon session of Parliament. Yesterday also, of course, was marked by sloganeering and disruptions. In fact, the houses were adjourned till today, and now both houses stand adjourned till 2 o'clock this afternoon. The opposition, of course, is continuing to create an uproar on various issues ranging from price rise to the Agnipath scheme. Madhurima is reporting on this. She joins us live right now from outside Parliament. Madhurima, we have been seeing disruptions since yesterday. In fact, yesterday also the opposition was at the Gandhi statue, and disruptions were continuing both inside and outside Parliament. Now, today, of course, was important because the issue of price rise was, meant to be discussed in the Rajya Sabha.
Well, yes, absolutely, Nupur. Despite multiple attempts that are being made by the central ministers, along with that one at the all-party meeting, it seems... Beg your pardon, it seems like nothing seems to be working for the opposition, where today earlier speaking to the media, Union Minister Smriti Irani said that Parliament is a place where the socio-economic development of the country is decided, and all the opposition parties being helmed by Mr. Rahul Gandhi is trying to disrupt. She said that it should not be done. However, just a couple of hours after that, we've seen how both the houses of the Parliament have been adjourned till 2 o'clock. It's like what happened yesterday. The same sort of business happened today as well, that as soon as the Parliament began, the business in both the houses began, the opposition parties starting disrupting the business of the Parliament. And yes, like you were pointing out, that the price rise was one of the main issues that needed to be discussed today. Prahlad Joshi, the Parliamentary Affairs Minister, also said that does the opposition leaders do they want a discussion or not? Do they want a debate or not? Because interrupting the parliamentary business is not going to help anybody. Though we saw Mr. Piyush Goyal, the Union Minister, was giving his speech amidst a massive ruckus, and following which we have seen that the Lok Sabha has also been adjourned for 2 o'clock. Now, we'll have to wait and watch that will these disruptions subside or not, Nupur, because once again, like what happened last time, where the business that happened in Rajya Sabha was just mere 47%, and the central ministers along with the other senior leaders had requested the opposition leaders to come on board and have fruitful discussions, because there are 24 new bills amongst the 29 all together that need a discussion on the floor of the House, still pending because it's day 3 and we do not see any business happening. We'll have to wait and watch as to what happens after 2 o'clock. Yesterday also there was a press conference held here at Vijay Chowk, from where I'm reporting, where Mr. Shakti Govil said that the government is not having any discussions and they would like to, retorting to which the Parliamentary Affairs Minister came forward and said that what kind of discussion does the opposition want, but instead of a fruitful and an amicable way of dialogue exchange, we see constant disruptions, protests inside the Parliament premises and House as well.
Yes.
The ruckus has been created. We'll have to wait and watch whether
absolutely, sir. As Madhurima is pointing out, both houses adjourned till about 2 this afternoon. For the moment, thank you, Madhurima. All right, we are now cutting across to the latest that's taking place in the Supreme Court now. The Supreme Court has begun the hearing of the two factions of Shiva Sena, that is Eknath Shinde versus Uddhav Thackeray. The bench, of course, is headed by CJI N.V. Ramana, which is hearing the plea now. This, of course, comes at the back of the two factions and the rift within the Shiva Sena. That, of course, was followed by the resignation of Uddhav Thackeray and the rebel leader Eknath Shinde taking over as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. CJI Ramana will be hearing this matter. In fact, the hearing has begun already. Let's go across to Alisha for the latest on this. Alisha, we are now learning that the hearing in this matter has begun, and it's a very crucial hearing because it will decide not just the fate of the Shiva Sena, but also perhaps of the government here.
Well, yes, Nupur, we know that the fight for real Shiv Sena has already begun in a Supreme Court, and where CJ has been hearing the matter. From the beginning, we know that Kapil Sibal has been arguing and clearly mentioning 10th Constitutional Act, and he's clearly stating the government that has been formed in the state of Maharashtra is something unconstitutional. Let me read out some of the point that has been mentioned by Kapil Sibal before the Supreme Court, clearly stating he was reading the provision of a 10th schedule. He clearly stated, Kapil Sibal is saying that Shinde camp violated 10th schedule. governor should not have sworn and not administered the oath of a chief minister. Kapil Sibal here questions the role of a governor and speaker of Maharashtra. Very further stated that further act on bias and malafide. On their disqualification, they issued notice. The record of assembly should be called for. All actions to be paid under which schedule of 10th camp is protected. Further, Sibal is stated that this is a mockery of a whole democratic polity of India. This is all unconstitutional. So, this is the pointers that has been made by Kapil Sibal before the Supreme Court, clearly stating the governor and the speaker that shouldn't have been swearing in, because this is something, a case is sub judice. We know the case that was filed before Supreme Court where it's from the Uddhav faction, were clearly asking for the disqualification of the 16 rebel MLAs. We know that the protection that was granted by Supreme Court in the last hearing, asking both the party to file the reply. And after filing a reply, where we can see that now the Supreme Court has started hearing, where the Chief Justice of India is hearing the matter.
All right.
And now,
all right.
after Kapil
hold your thoughts for a moment, Alisha. I'm going to come back to you, but I think we've also got Shavan joining us right now on the broadcast. Shavan, this is an extremely important hearing that's taking place in the Supreme Court. As we've been pointing out, you know, this will not just decide the Shiva Sena's future, but also perhaps the Maharashtra government's, because, swearing in of ministers, of course, has been put on hold.
Well, this comes at a time when the Maharashtra cabinet expansion is likely to take place, but the real question still remains, who is the real Shiva Sena? Because as they say, the Paksha Pramukh still happens to be Uddhav Thackeray, and that is something that has not really been contested all this while also, because if you really look at the feelers that have come in from the from Eknath Shinde camp, they're essentially saying that the party is with them, simply because if you go by the numbers, first talking about the legislators who are with them, and now, of course, what we have seen yesterday is that the parliamentarians of the 19, 12 have basically extended the support to Eknath Shinde. In fact, the Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla has recognized Rahul Shivalia as the party's floor leader in the lower house, and Bhavna Gauli as the chief whip in the house. Now, this in itself is an indication of the fact that in terms of the numbers are swelling, and that is exactly why Eknath Shinde is essentially hinting at that the real Shiva Sena still lies with them. Whether today the constitution of the party is going to prevail, and whether there is any indication that it is not just the numbers, right, but also the party president has some say, that is something that one will have to wait and watch. But today, in the court, what becomes very important is the disqualification. The disqualification of the legislators, where you have seen both sides moving their applications on this entire matter. In the last hearing, the court had essentially passed an order indicating that it's a status quo that should be maintained till the time the hearing does not complete.
All right, Shavan Sen is joining us on that. Thank you for joining us, Shavan, with those details. So even as we speak, the Supreme Court is currently hearing the Shiva Sena case. Now, this, of course, will decide the fate of the Shiva Sena. Also, what the Supreme Court decides today is on the disqualification of those MLAs. Shavan as well as Alisha, thank you, both of you. Well, it's extremely important what happens in the court today. Do remember that the Supreme Court had earlier wanted to club all the petitions that have been filed by the Shiva Sena's various factions, and now we are learning that the CJI bench is hearing the matter. Eknath Shinde, of course, does seem to have the numbers in his favor. He has a large support of all the MLAs as well as the MPs, so it will be interesting to watch out for how this hearing goes forward in the Supreme Court. You are watching Republic TV, and still to come, multi-location NIA raids are carried out across Jammu and Kashmir. The raids are in connection of 15 pistols being recovered. And in Sri Lanka, all eyes are on who the next president will be.
Getting a cab these days is nearly impossible because half the time you don't get rides. Even if your cab gets booked, you're not sure when it is going to get cancelled or how much you're going to pay. Now, answering all this, Mind has come up with beautiful solutions whereby we don't have a surge rate here because they go by government prescribed rates. Not just that, Mind has a beautiful feature where you incentivize the driver, ensuring that he will come and pick you up on time. So, thanks Mind.
Relief for her as several FIRs were filed in several parts of the country. The bench heard her. The order has been modified. Court has, in their wisdom, granted protection from arrest to Nupur Sharma till the next date of the hearing. The next date of the hearing is the 10th of August. So very critical.
Chitra Ramakrishna, Ravi Narayan and Sanjay Pandey, they hatched a criminal conspiracy. They are the ones who are responsible for carrying out this kind of an interception, which only perhaps state agencies could have.
This was a conspiracy by the rest of the media to black out the news about Sanjay Pandey. Sanjay Pandey has been arrested and many more arrests are now going to follow.
DSP Surendra Singh went in this area to check the papers of this dumper and permissions for mining in this area. He tried to stop, and then these drivers of this dumper who are right now missing very clearly mercilessly mowed down this DSP of Haryana Police. And right now 4 teams of Haryana Police have been formed. Haryana Police is now working closely with the Haryana STF.
Relief for her as several FIRs were filed in several parts of the country. The bench heard her. The order has been modified. Court has, in their wisdom, granted protection from arrest to Nupur Sharma till the next date of the hearing. The next date of the hearing is the 10th of August. So very critical.
Sir, I just want to know, sir, that was Sucheta Dalal was the one who introduced your company to Krishna? Chitra Ramakrishnan, sir, please. Sir, was Sucheta Dalal the journalist, sir, who introduced you to Chitra Ramakrishnan, sir? Please, sir, please tell, sir.
The top stories at 11:30. It's day 3 of the monsoon session, and from misinformed Agnipath protest to GST implementation, opposition stated to rake up a plethora of issues. After Mewat top cop, Ranchi sub-inspector mowed down by cattle smuggler, big concern over safety lapse. Uddhav versus Shinde war in top court. Now it's a battle for the Sena leadership. Multi-location NI raids across Jammu and Kashmir. Raids in connection with pistol recovery. Gotabaya flees first, then Premadasa withdraws. All eyes on the next president of Sri Lanka. News breaking here on Republic. Politics over Parliament proceedings. Congress leader Jairam Ramesh has now tweeted. This morning in the Rajya Sabha, the opposition led by the Congress demanded an urgent debate on price rise and senseless GST rates on food items. This was denied. The House was adjourned till 2 p.m. Modi Sarkar's obstinacy continues. Business in Parliament is suffering. Now the Congress making a comment on parliamentary proceedings. Jairam Ramesh tweeting about what he says is because what he calls the Modi Sarkar's obstinacy, saying that the Congress wanted to talk about issues related to price rise and GST increase. But Modi Sarkar's obstinacy, he said, has led to Parliament business suffering. Earlier in the day, we had seen how the Congress were protesting first outside around the Gandhi statue and later inside Parliament House.
It's day 2 of United Opposition protest right in front of Parliament under Gandhi statue. Right behind me, you can see the top leaders from United Opposition who are present here, including Rahul Gandhi, Kani Moy, Mallikarjun Kharge, top leaders from DMK and many others who are protesting. And they are protesting against the GST as well as the rising prices, inflation. Which reads gas cylinder, inflation, triple attack. This is what they are saying. They are saying that gas cylinder prices have been hiked to 50%. So they are attacking government on the rising prices of petrol, diesel, cylinder, and everything. We'll have to wait and watch for how long the protest will continue. Remember that today, Smith Ghani also did a press conference and slammed Rahul Gandhi and opposition for not getting the parliamentary function. This is Piyush Mishra in Delhi for Public TV.
And breaking news coming in now. Supreme Court hearing on Shinde versus Uddhav has begun. A bench headed by Chief Justice of India N.V. Ramana is hearing the plea. Alisha to take us more on this story, to take us through. Alisha, it's over to you. Tell us what's happening as far as the two camps are concerned. It's a huge battle that is underway even as we speak here in the Supreme Court in Delhi.
Well, yes, Rukma, it's very important to note because it's something of a fight for a real Sena that is now ongoing in Supreme Court. Where the arguments from Kapil Sibal has already concluded is what we have got to know. But now senior advocate Harish Salve for Shinde camp has been arguing. And if I read out some of the important points that has been mentioned before the court by Harish Salve, stating that it happens in all democracies. Defection is when you join someone else. What happened in Maharashtra is not defection. Supreme Court has never interfered in working of the party. So these are the points that has been made by Harish Salve, clearly stating what has happened in Maharashtra is not defection, because the meaning of defection is something is one MLA or one of a leader who has been joining the other party. But that has not happened. And even Supreme Court has never interfered in the working of the party. Let me even read out some of the important points that was made in the argument by Kapil Sibal before the court, where he clearly questioned the speaker, the role of speaker and governor, mentioning that governor should not have sworn and not administered the oath of chief minister. Kapil Sibal even further stated that facts of bias and malafide on their disqualification, they issued notice. The record of assembly should be called for. Till then, all action to be stayed, under which a schedule of a 10th schedule Shinde camp is protected. He also clearly stated that this what has happened in the state of Maharashtra, the new government that has been formed, this is a mockery of a whole democratic polity of India. This is all unconstitutional. So we know that Supreme Court, where Chief Justice of India has been hearing the arguments, and Kapil Sibal at a certain point is saying that Shinde camp has been protected under 10th schedule. But what have been done by Shinde camp and forming a government in the state of Maharashtra is something unconstitutional. And they have not respected the 10th schedule. But what have been mentioned by Harish Salve as well, because Harish Salve, who has been arguing from Shinde camp, clearly mentioning that this is not a matter of a defection. What has happened in Maharashtra is not defection, because defection is something if someone else joined the other party. So Supreme Court has also never interfered. There are more things that has been coming and see where CJ has also made some of the comment. There he's asking for that. He's saying that I have some doubts, but also he has thanked media sometimes is what been mentioned. And now even Harish Salve is reading 10th schedule. So the paragraph from the 10th schedule that has been reading by Haris Salve. So as we heard, there are many of the arguments which is ongoing in Supreme Court before Chief Justice of India. At a certain point where Kapil Sibal is saying that what has happened in the state of Maharashtra, the government that has been formed by Eknath Shinde and Bharatiya Janata Party is something unconstitutional, because Supreme Court in the last hearing has given a protection clearly stating that there will be no action that will be initiated against Eknath Shinde or the 16 rebel MLAs against which the petition has been filed, and even also seek and ask both the parties to file the reply. And after filing the reply, we can see that the hearing is underway. Rukma, what is important to know, because this is something a fight for a real Shiva Sena. Yesterday we saw that the letter that was given by all MP, it's not only the legislator but now the member of parliament has also joined hand with Eknath Shinde in a press conference where Rahul Shewale has clearly stated what has done by the previous government, and specifically by the Uddhav Thackeray, who was the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. There were several times and meeting that was held asking him to join and come back with Bharatiya Janata Party, because it's not fair on their part to be in government with Congress and NCP, which is why but their talks, their request has not been taken, and it is something been taken by granted is what been claimed by Rahul Shewale. But what is important to know at this point of time, because Om Birla, who is a Lok Sabha speaker, has already accepted the letter that was given to him to appoint Rahul Shewale as the leader, as a group leader, and Bhavna Gavli as a chief whip. But yes, it's a very important hearing that has been ongoing in Supreme Court when Haris Salve is been reading the paragraph from the 10th schedule. Yes.
Right, Alicia, many thanks for joining us there and for those inputs. So it's the mega war for leadership of the Shiva Sena currently underway in the Supreme Court. All the details here on Republic. Meanwhile, moving on to news from neighbouring Sri Lanka, where the island nation's parliament will be voting today for a president to replace Gotabaya Rajapaksa, who fled abroad, leaving citizens in a dire economic crisis. The parliament will choose between 3 candidates for the presidential elections, hoping the new leader will be able to pull the island out of its worst economic and political crisis since its independence in 1948.
Protests, violence, and a takeover. The spiraling economic crisis in Sri Lanka triggered a massive political crisis. While Gotabaya Rajapaksa fled the island nation, leaving the citizens in a dire situation, the leader of opposition and the most likely contender to the president's office, Sajith Premadasa too, bowed out, extending support to the last, further pushing the existing political crisis to an even deeper, uncertain political turmoil. But with top Lankan leaders Ranil, Dulas and Anura in the fray, the countdown to the big presidential race has now begun ticking. Bureau Report for Republic TV.
And more breaking news coming in now, this time from West Bengal. Multiple deaths have been reported in Howrah, occurring as a result of having consumed illegal hooch. And the incident took place in Panchghara. At least 6 are reported dead. According to official figures, locals allege there are around 30 deaths. It's a hooch tragedy in Howrah in West Bengal. Those are the visuals there. And around 6 people, that's the official figure, are reported dead. But unofficially, locals say that 30 people died in this tragedy. The incident happened after they consumed illegal hooch sold out beside railway lines. And there are 20 who are still critical in hospital. So many were hospitalized after
6 deaths, that's the official figure, took place as a result of having consumed illegal or spurious liquor in Howrah in West Bengal. 20 are critical in hospital still. The BJP is alleging that 28 people are dead.
कैसे लोग जी मेहरारू कैसे जी मर्द जब मर जाए पति मर जाए तो लेडीज कैसे जी कहाँ कमाए जाए कैसे 4 गो बच्चा लेकर कैसे जी ना जी मर जाए
आराम से मौत बिक्री করছে করে যে যার মদ কে যে যার মরে যাচ্ছে যারা হাই হাই করবে তারা হাই হাই করছে হ্যাঁ কেন এর ব্যবস্থা কিছু নেই হ্যাঁ কেন এর ব্যবস্থা নেই জুয়ান জুয়ান ছেলেগুলো মরে যাচ্ছে হ্যাঁ জুয়ান জুয়ান ছেলেগুলো মরে যাচ্ছে যেগুলো বলছে হ্যাঁ
क्या करेगा कुछ नहीं करेगा इतना पावर है लेडीज पे कुछ नहीं करेगा जब
And Kishle joining us now, our correspondent there in Kolkata. Kishle, tell us more about the tragedy. What is the situation now? We believe that locals are up in arms, particularly women. The BJP is alleging that 28 people are dead. The official figure is 6. What is the truth?
Exactly. This is another tragedy of Hoosh, which is coming from West Bengal, Howrah, and here we can see how the locals are alleging that they have complained to the administrative wing several times about these people who were selling illegal Hoosh along these railway lines in Howrah, but nothing was done. And today this news is coming where at least 6 people, according to official figures, are dead, but the locals are alleging that the death toll is around 30, and in the last 3 days about 30 people have died consuming these illegal Hoosh which were being sold around these railway lines in Howrah. As we know, Howrah is an area which is quite known for illegal activities around the railway station and along the railway lines, and this Hoosh tragedy is not new in West Bengal. This is about the 4th time in last 2-3 years where Hoosh tragedy has occurred. And now in Howrah, 6, this figure which you just asked, whether it is 6, whether it is 28, whether it is 30, is still not confirmed by the authorities. They are saying it is 6, but we have seen in the last 3 days there were several unofficial reports of death coming from that particular area, but now we have this official figure about 6 dead. They were taken for post-mortem and police is investigating this matter. Those shops are being closed and the people who are engaged in this business, but the locals are alleging that they have complained, especially the ladies are alleging that they have complained several times to the police, but the police never come to their rescue. What the police do instead is harass them. That is what the locals are saying. BJP is alleging 28 people are dead, but right now official figure is 6 according to the state government.
Kishle, we are seeing visuals of police being deployed there. Also, as you told us, women mostly up in arms. What are their demands in particular? Also, the condition. Any update on the 20 who are critical in hospital?
Exactly. We have our correspondent Shoykot Pal in that area, and what we are getting to know is that 20 people are very critical and they are right now in the hospital fighting for their lives because this poisoning which has happened after consuming this Hoosh, illegal Hoosh which they have consumed, the poisoning is very critical. Their condition is not very stable. We are getting reports from our correspondent in that area is that these people are fighting for their lives because their digestive system, the system is quite damaged because of consuming this Hoosh, and these people anyways are not very rich. They're poor people living alongside the railway lines. They do not get much nutritious food. What we are getting to know, what they do is they consume this Hoosh daily, and now this poisoning has happened and they're trying to fight. The doctors are trying to fight for them, but it's not, the situation is not very stable.
Right. Kishle, we'll have to leave it at that for now. The figures, as Kishle was just reporting, are 6. That's official. However, locals allege that 30 people are dead. And now moving on, let's take a break. But coming up after that, after Mewat top cop, a Ranchi sub-inspector now mowed down by a cattle smuggler. Big concern over safety lapse. All the details in a short while. Also coming up, multi-location NIA raids across Jammu and Kashmir. Raids are in connection with the recovery of a pistol.
ಮೈ ಆ್ಯಪ್ ಒಂದು ಆ್ಯಪ್ ಲಾಂಚ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಇದು ಒಂದು ಆಟೋ ಡ್ರೈವರ್ಸ್ಗೆಲ್ಲ ತುಂಬ ಹೊಸ ಅನುಭವ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ತೊಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ದಿರ ಇದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಟೋ ಡ್ರೈವರ್ಸು ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ಕೋಬೋದು. ದಿನಕ್ಕೆ 29 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಹಾಗೂ ತಿಂಗಳಿಗೆ 499 ರೂಪಾಯಿ. ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಕಮಿಷನ್ 30% ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಇಲ್ದಿರ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬ ಅಗ್ರಿಗೇಟ್ಸ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಕೊಡ್ದಿರ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಪಾದನೆ ಹಣನ ನಾವು ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗ್ಬೋದು. ನಾವು ಕಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಟ ಹಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರನೇ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ನನ್ನ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ದುಡಿಮೆ ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಇದೆ. ನಾನು ಖುಷಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ.
News in brief now. Trouble is mounting for Sanjay Raut as the ED has summoned the Shiva Sena MP for yet another round of questioning in connection with an alleged money laundering case. Now this comes after Raut was questioned in the Patra Chol redevelopment case for over 10 hours on the 10th of July. As back-to-back setbacks continue to jolt Uddhav Sena, the BJP leader Kirit Somaiya has taken a jibe at the Shiva Sena MP Sanjay Raut, saying that Uddhav first, it's Sanjay Raut's turn now. The Supreme Court will today hear 2 pleas filed by Eknath Shindey's camp challenging the disqualification notices that have been issued against 16 rebel lawmakers who had switched sides. Now the court will also hear pleas filed by the Uddhav camp challenging the appointment of Eknath Shindey as the Chief Minister of the state. The Uddhav camp has also sought declaring of a special session of the assembly wherein the floor test was conducted and the new government was allowed to be formed as unconstitutional. Multi-location NIA raids are on in Bihar after an alleged PFI connection emerged in the Motihari case. Now, police have informed that 3 people have been detained from Maria Miswa Madrasa and are being interrogated to uncover the larger conspiracy. The Supreme Court is all set to hear a plea of the Aam Aadmi Party challenging the postponement of Municipal Corporation of Delhi polls on the grounds of delimitation of wards in the national capital. Following the multiple landslides and shooting stones, the Jammu and Srinagar highway in Ramban has been blocked, prompting suspension of all services. The national highway is now being cleared in a bid to facilitate resumption of movement.
And breaking news now coming in from Tamil Nadu. Republic has learned that the Income Tax Department is carrying out raids in more than 10 places in Madurai at the respective locations of Gladway Housing Private Limited and Annai Bharat Housing Private Limited in Avaniyapuram. And we have our reporter with us, joining us, Pragadish, to tell us about the income tax raids, how far they've progressed. They are being carried out in 10 places in Madurai. Pragadish, it's over to you. Give us a sense of the significance of these raids. Also, more details about them. When did they begin and what exactly are the IT sleuths looking for?
The IT team is currently conducting raids in 10 different locations in Madurai. The respective locations of the places are near or properties related to the Gladway Housing Private Limited company, and it's also located near a place called Annai Bharati Housing, and all of this is taking place in a central location in Madurai called Avaniyapuram. There's scores of units deployed in the area, and there's a lot of chaos happening, and the police are deployed. Over to you.
Right, Pragadish, what is the case here that we're talking about? Basically, is Gladway, are the IT sleuths suspicious that, or is there evidence? Are they investigating a tax evasion? What are there any more details available right now, or do we have to wait some more?
We have to wait for the developments. The local authorities are refusing to give any information on the case at the moment. But there isn't a lot of media coverage on this, local media coverage on this news as well. So we still have to wait for the authorities to step out and give us any information, if at all. But we'll just have to wait for further developments on the case.
Well, Pragati, you keep your eyes on that story. Definitely, we'd like to know more details. So, IT raids at more than 10 locations in Madurai in Tamil Nadu. The name Gladway Housing coming in that respect. Moving on now to other news stories from Uttarakhand, known as Devbhoomi, the land of temples. And to give an in-depth glimpse into the temple tales of Uttarakhand, a special book has been released, written by retired officer Aradhana Johri and released by Chief Minister of Uttarakhand, Pushkar Singh Dhami. Here's a report.
Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami at the release of the book Beyond the Misty Veil, Temple Tales of Uttarakhand, written by Aradhana Johri, a senior retired IAS officer on the temples of the hill state.
आराधना जी को सुंदर कृति के लिए बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ कि उन्होंने बहुत शानदार तरीके से ये लीग से हटकर काम करने के लिए पहले से ही पहचानी जाती हैं। 36 वर्ष के सेवा काल के दौरान आपने विभिन्न स्थानों पर अपनी सेवाएं दी हैं और अपनी अमिट छाप छोड़ी है।
The book the Chief Minister is sure will be an authentic introduction to the divine temples of Uttarakhand in the country and abroad. The book is based on the mythological temples of Devbhoomi, Uttarakhand and aims to inform readers about the state's culture and mythology.
Beyond the misty veil का मतलब है, मिस्टी का मतलब धुंधला, वेल का मतलब नकाब। तो जो इन मंदिरों में सदियों की परत लगी हुई है, जो ये कहानियाँ कह रही हैं, जो इतिहास है इनका, उसको उस सदियों की परत को हटा के उन कहानियों को सबके सामने लाना।
Aradhana Johri, the former bureaucrat who has spent a large part of her service in the hill state, hopes the book would give a boost to religious tourism in Uttarakhand. She hopes through this book the people will come to know about the countless temples and the folk tales associated with them.
मैं पूरी तरह सहमत हूँ और मेरी यही उम्मीद है कि प्रदेश के काम आई ये किताब, यहाँ की टूरिज़्म के लिए, यहाँ की इकोनॉमी के लिए, यहाँ हमारा कल्चर प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए, हेरिटेज प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए। यदि ये काम होता है तो मैं सोचूंगी कि मेरा काम बिल्कुल सफल हुआ।
The author began her education in Devbhoomi and during a posting got a chance to learn about the culture of Devbhoomi, the temples and folk deities. She herself visited these temples and she details out the architecture, history, folklore and mythology in the 300-page book.
बहुत ही अच्छी किताब है। मैडम ने बहुत बड़ा एफर्ट किया है और मुझे विश्वास है कि उत्तराखंड के मंदिरों के बारे में लोगों को जानकारी मिलेगी और उत्तराखंड टूरिज्म को बढ़ावा मिलेगा इससे।
इस देवभूमि की आत्मा इसके मंदिरों में बसती है और जो आराधना मैम ने जो पुस्तक लिखी है वो भी पूरे दिल और आत्मा से लिखी है, क्योंकि मैम के पुस्तक लिखने का जो सफ़र शुरू हुआ था तब से मैम ने मुझसे संपर्क किया था और फिर जहाँ भी जिस ज़िले में मैम जाती थी वहाँ पे मंदिरों को विजिट करने के लिए वहाँ के ज़िलाधिकारी इत्यादि से मैं फ़ोन पे बताती थी कि मैम आ रही हैं, रिसर्च कर रही हैं मंदिर के लिए। और मुझे पता है मैम ने कितनी मेहनत करी है इसके लिए, पैदल चल के हर मंदिर को इन्होंने विजिट किया है।
Beyond the Misty Veil, Temple Tales of Uttarakhand promises to be a guide on the culture and heritage of the beautiful and divine state of Uttarakhand. A must read.
യഥാർത്ഥ പ്രതികളെ ഇവിടുത്തെ LDFന്റെ നേതാക്കന്മാരടക്കമുള്ള ഇതിന്റെ യഥാർത്ഥ പ്രതികളെ ഈ കോളേജിന്റെ
ನಾನು ಒಂದು ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ರಿಲೇಷನ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಸಂಪಾದನೆ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ಹಣ ಡೈಲಿ 25ರಿಂದ 30% ಹಣ ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಹೋಗ್ತಾಯಿತ್ತು. ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಗೆ ಏನು ಸಹ ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗ್ತಾ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದೇ ಒಂದು ಮೈನ್ ಕಂಪ್ನಿಗೆ ಜಾಯ್ನ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ 0 ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಇದೆ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ನಾನು ದುಡ್ದಂಥ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಹಣವನ್ನು ನನ್ನ ಮನೆಗೆ ಸಹ ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಏನಪ್ಪ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ಟು ಅಂತ ಅಂದರೆ 5 ಲಕ್ಷ ಡ್ರೈವರ್ಗೆ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಇನ್ಸೂರೆನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ತಿಂಗಳಿಗೆ 2,999 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ರೀಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಇದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಒನ್ ಡೇಗೆ 149 ರುಪೀಸ್ ರೀಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಇದೆ. ನಾನು ಎಷ್ಟು ದುಡಿತೀನೋ ಅಷ್ಟು ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಹಣ ನನ್ನ ಮನೆಗೆ ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇದರಿಂದ ನನ್ನ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ಸಹ ನನ್ನ ಕುಟುಂಬ ಸಹ ತುಂಬ ಖುಷಿಯಾಗಿದೆ.
Multi-location NIA raids are on in Bihar after an alleged PFI connection emerged in the Motihari case. Now, police have informed that 3 people have been detained from Maria Miswa Madrasa and are being interrogated to uncover the larger conspiracy. The Supreme Court is all set to hear a plea of the Aam Aadmi Party challenging the postponement of Municipal Corporation of Delhi polls on the grounds of delimitation of wards in the national capital. Following the multiple landslides and shooting stones, the Jammu-Srinagar highway in Ramban has been blocked, prompting suspension of all services. The national highway is now being cleared in a bid to facilitate resumption of movement. The police have arrested 3 accused involved in a theft of 34 crore rupees at Manpara ICICI bank fraud case. An FIR has been launched in Manpara police station and 5.8 crore rupees have been recovered from the accused so far. Furthermore, police has said that the 3 arrested, one was a bank employee and had stolen the concerned amount from the safe of the bank. The monkeypox scare continues to grip India and 3 cases have so far been reported in the country. As a precautionary measure, in a nodal hospital, 36 beds have been set up for suspected monkeypox cases in Telangana's Hyderabad. News in brief now. Trouble is mounting for Sanjay Raut as the ED has summoned the Shiva Sena MP for yet another round of questioning in connection with an...
And news coming in from Sri Lanka. In the Lankan Parliament, voting has concluded in the elections to the position of President. Crucial elections underway even as Sri Lanka continues to reel under an economic and political crisis, a financial crisis.
The police have arrested 3 accused involved in a theft of 34 crore rupees at Manpara ICICI bank fraud case. An FIR has been launched in Manpara police station and 5.8 crore rupees have been recovered from the accused so far. Furthermore, police has said that the 3 arrested, one was a bank employee and had stolen the concerned amount from the safe of the bank. The monkeypox scare continues to grip India and 3 cases have so far been reported in the country. As a precautionary measure, in a nodal hospital, 36 beds have been set up for suspected monkeypox cases in Telangana's Hyderabad. Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates has congratulated Prime Minister Narendra Modi on yet another milestone of administering 200 crore vaccinations in India. Taking to Twitter, Bill Gates expressed gratitude for the continued partnership with the Indian vaccine manufacturers and the government for mitigating the impact of COVID-19. Now, this comes days after India achieved yet another vaccine feat, administering about 200 crore COVID-19 vaccine doses.
Other top national stories at this hour. National Investigation Agency carried out searches at Tiruchirappalli special camp, where foreigners with criminal records are lodged. Reportedly, the NIA team is looking for narcotics, illegally smuggled gold and other materials. The camp currently houses refugees primarily from Sri Lanka, but also from Indonesia and other neighboring countries.
Multi-location NIA raids are on in Bihar after an alleged PFI connection emerged in the Motihari case. Now, police have informed that 3 people have been detained from Maria Miswa Madrasa and are being interrogated to uncover the larger conspiracy. The Supreme Court is all set to hear a plea of the Aam Aadmi Party challenging the postponement of Municipal Corporation of Delhi polls on the grounds of delimitation of wards in the national capital. Following the multiple landslides and shooting stones, the Jammu-Srinagar highway in Ramban has been blocked, prompting suspension of all services. The national highway is now being cleared. Both houses of parliament are adjourned after ruckus and sloganeering, but the opposition blames the government for the adjournments.
Nominated Shrimati Pilavula Kandi Thek.
After the Mewat top cop Ranchi sub-inspector is mowed down by cattle smugglers, big concern over safety lapse. The BJP and the TRS war of words over the Telangana flood situation continues. The BJP accuses the TRS of corruption. The TRS blames the centre. Hoosh tragedy in West Bengal. 6 are reported dead. Families demand justice. Eknath Shinde versus Uddhav Thackeray in the top court. Who will win the battle for the Sena's leadership? Voting for Sri Lanka's next president concludes. All eyes on who the next president of Sri Lanka will be. Good afternoon and thank you very much for staying with us on Republic TV. This is Live and Breaking. I'm Nupur Sharma. Now, voting for the next Sri Lankan president has concluded as Sri Lanka is all set to elect its new president today. And it is appearing like a three-way battle with the interim president Ranil Wickremesinghe among the top 3 contenders. Now, Wickremesinghe, however, has been facing protests from the president. Do remember that the acting Sri Lankan president Ranil Wickremesinghe, of course, is among the top candidates. He does enjoy support from the largest political group, and as many as 225 members of the House are eligible to vote and participate in the secret ballot to elect the new president. Just to tell you that the other 2 candidates are Dallas Ala Peruma and the National People's Power leader Anura Disanayake. I'm going to go across to Saloni, who's getting us details from Colombo on this. Saloni, the voting has concluded, but it does appear that the largest number of voting chunk will perhaps go in favor of Ranil Wickremesinghe because he's backed by the ruling party.
बिल्कुल आप सही कह रहे हैं नुपुर। रनिल विक्रमसिंघे जीत की ओर आगे बढ़ते दिखाई दे रहे हैं क्योंकि देखिए अगर हम आंकड़ों के जरिए समझाएं कितना आसान ये रास्ता रहा है रनिल सिंघे के लिए। 145 एसएलपीटी के जो सांसद हैं वो कहीं ना कहीं समर्थन, और अगर हम मान लें कि दलत क्योंकि उन्हीं की पार्टी से आते हैं, अगर उनसे 20-30 सांसद भी छिटक जाते हैं तो भी 113 का मार्च पास करना रानिल विक्रमसिंघे के लिए बड़ी बात नहीं, क्योंकि अभी
रानिल विक्रमसिंघे के लिए बड़ी बात नहीं क्योंकि अभी हमने देखा जो विपक्षी पार्टी एसजेपी, जहां पर सजित प्रेमदासा ने ऐलान किया इसको समर्थन करेंगी सारी विपक्षी पार्टी, उसके बहुत से चेहरे रनिल विक्रमसिंघे को सपोर्ट करते नजर आ रहे हैं। ऐसे में बहुत बड़ी बात नहीं है कि जल्द ही 2-2:30 बजे के करीब आप ये सुन लें कि नए राष्ट्रपति के तौर पर रनिल विक्रमसिंघे ही जिम्मेदारी संभालेंगे। और एक और डेवलपमेंट इसमें हो सकता है ये नुपुर की सजित प्रेमदासा प्राइम मिनिस्टर के कैंडिडेट हो सकते हैं, उन्हें वो कुर्सी मिल सकती है क्योंकि कॉम्प्रोमाइज फॉर्मूला यहाँ श्रीलंका की राजनीति में हमेशा वर्क करता रहा है कि एक जो महत्वपूर्ण सीट है वो कहीं ना कहीं जो मेजॉरिटी होती है उसे मिलती है और जो अपोजिशन का होता है उसे प्राइम मिनिस्टेरियल कैंडिडेट प्राइम मिनिस्टर की सीट मिलती है। तो हो सकता है सजित प्रेमदासा अगले प्राइम मिनिस्टर हो, लेकिन प्रेसिडेंट के तौर पर अगर हम देखें तो अनुरा दिसानायके कहीं स्टैंड नहीं कर रहे हैं, उनको कहीं भी समर्थन बहुत मिलता नजर नहीं आ रहा है। और अगर संसद की बात करें तो सिर्फ 3 चेहरे उनके भी हैं। और यह भी कहा जा रहा था कि जिस तरह का प्रोटेस्ट हमने देखा श्रीलंका में, जिस तरह से आप तस्वीरें
वोट की वजह से हो पाया, अनुरा दिसानायके ने आवाज मुखर की थी और कहा यह जा रहा था कि दलित को मौका मिल सकता है, लेकिन दलित को फिर 20 से 30 एसएलपीटी के भी सांसद समर्थन दे देते हैं, तब भी रनिल विक्रमसिंघे एक बहुत ही मजबूत स्थिति में नजर आ रहे हैं। 2-2:30 बजे के करीब आप ये मान लीजिए कि ऐलान
2-2:30 बजे के करीब आप ये मान लीजिए कि ऐलान हो सकता है। जो मेरी राजनीतिक समझ कहती है कि रनिल विक्रमसिंघे ही राष्ट्रपति बन सकते हैं यहाँ पर, और क्योंकि क्रॉस वोटिंग भी हो रही है तो बहुत मुश्किल डगर नहीं है रनिल विक्रमसिंघे के लिए, लेकिन आगे का रास्ता इतना आसान होने नहीं वाला है उनके लिए। उन्हें ये समझना होगा कि देश की अर्थव्यवस्था बहुत बुरे
All right, so Saloni is of course continuing to bring us those updates from Colombo. There seems to be a disruption in that connection. We're going to try and go back to her. Saloni, what I wanted to ask you is that even if Ranil Wickremesinghe were to take on the post of president, it's going to be a tough uphill battle for him, not just because of the economic negotiations that we will have to do with the IMF as well as other countries, but also because, people still do not trust him completely.
बिल्कुल नुपुर, ये आप सच कह रही हैं। वाकई में ऐसा प्रोटेस्टर्स की तरफ से भी कहा गया कि अगर रनिल कुर्सी पर रहते हैं तो प्रदर्शन एक बार फिर शुरू हो सकते हैं। और हमने देखा था कि प्रेसिडेंशियल सेक्रेटेरिएट पर किस तरह से लोगों ने मुखर अपनी आवाज की थी और लोग सड़कों पर उतरे थे। पीएमओ ऑफिस तक पर कब्जा कर लिया गया था। तो ये साफ है कि लोगों की मंशा नहीं है कि रनिल विक्रमसिंघे कुर्सी पर बैठे, लेकिन क्योंकि ये ऐसा 44 साल बाद हो रहा है, 44 ईयर्स बाद हो रहा है।
Right. Absolutely. So we should be expecting the results by about 2 o'clock or 2:30 this afternoon. Saloni is continuing to track developments from Colombo. For the moment, Saloni, thank you. All right, so here's the latest that we are getting as far as the Shiva Sena case in the Supreme Court is concerned. We are learning that there appears to be no immediate relief for Uddhav Thackeray camp, and the Supreme Court has ordered the case to be heard by a larger bench. Do remember that the Chief Justice of India, N.V. Ramanna, was hearing this case. We are now learning that there will be a larger bench that will be formed for hearing this matter, so no immediate relief coming in. Alicia is reporting on this. Alicia, take us through what's happened.
Well, yes, Nupur, it's very important to know that the hearing that has been ongoing before the Chief Justice of India in Supreme Court, where there is no sort of relief that has been given to Uddhav Thackeray. And specifically, if we talk about that, Supreme Court has ordered case to larger bench. If I read out some of the main pointers that has been in the argument that was made before the Supreme Court, and Supreme Court, CJ Ramanna has clearly stated that such a dispute fight ought to go to High Court. Also, Supreme Court has said that you prepare the compilation, and to this where Haris Salve for Chandra Camp has said that we file one common affidavit, where the CJ has said that some of the issues require larger bench. We can have a larger bench, and more important point that has been mentioned by Chief Justice of India, that you prepare your compilation. And he also said that for this, where even Sibal has clearly mentioned that if he, that is Shinde, want to become the Chief Minister, he can become the Chief Minister. But he cannot say that he is the leader of the party, because there is a leader already appointed by the Speaker. So yes, there is no sort of relief that has been given to Uddhav Thackeray at this point of time, because where the CG has clearly mentioned that the case should go to the larger bench, and also it has been mentioned by CGI that we have the larger bench. So of course it is something. Now the case is likely to be transferred to the another bench, is what this indicates, but we'll wait for the final verdict that will come in from Chief Justice in India. So if I talk about the arguments that is made before Supreme Court, we know that the matter that was started, the hearing which begins at the beginning, where Kapil Sibal mentioned important points before Supreme Court, stating that Eknath Shinde, who form a government, this rebel MLAs has formed a government, this is something unconstitutional. They have violated the 10th schedule, and which is what they have been given a relief for. But for this, even Haris Salve for Shinde camp has mentioned that this government, the formation of this government is not over the defection. There is no other leader, or whether it is a MLA who went to the other party. It is something they have been in alliance in Bharatiya Janata Party, so it is not a matter of a defection, is what mentioned by Haris Salve. But at this point of time, where the CJ has clearly mentioned that you filed a compilation, because there are the replies that has to be filed even from the Shinde camp and even from the Uddhav Thackeray fraction. So for that, Chief Justice of India has asked to compilation of this reply. But moreover, there is no relief can be seen for Uddhav Thackeray at this point of time, because CJ has mentioned that this case should be heard in a larger bench.
So those are the updates that Alicia is getting us. I think we've also got Shavan now. Shavan, we are given to understand that there was talk, of course, of a larger bench, but that's not happening immediately.
Immediate relief right now for Uddhav Thackeray, given the fact that you're looking at a larger bench to basically step in. What are the issues that you are basically looking at? One, there have been multiple petitions, starting from the fact that you have on the disqualification on the chief of whip, and the fact that you also have the role that has been played by the governor. You've already seen Eknath Shinde's camp being represented by senior advocate Harish Salve. On the other hand, Abhishek Manu Singhvi has also put across his observations on this entire matter, where he's essentially said that the role that has been played by the governor itself has been, quite questionable, essentially saying that before the decision on the disqualification was taken, they had basically recognized here in the parliament itself, you have the leader of the house, and then the chief whip also in the parliament has already been recognized. Now, all of that becoming a contentious issue at this stage, but this is a matter which the CGI essentially has indicated requires a larger bench to basically step in. That's the latest details that's also coming in. We'll also get in quick updates from the Supreme Court, where our reporters are getting us more updates. Let's also try and bring in Alicia at this stage, because what we have essentially seen is that yesterday in the national capital, Eknath Shinde, along with the 12 parliamentarians, essentially were discussing about the technical issues that they are going to face at this point in time. There was a late night meeting, we are given to understand, continued for quite some time, where they have essentially discussed what would be the way forward. Because if you really go by the contention that has been made by Eknath Shinde and his camp, they are saying that they have the numbers, Nupur. Let's just break it down for all our viewers. What are the, when we say the numbers, we're talking about here in the Legislative Assembly, the number of MLAs who have basically moved, about 39 MLAs of the Shiva Sena right now with Eknath Shinde. If you take a look at the numbers in the parliament, you have about 12 of the parliamentarians, and of course then you are also looking at the corporators who have also extended their support to Eknath Shinde. So here, with regards to the 10th schedule, the argument that was put forth is that the numbers are certainly with Eknath Shinde. And if you take a look at one of the arguments that have been put forth by senior advocate Harish Salve, is saying that if there is a need for a change in the leadership in the party, and large number of people are essentially demanding for the same, then what is wrong in that? That's been the argument that has been put forth at this point in time. On the other hand, you've seen what exactly Abhishek Manu Singhvi, he's also argued, saying that that's not the case, given the fact that there is a constitution within the party and the fact that they have not really changed the leader, which happens to be Uddhav Thackeray himself.
All right. Shavan is bringing us all those updates. To you and Alicia, both of you, thank you, but do stay with us. We will come back to you when there's more news coming out of the Supreme Court. And here's a look at some top news in brief now. The National Investigation Agency has carried out searches at Tiruchirappalli special camp, where foreigners with criminal records are lodged. Reportedly, the NIA team was looking for narcotics, illegally smuggled gold and other materials. The camp currently houses refugees primarily from Sri Lanka, but also has some from Indonesia and other neighbouring countries. As incessant rainfall continues to lash parts of India and Jammu and Kashmir, heavy rains triggered flash floods at the Kahara area in Doda. Several houses and schools were damaged in the floods, while no casualties have been reported so far. On the 19th of July, in a surprise check operation led by the Shopian police at Dragar Zainpora, a suspicious white-coloured Tata mobile, which was on its way to Chitragam from Sogan, was intercepted, following which the driver of the suspicious vehicle tried to flee from the spot but was apprehended by checkpoint parties. Now the driver has been identified as Bilal Ahmed Dar, a Lashkar terrorist, and a huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered. The customs at the CCSI airport in Lucknow has seized 10 air guns, telescopic sights and several arms accessories worth about 20 lakh rupees from a passenger who was travelling from Dubai on the 19th of July. The passenger had been arrested and will be produced before the Chief Judicial Magistrate. The CBCID has put up a notice outside the deceased girl's house in Periyansalur village of Kadalur district, informing the family about the completion of the post-mortem and further asking them to collect the body for final rites. Usma Parveen alleged an attack near the multi-level parking in Hazratganj area. However, the police have reported that something is amiss in the incident following the witness's testimony. Police have also said that CCTV footage is being screened and an investigation is underway. Now, days after the tragic flash floods following the cloudburst that claims lives of 16 people, leaving several others injured, the 21st batch, comprising of 4,355 Amarnath Yatris, left for the Kashmir Valley from Bhagwati Nagar base camp in Jammu. Now, India has reduced the windfall tax on diesel and aviation fuel shipments by 2 rupees per litre and has scrapped completely a 6 rupee per litre levy on gasoline exports. It has also cut the tax on domestically produced crude by about 27% to 70,000 rupees a tonne. The new rates will be effective today. The Indian High Commission in Sri Lanka has issued an advisory and asked Indian nationals to plan their movements as per the latest developments. The Commission has also asked to contact them in case of any requirements. The advisory comes amidst the spiraling economic and political crisis in the island nation. In a shocking video that has been tweeted by the BJP's Manjinder Singh Sirsa, a person was brutally attacked by goons in Sri Ganganagar district in Rajasthan. Now, it appears that he was attacked in front of a large gathering of people. The BJP has questioned the Chief Minister and the law and order in the state. So pictures on your screen have been tweeted by the BJP's Manjinder Singh Sirsa. In these particular pictures, you can see how a group of people seems to be beating up this man who is lying on the road over there. The BJP, of course, all right, I think we've got Mr. Sirsa on the phone line with us. Mr. Sirsa, these images are not just shocking, but they're also brutal in terms of how, this person who's lying on the road is continuing to be attacked by these goons.
Definitely it is. इतना बेरहमी से किसी को मारा जा रहा है. And I'm shocked to see that there is no response from either government of Rajasthan, the Chief Minister, or the Priyanka Gandhi to shout on every other issue. I think it's more than serious when such a brutal attack is made on him. Response, मुझे बहुत अफसोस हुआ, दुख हुआ, इतना बुरे तरीके से, बेरहमी से किसी को मारा जा रहा है और अभी तक कोई भी सरकार की तरफ से न टिप्पणी आ रही है, न सरकार की तरफ से किसी कार्रवाई की टिप्पणी आ रही है. और वही प्रियंका गांधी जो हर बात पर बहुत शोर से चलती हैं और अभी तक गाड़ियां भरकर, अगर ये उत्तर प्रदेश में हुआ था, ये उत्तराखंड में हुआ था, जहाँ ये पंजाब में या कहीं और हुआ होता, तब तक गाड़ियां भरकर राहुल गांधी, प्रियंका गांधी, देश को खतरा हो गया, बस अब खत्म हो गया सब कुछ, अब हम बचाएंगे. अब वो कहाँ है सब लोग? क्यों उनको मुंह में फेविकोल दूसरी क्यों वो चुप बैठे हैं? इसका जवाब देश उनसे मांगता है. इतना बड़ा हादसा हुआ और आप अपनी चुप्पी साधे बैठे हैं. अब तो पार्लियामेंट सेशन भी चल रहा है. राहुल गांधी विदेश से छुट्टी पर भी आ गए हैं. प्रियंका गांधी अपनी माता जी का ध्यान देने के बाद वो भी तंदुरुस्त हैं, वो भी अब घर आ गई हैं. अब क्यों बोल नहीं रहे? क्यों चुप हैं सब लोग?
Right, as you're pointing out, Mr. Sirsa, do you think that this is a failing of the law and order situation in Rajasthan? Because we are given to understand that the police did not intervene till quite much later.
Because selectively cases के ऊपर राजस्थान पुलिस कार्रवाई करने को मजबूर है due to the government pressure, political pressure. So, now this situation is worse in Rajasthan due to this. आपने देखा पिछले दिनों में किस तरह एक पर्टिकुलर रिलेशन के लोगों को बताया जा रहा है, उसके खिलाफ कार्रवाई नहीं हो रही और उसका क्या हुआ कि देखना मारे गए वहां पर. ये जो सिलेक्टिव काम हो रहा है और ये कारण है कि आज तक राजस्थान का लॉ एंड ऑर्डर जो है इस तरह से डिटेक्ट करता जा रहा है.
All right, Mr. Sirsa, appreciate your speaking to us on Republic TV. So Manjinder Singh Sirsa over there saying that the Rajasthan government as well as Rajasthan police need to answer as to what happened. Now, pictures, of course, that have been tweeted by Mr. Sirsa seem to suggest that there was a large group of people which is seen beating up this man. This incident has been reported from Sri Ganganagar in district in Rajasthan. Of course, the BJP is questioning the Chief Minister and also questioning the law and order situation in the state. In these pictures that you see on your screen, you can see how brutal this attack appears to be. There's a man, of course, lying on the street, but despite the fact that he's not moving, these goons appear to be continue to hit him with the rods. This video has been released by the BJP. Of course, it's been tweeted by the BJP's Manjinder Singh Sirsa. I think we've got Amardeep on the phone line. Amardeep, give us more details of what really happened and also more details in terms of police action, if any, that has been taken in this particular case.
देखिए श्रीगंगानगर के सूरतगढ़ में जिस तरीके से ये वीडियो वायरल हुआ, वीडियो वायरल होने के बाद से जो चीजें सामने निकल के आई
All right, so we are cutting across to the latest that we are getting on the Shiva Sena case hearing that's taking place in the Supreme Court. We are given to understand that the Supreme Court has now set August 1 as the next hearing date. This is news that's just coming in. We are learning that the Supreme Court has now given another date for the hearing of this case, and that is going to take place on the 1st of August. At the moment, the Supreme Court has asked both sides to prepare compilations in this particular case. Of course, in the middle there was some talk of a larger bench, but that's not. That we are not yet clear that if that has happened. But it's been. It will now be heard on the 1st of August. I think we've got Shravan live with us. Shravan, can you give us more details of what's happened in court?
Well, as far as the Supreme Court is concerned, remember they're saying that they've hinted at referring the Maharashtra matter to a larger bench. There were arguments right now whether at all these are matters which a larger bench can delve into. Having said that, the CJI is essentially indicating that he's thinking aloud whether at all it should be given to a larger bench. This matter has now been put to be heard on 1st of August. Now, Eknath Shinde and Uddhav Thackeray factions will call out the points of law and put it before the Supreme Court. So there is now time for both the factions to put across their views on this entire matter. Because remember, it's a bunch of petitions that the Supreme Court is really looking at. Number one is with regards to the disqualification under the 10th schedule. What are the implications of it? Secondly, the role of the governor itself, where they have basically recognized Eknath Shinde as the head of the party. Then you also have with regards to what's really happening in the parliament also. Just yesterday you have seen the decision that was taken by the speaker where they have recognized the leader of the house from the party itself and also the chief whip. All of that now becoming part of the consideration. Whether at all this is going to be looked into by a larger bench, there is a hint that has been given by the Supreme Court, but no such order to that effect as of now. Perhaps on 1st of August, when the matter comes up for hearing once again, they would be delving into all these issues.
So as you're pointing out, Shravan, obviously the court has given both sides about 10 days time to prepare their arguments in this. But are we then to understand that a status quo is maintained?
Well, the latest update that is basically coming in Nupur right now, that as far as all these matters are concerned, like before, in the previous hearing where status quo was to be maintained, in this case also, the Supreme Court essentially indicating that all these matters, status quo will be maintained. Now, what are the immediate implications? It wasn't really affecting the cabinet expansion. We are expecting the cabinet expansion here in Maharashtra to take place on the 20th is the indication that actually came in. And secondly, with regards to the other issues, the disqualification, nothing really changes in terms of the numbers here within the Legislative Assembly or for that matter in the Parliament also.
All right, so that's the latest that you are getting at this point in time. We are now learning that the Supreme Court will now hear the matter of the Shiva Sena on the 1st of August. So essentially 10 days or so being given to both sides to prepare their arguments. We are also waiting for a detailed order to come out from the Supreme Court right now. But we are also learning, Shavan, that no action against both factions for now. Is that what the Supreme Court is saying? Just to tell our viewers, this is a breaking news story. We're trying to get you updates as soon as possible. But is that so, Shavan? Is that what we're hearing now?
The latest also coming in, Nupur, that the response to come in by 29th. The Shinde camp is going to basically give their response on this entire matter by the 29th. That's the date that's been finalized. The present bench is basically a 3-judge bench. Now, whether it's going to be a larger bench that's going to be constituted, there's a hint that has basically come in. But it's only going to be finalized perhaps in the next hearing. So we'll have to wait and watch, because there are a lot of contentious issues that you're really looking at, because this is perhaps going to lay a precedent, because given the fact that in the past also we have seen a similar sort of a situation arising in the case of LJP. Then you've also had in the AIADMK matter with regards to the symbol, etc. All of that is going to essentially follow. But once the Supreme Court basically passes an order on this entire matter,
all right,
who exactly...
Stay with us, Shavan. I think Alicia has some more new information. Alicia, can you share what you have? Alicia, can you hear us?
Well, yes, Nupur, it's very important to know that at this point of time where both the parties, that is from Uddhav faction and also from the Eknath Shinde faction, where they have to file a completion till August 1. But it's something a relief for Eknath Shinde as well, because we know that Eknath Shinde, who was in a Delhi tour yesterday, and there was some of the meeting that held in the same Maharashtra Sadan, where all the MLAs and MPs were staying in the same Maharashtra Sadan, and that was a meeting over first to declare, because we know that even yesterday is what we have been told, not only the meeting of MP that held with Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla, where he agreed to the appointment of Rahul Shivale as the Shiva Sena group leader, and of course Bhavna Gavli as the whip chief. So that is where, the preparations for the cabinet portfolios has also been started, because what we have been told that Eknath Shinde has went to Delhi to meet the BJP top brass to discuss over the cabinet expansion, which is highly expected today or tomorrow, but we are waiting for an official statement that will come in from Chief Minister office, because it was a clear indication that was given from Chief Minister office itself that they were just waiting for the presidential elections, and right after that there will be a cabinet expansion, and of course the portfolio that has been is already been discussed. But while yesterday there was not official confirmation of whether Eknath Shinde has met BJP top brass, because Devendra Fadnavis was the deputy chief minister who was on a tour. We know that he went to Wasim and Chandrapur to review the flood-like situation in the state, which is why some of the meeting that was scheduled that did not set to be happen. But yes, the cabinet expansion, when it comes to cabinet expansion and the portfolio that has been discussed is what we have been told. But when it comes to the Supreme Court hearing, we know that there were many of the arguments that was made before. There were many important points that was made.
All right, I'm going to come back to you, Alicia, in just a bit, but I think we've got Rhythm also now joining us. Rhythm, how do you see what's happening in court right now? We are now learning that August 1 is the next date for hearing.
Yes. So, Nupur, in most such cases which come to the court for constitutional matters, the Supreme Court takes it upon itself to give a larger hearing. There is a hint coming in from the Chief Justice that he would want this case to be going to a larger bench because there are constitutional issues here. The hearing really started off with Dr. Singhvi and Kapil Sibal making certain points in the courtroom where they believe that there was unconstitutionality in this case. They're also saying that an elected government cannot be toppled in this manner. The fact is there is no protection under the 10th schedule. For viewers who are just joining in, 10th schedule is the law which deals with defection in India, and they both are going to be banking on the 10th schedule to say that they believe that there is unconstitutionality here. Sibal also goes on in the very start of the hearing to say 40 members of Shiva Sena by their conduct have been disqualified. And he's basically going on that argument and saying the governor should not have sworn in the new government is another point Kapil Sibal makes in the courtroom. He says the speaker recognizing a whip other than the official who nominated by the party is malafide. So three arguments that have been made very clearly by Kapil Sibal, and then Dr. Singhvi comes forward and says, we consider the governor to be holy cows and speakers as partisan players. This is a different story. So Nupur, we're already seeing the overtones when Dr. Singhvi speaks in court and questions the political fairness of the governor and the speakers here, and then he goes on to give great details which were given in the courtroom. He said the speaker is merely sitting on our disqualification complaints and not even issued notices. This is some of the things that were said by him, after which Mr. Hari Salve, appearing for the Eknath Shinde camp, did come to the courtroom and gave his own details in the courtroom and said heavens do not fall if status quo is maintained. He'd also said we are not proceeding against anybody, is what the Solicitor General, who also stood up in court, had said. But very critical arguments that I'm just going to go to that were made by Harish Salve in the courtroom, because I was noting very clearly what he said. He said, I have a right as a part of an inner part of democracy to raise my voice against the leader. So he's clearly attacking Uddhav Thackeray and saying that I can, even if I'm in the party, raise my voice against the leader. He also said, referring to the Uddhav camp, the reliefs don't square up with the pleadings. They say speaker is unconstitutional. How is that possible? And one very critical statement, his voice was inaudible in the middle, where he said heavens don't fall if a chief minister is removed after. There was some technical problem in the VC that was there with Hari Salve, and we couldn't hear the senior advocate and the Queen's counsel at that time. Averments were also made by Solicitor General of India, who was speaking, and finally Mr. Salve said, I want to give a compilation of all the details, and that is something that I have a right to do. But I think the most important part of what Harish Salve, speaking for the Eknath Shinde camp, did say is, if after the chief minister resigns, Nupur, and another government is sworn in, it is not defection. So there are two parties and there are two different views, where the Uddhav Thackeray camp says there's defection, where the Shinde camp says there is no defection. And finally, one of the most important sentences told by Mr. Hari Salve in the hearing today, are we in a fantasy land that a man who cannot find the support of 20 MLAs should be restored as the chief minister? So a direct attack coming on Uddhav Thackeray when senior advocate Hari Salve really questions the kind of mandate that Uddhav has and tries to be in power at that time. He says, I have a right as a part of an inner part of democracy to raise my voice against the leader, which is Uddhav. A very politically, a hearing in the top court of the country that had political overtones, with attacks and jobs coming in from Mr. Kapil Sibal, who spoke right in the start, and this is defection, is what he said in his, usually aggressive manner. And Hari Salve very quietly putting forward the point of view that heavens don't fall if a chief minister is removed. We're not in a fantasy land that Uddhav, who cannot find the support of 20 MLAs, should be restored as the chief minister, and saying if after the chief minister Uddhav is resigned, another government is sworn in, it is not defection. After hearing all sides, the court has finally said we're going to be hearing this matter on the 1st of August. All the sides will also be given a chance to file their reply.
Supreme Court, we understand.
So very significant statements made by the court with us, explaining and taking us through the most crucial and critical comments made. Shavan, coming to you, Rhythm has just mentioned that one of the most crucial statements that was made by the court today was regarding the arguments made by the lawyers, should we say, was regarding whether there was defection or no defection.
Well, if you just simply take a look at the bone of contention here, it all starts with the disqualification. That's point number one. Point number two is with regards to appointment of the chief of whip, whose whip really holds value at this point in time. If you simply go by the numbers and the fact that they are relying on the 10th schedule, you've heard what senior advocate Harish Salve has essentially had to point out. One basic point that Mr. Harish Salve essentially indicates is that when the large number of people within the party, they are essentially looking for a change in the leadership, then what stops? Secondly, if you take a look at the numbers, be it in the Legislative Assembly or in the Parliament, the numbers are surely with Eknath Shinde. That is the reason why. We also have Swapnil Kothari who's joining us. Perhaps Rhythm can also come in and just take a question with Swapnil Kothari who's joining us on this broadcast.
phone line. Swapnil, very clear attacks and political overtones in a Supreme Court hearing, where on the one side we see Kapil Sibal attacking the Eknath Shinde government and saying that there is defection. On the other side, Mr. Salve in clear unequivocal terms saying there is no defection. If Uddhav Thackeray as the leader does not even have the mandate of following of 20 MLAs, how can he be restored as a chief minister? Very clear tones where we are seeing political overtones where Shinde versus Uddhav is a battle being fought in the Supreme Court now.
Well, absolutely, Rhythm. This is bound to happen when two warring factions, are vying for a particular post. And obviously, Mr. Shinde's camp is absolutely on a very strong legal wicket, because ultimately it is nothing but an expression of the majority, because democracy is ruled by majority. If you remember who voted for the people in Maharashtra, who did the Maharashtra people vote for? It was the BJP Shiva Sena. The combined, and then eventually we found Shiva Sena along with the other parties which the Maharashtra people never voted for. So if you take this argument outside the legal boundaries, or even say within the legal boundaries of majority of democracy being ruled by the majority, let's put it that way, even then it is Mr. Shinde who should be winning. So it's Mr. Salve's arguments which are very quiet as of course, but very firm and very strong on a very strong legal principle that it is a democracy, it is an electorate. And this is what the people have voted for. So there is no defection. That anti-defection law does not come into the picture at all, because the 2/3 majority was already there who had defected from the party. And whether you want to call it the actual Shiv Sena or not, that is for the election commission to decide tomorrow. And who is going to get the bow and arrow, and who's going to get the remaining aspects of the party. So that is for the election commission. So I don't want to dwell on that, because that is not the issue at the moment. But this is very, very clear that even after 1st of August, when both parties present their side, and I believe, Rhythm, that this is going to be, and Shravan, let me tell you, that this is possibly going to go to a larger bench, and I think the Supreme Court should refer it to a larger bench, for the simple reason that there are going to be state tussles like this even in the future. Yes, and every time you do not want the Supreme Court to be burdened with these kind of questions.
Swapnil, absolutely. As we wait for the 1st of August for the next date of the hearing, the only thing that's clear before I hand it back to Rukma, Alisha's been covering this, Shravan has seen what's been happening as the Eknath Shinde camp continues and the Uddhav camp will try and say it's defection. It's all eyes on the 1st of August. Back to you, Rukma.
Right, Rhythm, many thanks for joining us. Also, Alisha, and earlier we had legal expert Swapnil Kothari as well as our senior editor, Shravan. And now moving on to other news stories coming in. Breaking news. So the protests over the NEET frisking case, visuals that Republic has accessed. Ashwin, to take us through the latest in this case, the BJP staging a protest in Kollam in Kerala. Well, locals to up in arms over this particular incident. Take us through the latest. What are the updates you're getting, Ashwin?
For the last 2 days, there has been a series of protests which has been taken out by all the parties, including all the youth wing of all the parties, including the ABVP, the DYFI, the SFI, the KSU, and all these parties were taking these protests, which had all turned violent. In fact, yesterday, we could clearly see the ABVP activists even destroying the property of this very college. Although the police has clearly arrested 5 people in connection with this incident yesterday, which includes 3 people who were connected to the agency of NTA and 2 people who were sweepers in this college. Despite that, today we again see a protest outside the college campus. Now, college management is a self-financing college, and we did speak to the principal yesterday as well. And what he said was this protest is all because of the college not allowing any kind of students' union to function because it's a self-financing college. But today, it's interesting to note that the protest is still continuing over the incident, despite the police has arrested 5 individuals, 5 women in connection with this case, and also registered the FIR under Section 509, IPC Section 509 and IPC Section 354 of the Constitution. And all the measures have been taken by the police. All the 5 people have been arrested in this case. And today the BJP is taking out a march again outside the very college. And this is the incident. This is about 12 to 20 BJP workers are seen taking this protest. Also in the capital city of Tirunelveli.
Right. Right, so the BJP now protesting their visuals that we're getting you. Ashwin, our correspondent on the ground, reporting each and every update as it happens in the Kollam NEET frisking case. Moving on, following a decline in international rates, the centre has slashed windfall tax rates effective today. The move is expected to give a big fillip to oil marketing companies. A report.
In what is being seen as a big relief for the oil companies, the government has reduced the windfall tax on diesel and aviation fuel shipments by a litre. The government has also scrapped completely a 6 rupees per litre levy on gasoline exports. The new rates will be effective starting today. This essentially means that the windfall tax on crude oil has been cut from 23,250 per tonne to 17,000 rupees per tonne. A windfall tax is a higher tax rate imposed to tap on sudden big profits, which is levied on a particular company or industry. India had imposed the windfall taxes on 1st of July after many countries imposed windfall taxes to tap fuel companies' burgeoning profits. With international crude prices cooling a bit and the profit margin of fuel companies dwindling, the decision is being seen as a fillip for countries' top exporters, including the likes of Reliance Industries and Oil and Natural Gas Corporation. International crude prices have slumped since mid-June in the backdrop of growing concerns about a potential global recession. Amid recession fears, Brent crude prices have corrected sharply in past 1 month, moving from $120 per barrel to $95 per barrel last week. It remains to be seen if the Indian markets will give a thumbs up to Centre's decision to slash windfall tax in the long run. The government has reduced windfall taxes on fuel exports starting today. This is being seen as a big fillip for oil marketing companies, including the likes of Reliance, the Oil India as well as the ONGC. This essentially means that they will have to pay less money when it comes to exporting of the fuel items. Also, this comes in the backdrop of rising fears when we talk about recession fears, which has been flagged by several economists. With the international crude prices, including Brent and NYMEX, sliding significantly, the decision has been taken to cut the windfall taxes.
And breaking news now, going across to our correspondent Harsha, who is with the family of DSP Surinder Singh of Haryana, who was on Tuesday mowed down by a dumper due to the fact that he had signaled to stop during a raid to check alleged illegal mining in Noon district. Harsha, it's over to you. We believe that you are with the family members and you can throw more light into what happened in this entire tragic incident.
Exactly. Right now I am in Hisar in the village of Shaheed DSP Surinder Singh, and sadness is pouring in the entire village of lead DSP Surinder Singh. And when we talk to everyone in the village, everyone just says one thing, that whatever happened, the inquiry should be conducted on the people who were along with DSP Surinder Singh, because in the illegal mining case, earlier also Shaheed DSP Surinder Singh has written letter regarding the involvement of many officials who were involved in the illegal mining sites, illegal things happening at the mining site. But we are joined with the people of the village. We'll straight talk to them. आप लोगों को क्या लगता है सुरिंदर सिंह जी की मौत को लेकर के? उनको टिप मिला, वो वहाँ पर गए, सारे जूनियर स्टाफ बचे हैं, लेकिन उनको ट्रक ने कुचल दिया, उनकी मृत्यु हो गई।
ये एक साजिद इरादतन हत्या लग रही है हमें, क्योंकि जब देखिए उनके साथ गनमैन है और वो हमें आपके मीडिया के माध्यम से पता चला कि वो जो डंपर वाला है वो तमचे लहराता हुआ डीएसपी को धमका के उनको कुचल के वो भाग जा रहा है। उनके गनमैन है, उनके पास एसएलआर है, उनके पास सर्विस रिवाल्वर है, उनके पास AK-47 है, उनके पास जो है स्टैन गन है, मशीन गन है। क्या वो एक गोली नहीं चला सकते थे उनके ऊपर? 2 लोग तमचे लहराते हुए। मैं आपको दावा करके कहता हूँ, हम किसान हैं गाँव के, हमारे गाँव से कोई तमचा लहरा कर हमें दिखा के आके बता दे, जबकि उनके पास हथियार है, उनको गनमैन दिया गया है और एक उनको कुचल करके हमने देखा है आपके मीडिया के माध्यम से, उनको पत्थरों के बीच में कुचला हुआ है। इतनी हिम्मत उन लोगों की। इसके पीछे बहुत बड़ा माफियाओं का हाथ है। ड्राइवर का क्लीनर और ड्राइवर का जो डंपर का ड्राइवर, ये बगैर किसी बड़े हाथ के बगैर इनको मार नहीं सकते। इतने बड़े अफसर, डीएसपी रैंक के अधिकारी को मारा जा रहा है। कहाँ है कानून व्यवस्था?
सर, जो ड्राइवर डीएसपी सुरेंद्र सिंह के साथ जो ड्राइवर अमित है, उनकी पूरी एफआईआर कॉपी में उन्होंने ये बात लिखी है कि वो लोग कूद कर निकल गए, अपनी जान बचा ली, लेकिन डीएसपी नहीं कूद पाए, जिसकी वजह से ट्रक उन पर चढ़ा दिया आरोपियों ने।
ऐसा नहीं है जी। देखिए, यदि वो बच गए तो बच ये भी सकता था, इसका मतलब उसने तो कोशिश तो उतनी है कि वो उसका इरादा शायद मारे का ना हो, मैं नहीं कह सकता, क्योंकि जब पुलिस की रेड पड़ती है हर आदमी भागे, क्योंकि वो तो चोर थे भाई, खनन के चोर हैं वो, जो भी खनन का जो चोरी करते हैं, तो जब वो मान ले भागेंगे तो हर आदमी भागने को तो हो सकता है, उस कोशिश में उसके मतलब वो नीचे आ गया, मारने का इरादा उसका, मैं तो मानते कि मारने का इरादा था उसका, क्योंकि ड्राइवर बस फूकते किसी को नहीं मारता जी। ड्राइवर कोई भी आदमी हत्या करके राजी नहीं होता, मैं ये कह रहा हूँ। उससे क्या बेर था? उससे कोई बेर थोड़ा ही था है? सबसे बड़ी गलती डीएसपी के 3 आदमी लेके जा रहा मौके पे, पूरी गाड़ तो होनी चाहिए, कम से कम गाड़ तो होनी चाहिए पूरी, ये तो मानते हो आप?
आपको
Well, breaking news coming in now from Sri Lanka. A little while earlier, we had told you that voting was underway in the Sri Lankan Parliament. Now, news coming in. Counting is complete. Ranil Wickremesinghe elected as the new Sri Lankan president. So, Ranil Wickremesinghe always the front runner, despite the fact that he really personally did not have the numbers. But he's always been a Gotabaya, a Rajapaksa loyalist. And well, we see the result of that. Ranil Wickremesinghe is the new president of Sri Lanka. And joining us now is our correspondent, Saloni. Saloni, when we talk about this result, it is a big surprise, but really not unexpected as such, because of the numbers and because, well, Ranil, even as the protesters had said, a loyalist of the Rajapaksa family.
बिल्कुल, देखिए जो बड़ी जानकारी मिल रही है उसके मुताबिक यही है, रणिल विक्रमसिंघे एक तो शासन कर चुके हैं, जाला जो कि दूसरे बड़े चेहरे चक्कर की बात कही जा रही थी, वो 82 वोट अब तक कर चुके हैं। और लगातार जो बड़ी जानकारी मिल रही थी कि प्रोटेस्टर्स जुटने वाले हैं, तो प्रेसिडेंशियल जो सेक्रेटेरिएट है वहाँ बताया जा रहा है कि 100 से 150 लोग तो वहाँ की भी हम तस्वीरें दिखाएंगे, वहाँ पे भी आपको तस्वीरें दिखाएंगे। लेकिन देखिए बड़ी बात यह है कि रणिल विक्रमसिंघे, जिसका जनता लगातार विरोध कर रही थी, जिसका विरोध लगातार कहा जा रहा था कि रणिल विक्रमसिंघे अगर सत्ता पर आते हैं तो एक बार फिर प्रदर्शनों का दौर तेज हो सकता है, तो वो अब श्रीलंका में होने वाला है, क्योंकि 44 साल बाद ऐसा हुआ है कि सीक्रेट बैलेट वोटिंग हुई है और संसद में चुना है। लगातार ही
right. You're telling us you would be showing us visuals there, Saloni. A huge setback as far as the protesters are concerned, but breaking news coming in now, Ranil Wickremesinghe is the new president of Sri Lanka. So visuals coming in. Saloni, our correspondent on the ground. Protesters had warned earlier that this could happen and they had expressed their opposition to this outcome. However, counting now is complete. The results are out of the presidential elections in Sri Lanka that happened today, and Ranil Wickremesinghe is the new president of the island nation. So 134 votes in favor.
Audible to you?
That's the report we are getting. Sri Lanka getting a new president, and we'll have to wait and watch.
देखिए बड़ी जानकारी मिल रही है, 134 वोट मिले हैं, 134 वोट मिले हैं, और बड़ी बात यह है कि प्रेसिडेंशियल सेक्रेटेरिएट पर लोगों का जुड़ना भी शुरू हो गया। अब से कुछ देर में हम वहां की तस्वीरें आपको दिखाएंगे, वहां हमें जाना होगा, लेकिन आपको जानकारी दे दें कि सिंघे तमाम विरोध
प्रेसिडेंट बन चुके हैं, उनकी महत्वाकांक्षा जो थी उसे उन्होंने हासिल कर लिया,
महत्वाकांक्षा जो थी उसे उन्होंने हासिल कर लिया है और उनको समर्थन मिला 134 वोटों का डलस से, जिससे उनका मुकाबला था वो 80 से 85 वोटों के बीच थमकर रह गए हैं। और एक बार फिर अब ये समझ में आ रहा है कि जनता सड़कों पर उतर सकती है, क्योंकि जनता ने पहले ही तय किया था कि सिर्फ गोटाबाया राजपक्षे के जाने से नहीं चलेगा, रनिल विक्रमसिंघे को भी पद पर वो बर्दाश्त नहीं करेंगे। ऐसे में क्या श्रीलंका में एक बार फिर प्रदर्शनों का दौर तेज होगा, ये देखने वाली बात होगी। लेकिन रनिल विक्रमसिंघे ने एहतियाती कदम उठाते हुए पहले ही आर्मी की तैनाती कर दी है। आपातकाल आपको याद होगा कि कल ही लागू कर दिया गया था, तो ऐसे में आपातकाल में आर्मी के पास बहुत सारे पावर्स आ जाते हैं और हर गली चौक चौराहों पर हमने देखा कि आर्मी के जवान तैनात हैं। यानी कोई अप्रिय स्थिति नजर आती है तो उसको लेकर पहले ही गवर्नमेंट तैयारी रख रही है अपनी। लेकिन जो जानकारी मिल रही है कि अब 100-150 प्रोटेस्टर्स वहां प्रेसिडेंशियल सेक्रेटेरिएट पर पहुंचे हैं, वहां जाकर हमें आपको तस्वीरें दिखानी होगी। लेकिन बड़ा अपडेट यही है कि श्रीलंका को नया राष्ट्रपति मिल गया है रनिल विक्रमसिंघे के रूप में। लेकिन रनिल विक्रमसिंघे जो 2.5 साल का कार्यकाल बचा हुआ गोटाबाया राजपक्षे का निभाने वाले हैं, 2024 में चुनाव होगा, उससे पहले भारी विरोध, जनता का समर्थन ना मिलना, इकोनॉमिक क्राइसिस, ये तमाम चीजें जिनका उन्हें सामना करना पड़ेगा। जी
Right, Saloni, and we can see that, well, as you were telling us, since it's an emergency situation, and already Ranil Wickremesinghe is springing into action even before those results were out, deploying troops in huge numbers. Well, it's a huge setback as far as protesters are concerned, but totally, clearly, Wickremesinghe was expecting this outcome earlier too, despite he himself not having the numbers. The fact that he is a Gotabaya loyalist ensured that he would be getting the votes, because earlier it was their government that was in power.
बिल्कुल, ये बात आप सही कह रही हैं रुकमा। देखिए क्या स्थिति थी रुकमा कि यहाँ पर विक्रमसिंघे को लेकर ये कहा जा रहा था कि विक्रमसिंघे महत्वाकांक्षा रखते हैं, वो उस कुर्सी पर बैठे रहना चाहते हैं, उनको समर्थन भी मिल गया। एसएलपीपी का समर्थन उन्हें मिलना लिखा ही हुआ था, क्योंकि राजपक्षे क्लैन कहीं ना कहीं उन्हें सपोर्ट कर रहा था। और अब जो स्थिति बनने वाली है उसमें श्रीलंका में हो सकता है कि विरोध बड़े स्तर पर देखा जाए, क्योंकि प्रोटेस्टर्स पहले ही कह रहे थे। और जिस तरह से आपने जिक्र किया, अनुरा देशनायके को सिर्फ 3 वोट मिले हैं जो उनकी खुद के पार्टी के चेहरे हैं संसद में। इसके अलावा डलस को जो उम्मीद थी उससे कम वोट मिले, और यही वजह है कि विक्रमसिंघे लीड कर गए। सजित प्रेमदासा का भी पीछे आना कहीं ना कहीं एक बड़ा बेनिफिशियल पार्ट रहा है रानिल विक्रमसिंघे के लिए, और अब वो सत्ता की कुर्सी पर काबिज हो गए हैं। निर्णय
कह रहे हैं कि साफ तौर पर ये बड़ी बात है कि उनकी तरफ से अब राजनीतिक स्थिरता तो आ गई है, अब आर्थिक स्थिरता तो आ गई। ये होगा, ये देखने वाली बात होगी रुकमा।
Meanwhile, he had instituted certain steps. So tell us about the overall situation right now. Has there been any improvement as far as transportation is concerned, as far as fuel availability is concerned, Saloni?
कोई बड़ा इंप्रूवमेंट नहीं हुआ है, लेकिन ये है कि फ्यूल पासेस की बात कही गई है, फ्यूल पासेस का ऐलान किया गया है। इसके अलावा अगर हम आपको बताएं तो ये कहा गया कि एक जो इकोनॉमिक क्राइसिस है उससे बचने के लिए, उससे आगे बढ़ने के लिए हम कदम उठाएंगे। ये सीरीज ऑफ ट्वीट्स आए थे नॉमिनेशन से पहले, उसमें विक्रमसिंघे ये बात कह रहे थे, और ये भी कहा उन्होंने कि जो ईस्टर अटैक्स हुए थे उस पर भी यूएस के साथ एक जांच कराई जाएगी। तो ऐसे इंडिकेशन दे रहे हैं कि वो बहुत कुछ करना चाहते हैं, लेकिन कितना कर पाएंगे ये वक्त बताएगा।
And when we talk about the next steps, the next challenges that Ranil Wickremesinghe has to undertake now, that would be negotiations with the IMF, isn't it, Saloni, for a bailout?
नहीं रुकमा, हमें अभी निकलना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि हमें प्रेसिडेंशियल सेक्रेटेरिएट पे जो प्रदर्शन है वो आपको तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखाना चाहते हैं, दर्शकों को दिखाना चाहते हैं। हम जुड़ते हैं आपके साथ थोड़ी देर में, उसके दौर जानकारी देंगे। हमें थोड़ा सा वक्त दीजिए, क्योंकि हमारे लिए यहाँ कम्यूट करना मुश्किल है और वहाँ पहुँचना इस वक्त बहुत जरूरी है, तो वहाँ पहुँचकर हम आपको तस्वीरें दिखाते हैं। थोड़ा सा वक्त हमें दीजिए जी।
Well, Saloni, our correspondent there, Ranil Wickremesinghe, that is so far the acting president, now elected as the new president of Sri Lanka, and he is to serve till 2024. Protesters had expressed their apprehensions earlier that this could happen, and they were expressing their opposition to this as well. And out of 219 votes that were cast, Ranil Wickremesinghe won 134. He will now be serving as per these results till 2024. He gets 134 votes. Ranil Wickremesinghe is the new president of Sri Lanka. He has huge challenges before him. Protesters, meanwhile, as our correspondent was telling us, Saloni on the Republic on the ground there in Colombo. Protesters are gathering once again. Earlier too, we had been showing you continuously in our reports from the ground about how they had expressed their apprehensions that this is what could happen. Wickremesinghe, meanwhile, has already served all 4 terms as a prime minister. Earlier, however, the protesters were very clear that they do not want him. Meanwhile, Saloni also told us beforehand how there has been a massive deployment of troops of the Sri Lankan armed forces because, as far as we know, the state of emergency is still in place. Earlier, Sajith Premadasa, who was the front runner in the early days of these protests when Gotabaya fled the country, withdrew from the fray. There were just 3 names, and among them it was Ranil Wickremesinghe who won with 134 votes and joining us now is the former governor of the Western Province, Mr. Azad Saleh. Mr. Saleh, when we talk about these results, how do you look at them? It's a big shock for the protesters, considering that they had expressed their apprehensions that they do not want Ranil Wickremesinghe. In fact, they had wanted him to resign as the Prime Minister. Now he becomes their president. Your reactions?
See, my reaction had always been very, very clear, and I very clearly told that protesters cannot be dictating terms to the country. Protesters have the right to protest, but that does not mean they can run a country. Just because they run the country and they say, don't bring Mr. Wickremesinghe, that cannot be held because we have a parliament and a constitution. We have to go by constitution and parliament. Parliament has 225 members, which will elect the next president. So that is why they have given him a massive mandate to rule the country for the next 2 years and 4 months. So nobody can dictate terms on this. And this is a failure of the leader of the opposition. Mr. Sajith Premadasa failed when Gotabaya Rajapaksa called him to take over the premiership. 5 days he was thinking about it, never took the position. After that, when he again gave his nomination as presidential candidate, again at the last minute yesterday, he goes and withdraws this and goes and signs an agreement with the TNA. Now what happened? The people thought this is very, very serious, and this is a position that somebody must be given who can run the country, who has the international figure, who can deal with the international community, who is recognized, a 6-time prime minister, the most experienced person in the Sri Lanka parliament. So this is why the voters also, the parliamentarians thought it fit from the government, opposition, everybody, and gave him a massive mandate, which compared to Dala Salaperumal taking 32 votes and Andhra Kumar taking only 3 votes. This is a very clear signal given to everybody that this is where the democracy lies. And people who are protesting and trying to strike the following day must think of the country, bring the country forward without allowing it to be dumped somewhere. Let everybody get together now. This is the time for every political party in the country to get together, form a national government. This I've been saying for the last 6 months. National government is the only solution for Sri Lanka. Elect a prime minister, form a national government, take the country forward. Mr. Wickremesinghe will definitely bring the country back to normal within the next 1.5 years. I'm sure about it.
Right. Mr. Saleh, clearly you're not surprised by the result. And Mr. Wickremesinghe himself perhaps was quite aware that this would be the outcome of the elections and that he would become the president of Sri Lanka, the executive president. As you say now, the protesters, we've seen through the months that have gone by, they've always been very peaceful. The crucial challenge before Ranil Wickremesinghe, what would you say the crucial challenges right now are?
The crucial challenges will be that the people of Sri Lanka must eat 3 meals a day. Number 1. Number 2, get the fuel without any shortage. Get the gas supply coming in. Build up the health sector which is lacking in medicine. These are the 4 important principles that Ranil Wickremesinghe will have to work, and we are also working into it. And we are definitely sure that we will achieve this in the next few months. And now the stock of gas has already come in. 3 ships of petrol, diesel has already come in. So things are moving on. Because of that only the opposition got together to bring about uncertainty in the country and trying to defeat Mr. Wickremesinghe. So the people who got together, Sajith, the opposition leader and the rest of the guys, who the candidate, Mr. Dala Salapirma was, they were definitely defeated and told them that your policy won't go right in Sri Lanka. So Ranil Wickremesinghe is the man. He's a man who can bring forward everything. He's the only person who can bring about a settlement in the country and take the country forward. That is why people have voted for him.
Meanwhile, when we talk about the protesters, what would you say would be his steps in dealing with the protests and the protesters? Where do you see this situation going?
No, the actual problem was the protesters protested that Gota go home. They wanted the president to go home. Then they later shifted that to Mainagama and said that the Prime Minister, Mahinda Rajapaksa, should go. Then he said the entire Rajapaksa family should go. Now all that has happened. Now people have given him a mandate that Ranil Wickremesinghe is the 8th president of this Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka. Now people must get together, rally around him, give him time. Because there is 2 years and 4 months for him to carry on his presidency. That time, he will bring the country back to normal. So everybody should support him and no more strikes, no more anger. Anybody has a right to democratically go for a protest and all that is good. He has also said anybody can protest. That's a fundamental right of a person. But not going and taking over buildings, not breaking buildings, not looting buildings, no way. That will not be allowed.
With the new president now elected, how do you see this? Because we would want to know the kind of connect the new president shares with the masses, because this would be important in, allaying the concerns of these protesters of in Sri Lanka.
See, even when Mr. Wickremesinghe was brought in on a national list to Parliament, people rally around him. People were talking about him because they had made a mistake by defeating him earlier in parliamentary election, in the presidency election. So now people are now saying that Mr. Wickremesinghe is the only man who can put the country right. So people have to rally around him. Everybody has to support him. All organizations, NGOs, the private sector, the business community, everybody must rally around him to bring in the dollars to the country. So that is our target. That is how we are going to work, and we will definitely achieve that. There won't be any issue. Mr. Wickremesinghe will prove him that he was the most successful president in this country.
Okay. And the biggest issue at this point is the debt trap that Sri Lanka has been reeling from. How do you see this panning out? How do you see the president tackling this particular issue? Because this needs to be remembered that the debt trap is something which has gotten the country into the state that it is in right now.
Just $52 billion is not a big amount for Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka has more opportunities. Sri Lanka is a very powerful country that can do a lot. They messed up the whole thing. The Rajapaksas ruined the country. All that is true. But Mr. Wickremesinghe will definitely turn it around, and definitely we will bring in the dollars. We will allow people to bring in more dollars to invest into the country. We will have the tourists coming into the country. A lot of things are in hand, and we will definitely do it. And within 6 months, you can see how Sri Lanka will be.
Do you see, with the new president now being elected, do you see the IMF probably coming out with a bailout package and other countries as well coming out to help the country reeling from severe economic crisis?
Yeah, Sri Lanka, everybody was waiting for a stable country, and they were very closely working with Mr. Wickremesinghe. Mr. Wickremesinghe is the only person who suggested that we have to go to the IMF long before he came into parliament. So now he is the president. He has been, when he was prime minister, he was dealing with the IMF. The bailout of $3 billion has been finalized, and now it's in the stage of getting it. So Mr. Wickremesinghe will start with the $3 billion bailout, and that is how we will start work. And that's why I said it will be very successful, and we will have no problems. Sri Lanka will be a very stable country within 6 months.
All right. Sir, appreciate you speaking to us. So that was Azad Saleh, a former governor of the Western Province, speaking to the public after the new president that has been elected, Ranil Wickremesinghe, that is 8th executive president to have been elected for Sri Lanka. Remember, he was also acting as a president. All this while, as a country continues to face its worst economic crisis it has faced in decades. So it remains to be seen the kind of action that the new president takes as the country continues to reel with extreme economic crisis. Remember, there is fuel shortage, food shortage, and people have been taking to streets to protest against the kind of policies that were that were the policies that were made under the regime of Gotabaya Rajapaksa, who has in fact now fled to Singapore as we speak. So in fact those are the visuals as well that we are getting to you right now, the live visuals of the people of Sri Lanka who are on the streets. We can see the people are still very much up in arms against the new government, still do not seem satisfied with the election of the new president, Ranil Wickremesinghe, who's been elected as a president now. The people who still continue to protest against the government there. More developments, more updates that are coming in is that with the new president elected, the oath-taking ceremony will also take place in a short while from now. And in fact, these are the live visuals, in fact, in which we can see the people have taken to the streets, still raising slogans, still up in arms against the government.
उसने खाने दिन आहार टिकटा डैडी बादुमीरा बैठे हुआ मेरा टा ओया पार्लियामेंट हुए देशिया विषय बात देना हमें कतवेला मेरा टे पूरा देशिया के उसने खाने दिन आहार टिकटा विनाश करना जम्मा मेरा टे पूरा देशिया महाभारत का जम्मा आधा दिन है कैसे आंसू है दिन
And Mohammed Ina, our reporter, is joining us live from Colombo. Mohammed Ina, if you could explain to us what is the mood like on the ground? Are people satisfied? Are they concerned somewhat allayed when we talk about the new president who's now been elected, Ranil Wickremesinghe?
Yes, the acting president and Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe has been elected as the 18th exclusive president of Sri Lanka. He was elected after securing 134 votes in the secret ballot that was held in Parliament today. Ranil Wickremesinghe defeated President hopeful MPs Douglas Alahapirma and Anurakumar Dissanayake to be elected as the new president. Following the resignation of former Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa due to public also in many, Ranil Wickremesinghe was appointed as the Prime Minister. After the resignation of former President Gotabaya Rajapaksa, also due to public opinion, Julie Ranil Wickremesinghe was appointed as the acting president. As per the constitution of Sri Lanka, a secret ballot was held in Parliament today, elected a new president to complete the remaining 10th of the former president. 223 members of Parliament held oath till 2 MPs had abstained. 290 votes were valid and 4 votes were identified as the invalid. There are Ranil Wickremesinghe, who has personal loss to president election, and ever his MP seat has today been elected the 18th exclusive president of Sri Lanka.
And also, Mohammed, if you could talk to us about what is the demand now, immediate demand of these protesters, with now as we can see the protesters are not satisfied or happy even the slightest bit with the new president now who's been elected.
Yes, a lot of people now protesting Colombo area that university students all of saying go home, Ranil saying now saying that people will see that visual that situation here. There are people, protesters talking 225, all the members go home. The people saying the people very angry with the politicians.
Okay. And also, Mohammed, if you could talk to us more about this oath-taking ceremony that is set to take place in a short while from now. When can we expect that to happen?
Now a lot of area people are now tweeting and Facebook, social media. A lot of people now, a lot of posts coming in again to Ranil Wickremesinghe. president. But have parliament members all of giving Ranil Wickremesinghe to support. Now people saying 225 parliament members go home. We want new generation, new youth political. That's the situation in Sri Lanka.
Mohammed, talk to us about the situation right now. We understand, like you're telling us, that people are still on the streets and in fact protesting outside the president's office. What do they want right now? What is their immediate demand from the newly elected president of the country?
Yes, the protesters are demanding go home Ranil. That's the meaning. Go home Ranil Wickremesinghe. There are people saying people want to new youth members, all of youth politicians. The people asking. The people saying go home Rajapaksa and Ranil Wickremesinghe. The people saying the ground.
All right, Mohammed, stay with us just to take our viewers through the developments in just the last couple of minutes. So we have Ranil Wickremesinghe, who has been elected as the president of Sri Lanka. He will remain the president till 2024. Mohammed, thank you for getting us all those details. We'll keep coming back to you. But a lot of developments taking place as we speak. The new president who's now been elected, Ranil Wickremesinghe. Remember, he was serving as the acting president of Sri Lanka after Gotabaya Rajapaksa fled the country, who is currently in Singapore as we speak. In fact, those are the live visuals that we are getting to you of the people raising slogans, still demanding a change in system after the new president, Ranil Wickremesinghe, has been elected as the president of Sri Lanka. Despite Ranil Wickremesinghe being elected as a president, he's facing massive backlash and protest, which continue across the country, and Republic getting you updates by the minute. In fact, these are the live visuals in which people can be heard chanting slogans, demanding a change in system, saying that they are still not satisfied with the new president who's been elected. So those are the updates coming in from Sri Lanka. Remember, Sri Lanka has been facing acute economic crisis. It's facing a debt trap, worst one that it has seen in decades. And China, of course, to be blamed for the debt trap that the country Sri Lanka is facing as we speak. Well, these are the live visuals that we are getting to you right now. We'll shortly be going across to our reporters who are on the ground to get us more updates on how is the situation looking like. In fact, there seems to be in some part of, in a particular area of Colombo, there are people who are also seen celebrating. So there seems to be a lot of chaos as we speak that is... And these are the live visuals, in fact, in which people can be seen protesting outside the president's office. Ranil Wickremesinghe, who's been elected as the president of Sri Lanka. So, of course, Ranil being elected as a president is facing massive backlash and protest by the people of the country who demand a change in system. Remember, Sri Lanka has been facing acute economic crisis, the worst one it has seen in decades. There is food shortage. Well, we have a reporter on the ground, Saloni, joining us live from Colombo. Saloni, take it away. Give us the latest scenes that you're seeing right now. We understand that the protesters are still on the streets demanding a change in the system.
देखिए अभी हम प्रेसिडेंट सेक्रेटेरिएट पहुंच गए हैं, पार्लियामेंट से सीधे यहाँ पहुंचे और यहाँ देखिए भीड़ देखिए लोगों की, यहाँ पर लोग जुड़े हुए हैं और यहाँ पर विरोध शुरू हो गया है। अब रानिल विक्रमसिंघे का अगर आप देखें, जो बैंड्स इनकी तरफ से लगाया गया है, गो रानिल गो होम के बैंड्स लगाए गए हैं, यानी एक बार फिर से उद्घोष शुरू हो गया है लोगों का। लोग अब सड़क पर फिर से उतरने वाले हैं और ये साफ कर रहे हैं कि रानिल विक्रमसिंघे को राष्ट्रपति के तौर पर बर्दाश्त नहीं करेंगे। ये वही जगह है जहां से संघर्ष शुरू हुआ था गोटाबाया राजपक्षे के खिलाफ और अब एक बार फिर संघर्ष यहां होता नजर आ रहा है रानिल विक्रमसिंघे के खिलाफ। यानी भीड़ बढ़ सकती है शाम तक यहां पर और लोग जुट सकते हैं। हम कोशिश भी करेंगे कुछ लोग जो अगर हिंदी बोलते हैं या इंग्लिश बोलते हैं उनसे समझने की कोशिश करें, सर कैन यू स्पीक इंग्लिश एनीबॉडी? हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं लेकिन देखिए यहाँ पर यहीं से संघर्ष शुरू हुआ था। यू कैन स्पीक इंग्लिश? Sorry? I know little bit speak English. Little bit? Yeah. Wickremesinghe, do you accept Wickremesinghe as a president now? He has been elected?
Yeah, not good as the president is in the deal is Sri Lanka. And I don't know.
ये हिंदी या अंग्रेजी में यहाँ कंफर्टेबल नहीं है, लेकिन यहाँ लोग जो जुटे हुए हैं उनको हम आपको दिखाएं अगर ऊपर से। अब है जरा दिखाइए तस्वीरें, किस तरह से लोगों की भीड़ यहाँ इकट्ठा हो गई है। लोगों की भीड़ यहाँ इकट्ठा हो गई और लोग बता रहे हैं कि वो खिलाफ हैं विक्रम सिंघे के। कैन यू स्पीक हिंदी और इंग्लिश? एनीथिंग हिंदी इंग्लिश? English little bit. Vikram Singhe has been elected. What do you feel? What do you guys feel? Are you gonna protest on streets again?
Yeah, our lead group has to decide that, but we hope to do that again because we need to go Vikram Singhe home. That is now new slogan. Ranil go home.
You are not going to accept Ranil Vikram Singhe as a predecessor?
Never, never. That is same Rajapaksa. They all together, no? So they all friends. So we need a new group like who can build a country.
The protester tried to give a strong message to the government, to the people in the all-party meeting that you're not going to accept Ranil Vikram Singhe, Gotabaya Rajapaksa. Still, the ministers, the parliamentarians voted in favor of Ranil. What do you think?
They are all friends, good friends, all friends. Recently, Fine did that, but I think now before 30 years before they are good friends now. Still they are friends. They are doing under games all the times.
Under table games.
Yeah, under table games. So we not accepted him. So we need new one. Something who can do a better things and good things for country.
तो ये आप सुन रहे थे प्रदर्शनकारियों का। आप कहना है कि अब ये तय होगा प्रोटेस्ट कैसे नए सिरे से शुरू किया जाए, क्योंकि रानिल विक्रम सिंघे को एक्सेप्ट नहीं करने वाले, उनकी स्वीकार्यता एक राष्ट्रपति के तौर पर नहीं है। आम लोगों की मंशा ये है कि वो उस कुर्सी पर ना बैठे जो उनको मिल गई है, और लोगों का ये मानना है कि जो चेहरे पार्लियामेंटेरियन जिन्होंने वोट किया है दरअसल वो अंडर टेबल डील्स कर रहे हैं रानिल विक्रम सिंघे के लिए, उनको कुर्सी पर बैठाने के लिए, जानते हुए भी कि जनता उन्हें एक्सेप्ट नहीं करेगी। हाँ देखिए, भीड़ देखिए अब धीरे धीरे जुट रही है। ये वही जगह है जहां संघर्ष शुरू हुआ था, और यहां पर जिस तरह से भीड़ लोगों की जुट रही है वो समझ में आ रहा है कि अब एक बार फिर श्रीलंका की जनता का आक्रोश सामने आ सकता है, उनका गुस्सा सामने आ सकता है। हम दिखाएं बैंड्स कैसे लोगों ने लगाए हैं। देखिए, रानिल गो होम के बैंड सब लगा दिए गए हैं। नया नारा जिस तरह से गो गोटा गो का था, वैसे ही अब रानिल गो होम के नारे यहां पर लगा रहे हैं, और साफ तौर पर समझ में आ रहा है कि जो आज चुनाव हुआ है, जो राष्ट्रपति चुना गया है, उसको लेकर कम से कम जो जनता है श्रीलंका की, उसके अंदर स्वीकार्यता, उनका अप्रूवल नहीं है। और अगर उनका अप्रूवल नहीं है तो ये बहुत मुश्किल होने वाला है रानिल विक्रम सिंघे के लिए, तमाम चीजों के बावजूद। क्योंकि रानिल विक्रम सिंघे जहां ये कह रहे थे कि उन्होंने फ्यूल पासेस का ऐलान कर दिया है, रानिल विक्रम सिंघे जहां ये कह रहे थे कि ईस्टर अटैक्स की वो यूएस के साथ जांच कराएंगे, रानिल विक्रम सिंघे यहां कह रहे थे कि जो फॉरेन रिजर्व है उसे वापस रिगेन किया जाएगा, लेकिन वो इतना आसान नहीं है। वो बातें जो उनकी तरफ से कही गई वो सिर्फ ऊपरी बातें, आई वॉश है या ये कहें, क्योंकि देखिए जैसे ही वो इंटरिम प्रेसिडेंट बने उन्होंने फ्यूल की प्राइसेस कट ऑफ की, लेकिन हैरानी की बात यह है जिस प्राइसेस को उन्होंने कट ऑफ किया वो सरकारी पेट्रोल पंप, वहां पेट्रोल ही नहीं है। तो ये सिर्फ एक ऐलान था जो कि जनता को खुश करने के लिए किया गया था, जनता का मन रखने के लिए किया गया था। लेकिन एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बात यहाँ ये भी है कि इमरजेंसी लागू की गई है, देशव्यापी इमरजेंसी, यानी कि आर्मी को पूरी ताकत है कि अगर कोई बड़ा प्रदर्शन होता है, कोई प्रोटेस्टर्स सड़क पर आते हैं तो उनके खिलाफ बड़ा एक्शन वो ले सकती है। उसका पूरा अधिकार आर्मी को इस वक्त आपातकाल में मिला हुआ है। और विक्रम सिंघे रणनीतिगत तरीके से अब क्योंकि आ चुके हैं कुर्सी पर, तो उनके लिए सबसे बड़ी चुनौती अब जनता का मन जीतना है, क्योंकि जनता आप देख रही है, जनता का मूड देख रही है, जनता की बातें सुन रही है, वो समझ में आ रही है कि जनता राजी नहीं है उस कुर्सी पर उन्हें बनाए रखने के लिए, और जनता सड़कों पर उतरेगी एक बार, ये भी समझ में आ रहा है, क्योंकि नए स्लोगन्स रेज कर दिए गए हैं गो रानिल होम के। और साफ तौर पर अब कहीं ना कहीं एक बार फिर श्रीलंका की स्थिति, राजनीतिक हालात गरमा सकते हैं। आर्थिक स्थिति तो गंभीर है ही, हम लगातार आपको बता रहे हैं, और अब एक बार फिर सड़कों पर जनता का आक्रोश देखने को मिल सकता है। जिस तरह से 134 वोट उन्हें मिले हैं, ये कहा भी जा रहा है, जनता कह रही है कि राजपक्षा क्लैन की एक्सटेंडेड फैमिली है विक्रम सिंघे, ऐसे में उनका बैठना यानी कि एक डमी प्रेसिडेंट बैठे होंगे, और जो परिवार अभी तक श्रीलंका की राजनीति चला रहा था वही परिवार श्रीलंका की राजनीति चलाएगा, यानी राजपक्षे परिवार वहां सिंगापुर से ये तमाम चीजें चलाएगा, और विक्रम सिंघे एक डमी प्रेसिडेंट की तरह कुर्सी पर बैठे रहेंगे, उनके इशारे पर काम करेंगे। जनता ये समझ रही है। जी
Saloni, stay with us. We have a guest also joining us right now. We have Shri Srila Lakti Laka, who's been a former advisor to President Maitripala Shri Sena, joining us on the broadcast. I appreciate you speaking to Republic. If I can get your first response to Ranil Wickremesinghe elected as the President of Sri Lanka.
Yeah, just now the Sri Lankan Parliament has elected the acting President Mr. Ranil Wickremesinghe as the 8th President of Sri Lanka for the time of the previous President to govern the country. So there is a outcome of the Parliament is that the President Ranil Wickremesinghe has to run the country for next 2.5 years. But there is a vast gap between the sentiments of the Parliament and the sentiments of the society. So it is a challenge for Mr. Wickremesinghe to see how he is going to manage this gap.
Yes. Sir, when we talk about the economic crisis, what do you think are the immediate challenges from that point of view for the new president?
Yeah, the president has twofold challenges. One is bring back the lost legitimacy of the political class. The second is negotiate and find sustainable solution for our economic crisis. So the both problems are interconnected. So we hope that Ranil, as a manager of economy, would able to deal with the current deep crisis of Sri Lanka, and he will lead the negotiation with IMF.
All right. Sir, thank you so much for speaking to us. So that was Shiral Lakti Laka, the former advisor to President Maitripala Shri Sena, joining us and giving his response with the new president now elected in Sri Lanka.
गोटाबाया का एक्सटेंडेड फैमिली ही मानते हैं लोग रानिल विक्रमसिंघे को, और उनका कुर्सी पर बैठना, उनका सत्ता पर काबिज होना लोगों को मंजूर नहीं, बर्दाश्त नहीं। और देखिए यहाँ पर अब भीड़ जुटने लगी है। पूरा एरिया अगर हम दिखाएं, अब है दिखाएं जरा किस तरह से टेंट्स लगे हुए हैं।
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
News in brief now. Trouble is mounting for Sanjay Raut as the ED has summoned the Shiva Sena MP for yet another round of questioning in connection with an alleged money laundering case. Now this comes after Raut was questioned in the Patra Chol redevelopment case for over 10 hours on the 20th of July. As back-to-back setbacks continue to jolt Uddhav Sena, the BJP leader Kirit Somaiya has taken a jibe at the Shiva Sena MP Sanjay Raut, saying that Uddhav first, it's Sanjay Raut's turn now. The Supreme Court will today hear two pleas filed by Eknath Shinde's camp challenging the disqualification notices that have been issued against 16 rebel lawmakers who had switched sides. Now the court will also hear pleas filed by the Uddhav camp challenging the appointment of Eknath Shinde as the Chief Minister of the state. The Uddhav camp has also sought declaring of a special session of the Assembly wherein the floor test was conducted and the new government was allowed to be formed as unconstitutional. Multi-location NIA raids are on in Bihar after an alleged PFI connection emerged in the Motihari case. Now, police have informed that 3 people have been detained from Maria Miswa Madrasa and are being interrogated to uncover the larger conspiracy. The Supreme Court is all set to hear a plea of the Aam Aadmi Party challenging the postponement of Municipal Corporation of Delhi polls on the grounds of delimitation of wards in the national capital. Following the multiple landslides and shooting stones, the Jammu-Srinagar highway in Ramban has been blocked, prompting suspension of all services. The national highway is now being cleared in a bid to facilitate resumption of movement. The police have arrested 3 accused involved in a theft of 34 crore rupees at Manpara ICICI bank fraud case. An FIR has been launched in Manpara. police station and 5.8 crore rupees have been recovered from the accused so far. Furthermore, police has said that the 3 arrests.
Quick roundup of news in brief. National Investigation Agency carried out searches at Tiruchirappalli Special Camp, where foreigners with criminal records are lodged. Reportedly, the NI team is looking for narcotics and illegally smuggled gold and other materials as well. The camp currently houses refugees primarily from Sri Lanka, but also from not just from Sri Lanka, but also from Indonesia and other neighboring countries. As incessant rainfall continues to lash parts of India, in Jammu and Kashmir, heavy rains triggered flash floods in the Doda district. Several houses and schools were also damaged in these floods, while no casualties have been reported so far. On 19th of July, in a surprise joint checkpoint operation that was conducted by the Shopian police, a driver of the suspicious vehicle tried to flee from the spot but was apprehended by the alert checkpoint parties. The driver has been identified as a Lashkar terrorist, and a huge cache of arms and ammunition have also been recovered. Customs at CCSI airport in Lucknow seized 10 air guns, telescopic sights and several arms and accessories amounting to over 20 lakh rupees from passengers coming from Dubai. From this passenger who came from Dubai on 19th of July, the passenger has now been arrested and will be today produced before Chief Judicial Magistrate for judicial custody. CBCID put up a notice outside the deceased girl's house in a village in Kudalore district, informing the family about the completion of the post-mortem and further asking them to collect the body for the final rites. Uzma Parveen alleged attack near the multi-level parking in Hazratganj area. However, the police have reported that something is amiss in this incident following the witness testimony. Police have also informed that CCTV footage is being screened and investigation is underway. Days after the tragic flash floods following the cloudburst claimed lives of 16 people, leaving several others injured as well. 21st batch comprising of over 4,000 Amarnath Yatra devotees left for Kashmir Valley from Bhagwati Nagar base camp in Jammu. India has reduced the windfall tax on diesel and aviation fuel shipments by 2 rupees a litre and has scrapped completely a 6 rupee per litre levy on gasoline exports as well. It has also cut the tax on domestically produced crude by about 27% to 17,000 rupees a ton. The new rates are effective starting today. The Indian High Commission in Sri Lanka has issued an advisory and has asked Indian nationals to plan their movement as per the latest developments. The Commission has asked them to ask the Indian nationals to contact them for any requirement.
Because Sri Lanka not accept this guy, because same family and same mentality. This all
mentality and same family. Are you guys going to raise the protest now? By evening, I can see more people here.
ನಾನು ಒಂದು ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ರಿಲೇಷನ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಸಂಪಾದನೆ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ಹಣ ಡೈಲಿ 25ರಿಂದ 30% ಹಣ ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಹೋಗ್ತಾಯಿತ್ತು. ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಗೆ ಏನು ಸಹ ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗ್ತಾ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದೇ ಒಂದು ಮೈನ್ ಕಂಪ್ನಿಗೆ ಜಾಯ್ನ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ 0 ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಇದೆ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ನಾನು ದುಡ್ದಂಥ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಹಣವನ್ನು ನನ್ನ ಮನೆಗೆ ಸಹ ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಏನಪ್ಪ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ಟು ಅಂತ ಅಂದರೆ 5 ಲಕ್ಷ ಡ್ರೈವರ್ಗೆ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಇನ್ಸೂರೆನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ತಿಂಗಳಿಗೆ 2,999 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ರೀಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಇದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಒನ್ ಡೇಗೆ 149 ರೂಪೀಸ್ ರೀಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಇದೆ. ನಾನು ಎಷ್ಟು ದುಡಿತೀನೋ ಅಷ್ಟು ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಹಣ ನನ್ನ ಮನೆಗೆ ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇದರಿಂದ ನನ್ನ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ಸಹ ನನ್ನ ಕುಟುಂಬ ಸಹ ತುಂಬ ಖುಷಿಯಾಗಿದೆ.
Multi-location NIA raids are on in Bihar after an alleged PFI connection emerged in the Motihari case. Now, police have informed that 3 people have been detained from Maria Miswa Madrasa and are being interrogated to uncover the larger conspiracy. The Supreme Court is all set to hear a plea of the Aam Aadmi Party challenging the postponement of Municipal Corporation of Delhi polls on the grounds of delimitation of wards in the national capital. Following the multiple landslides and shooting stones, the Jammu and Srinagar highway in Ramban has been blocked, prompting suspension of all services. The national highway is now being cleared in a bid to facilitate resumption of movement. The police have arrested 3 accused involved in a theft of 34 crore rupees at Manpara ICICI bank fraud case. An FIR has been launched in Manpara police station and 5.8 crore rupees have been recovered from the accused so far. Furthermore, police has said that the 3 arrested, one was a bank employee and had stolen the concerned amount from the safe of the bank. The monkeypox scare continues to grip India and 3 cases have so far been reported in the country. As a precautionary measure, in a nodal hospital, 36 beds have been set up for suspected monkeypox cases in Telangana's Hyderabad. News in brief now. Trouble is mounting for Sanjay Raut as the ED has summoned the Shiva Sena MP for yet another round of questioning in connection with an alleged...
Good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. I am Shivangi Shukla. We'll get you the fastest updates right now. Let's first start with the headlines at the Sabha.
Asu Dekai.
As complete chaos ensues in Sri Lanka, Ranil Wickremesinghe elected as the new president. Houses are adjourned after ruckus and sloganeering, but opposition blames government for adjournment. No immediate relief for Dhav top court hints at referring case to larger bench. After Meva top cop, Rachi sub-inspector mowed down by cattle smuggler, big concern over safety lapse. BJP tweets shocking video from Rajasthan, man seen brutally attacked by goons. BJP questions law and order. Viewers, we're getting some breaking news. We're getting some breaking news at the start of the bulletin. This is the Moosewala investigation case right now. What we can tell you, that there's an encounter between the main accused and the police. The main accused and the police. A big update in the Moosewala assassination probe update. We're getting that this encounter is happening near the Atari border. Big news coming in the Sidhu Moosewala assassination case investigation, viewers, that an encounter is happening, and this encounter is happening between the main accused and the police. Big news coming in at this point of time. The investigation continues, and multiple, agencies are also investigating this case. Many have been arrested so far, but we've got a big lead that one of the accused, and we believe that this is a key person there. He's one of the main accused in the case. And the police are having an encounter. This encounter is near the Atari border. Big news coming in on this story that we have been tracking of the Sidhu Moosewala murder case. Remember that this case has taken many twists and turns. Arrests have been made in this case as well. And this is a developing story. Right now, this is definitely a big update in the assassination probe, viewers, that an encounter between the police and the accused is happening near the Atari border. And remember that the gangster Lawrence Bishnoi had also admitted that he was a mastermind also in the Sidhu Moosewala killing. And this is what we have also come to know as well. So multiple, in fact, angles to the case. But what we know so far is that one more angle coming out, one more update coming out from the Moosewala assassination probe update, where there is an encounter between the main accused and police. Amandeep is joining me. Amandeep, this is a big news coming in, and a big update as well. Take us through the details. An encounter between the main accused and police. Who is this main accused?
Well, Shivangi, these are two sharp shooters. Jagrup Rupa and Manu Kusa. These are the two shooters who were still missing from the police custody. And in fact, now the police have engaged with these two shooters in a Pakna village nearby the international border in Amritsar. And so far, we are getting the information that encounter is still underway. Just because they are having the weapons, and in fact they were hiding in a house in a village, and in fact that village has been cordoned by the entire police, and the firing is still going on. The police has pressed the maximum force at the point, just because this village is exactly nearby the international border of Amritsar. This is village Bhakna, where the encounter is going on. Well, Shivangi, these two accused were still in Punjab since they have killed Sidhu Moosewala. Manu Khusa and Jagrup Rupa, they were the two who were actually leading one group of shooters. And in fact, since then, they were just changing their hideouts in Punjab itself. But now, from the police have even got the information and trying to zero in. And in fact, just because they are having the deadly weapons along with them, so the police is taking all kind of precautions. And in fact, the Shivangi encounter is still underway. Even we are telling the location exactly, the Pakna village nearby the international border in Amritsar district. Both the shooters were hiding in a house that is in the mid of the village, and in fact that has been completely cordoned by the police, and the firing is still going on. The operation is still underway, Shivangi. They both are the deadlies, they are the sharpshooters, they are having deadly weapons along with...
Amadi, we're getting some dramatic visuals also on tape right now. We're getting some exclusive visuals which our viewers can see. If you're watching Republic TV, you can see these exclusive visuals of the encounter. Can you take us through exactly what's happening there on our screens?
Well, Shivangi, these visuals are that the police is moving to the encounter spot just because one team has engaged with them. Anti-gangster task force has engaged both the shooters and trapped in the middle of the village. And in fact, now these visuals are of the police side of the Amritsar. They are moving to counters. At least the sufficient force should be there with the weapons. Just because they have engaged with the gangsters, they have engaged with the shooters, and both are the sharpshooters. They don't hesitate to kill. They don't hesitate to open the fire even on the police as well. And that is the reason the police is pressing maximum force to the spot. And in fact, they have also sounded the alert in the nearby villages as well. They're taking the village, Pakna village. I'm again repeating that Pakna is the village at the international border where the encounter is underway between police and sharpshooters Manu Khusa and Jagrup Rupa. These are the two shooters who were leading one group of shooters to kill Sidhu Moosewala. And in fact, both were remain in Punjab since they have killed Sidhu Moosewala on 29th of May. And they were on changing height inside Punjab, but now the police have tracked them, and in fact now they have engaged them in an encounter, and soon the result will be out, just because the entire focus and the senior police officers are moving towards Amritsar, just because anti-gangster task force was trying to track these two accused. Just because, Shivangi, if we just explain the role of these two shooters, different groups have killed Sidhu Moosewala. Number one is Ankit. Ankit was the one who is from one group. Priyawat Fauji is from group. They both into the police custody now. But another group was led by a group of shooters that opened the fire on Sidhu Moosewala. And in fact, since they have killed Sidhu Moosewala, this group was missing from the police custody. And in fact, now the police have tracked their locations, and even nearby the international border, they have tracked and they have engaged with them. They have they cordoned the entire area, both the shooters. So far, we are getting the information that only two shooters in that house in village Bhakna, nearby the international border, and police is sounding repeatedly alerts to asking them to surrender, not to engage with the police. And in fact, everybody knows, everybody in the anti-gangster task force of Punjab police knows that they have their open hands, they have that confidence to open the fire on the police as well. And in fact, they are carrying the deadly weapons, they have that sophisticated weapons along with them, since they were trying to hide themselves in Punjab as well. And that is the reason, with taking no chance, the police has engaged with them. They have opened the fire also. A house in the village in the village which has been captured by these gangsters and the shooters. And in fact, so far, the police is also trying to figure out that Manu Kusa and Jagrup Rupa, both are inside. But how many more are inside? Just because the certain kind of apprehensions that they have certain kind of groups where they were staying to protect themselves as well. Well, viewers, now it's a time for. Well, this is a very sensitive place. In fact, the location of this village, Pakna village, is nearby the international border, and in fact, this also falls under the jurisdiction of BSF as well, regular BSF patrolling. But now, certain kind of apprehensions is also making by the police investigation that either they are trying to cross the international border to the Pakistan, just because they were also in the chain of Rinda gangster who was sitting in the Pakistan and operated by the ISI, and even
Amity University has been ranked number 22 amongst over 1,000 government and private universities in India by NIRF, Ministry of Education, Government of India. A testimony to Amity's excellence in education, research and innovation.
The police have arrested 3 accused involved in a theft of 34 crore rupees at Manpara ICICI bank fraud case. An FIR has been launched in Manpara police station and 5.8 crore rupees have been recovered from the accused so far. Furthermore, police has said that the 3 arrested, one was a bank employee and had stolen the concerned amount from the safe of the bank. The monkeypox scare continues to grip India, and 3 cases have so far been reported in the country. As a precautionary measure, in a nodal hospital, 36 beds have been set up for suspected monkeypox cases in Telangana's Hyderabad. Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates has congratulated Prime Minister Narendra Modi on yet another milestone of administering 200 crore vaccinations in India. Taking to Twitter, Bill Gates expressed gratitude for the continued partnership with the Indian vaccine manufacturers and the government for mitigating the impact of COVID-19. Now, this comes days after India achieved yet another vaccine feat, administering about 200 crore COVID-19 vaccine doses.
Other top national stories at this hour. National Investigation Agency carried out searches at Tiruchirappalli special camp, where foreigners with criminal records are lodged. Reportedly, the NIA team is looking for narcotics, illegally smuggled gold and other materials. The camp currently houses refugees primarily from Sri Lanka, but also from Indonesia and other neighboring countries.
Multi-location NIA raids are on in Bihar after an alleged PFI connection emerged in the Motihari case. Now, police have informed that 3 people have been detained from Maria Miswa Madrasa.
Viewers, fast-paced developments coming in from Supreme Court now in the Zubair case, where the arrested so-called fact-checker has moved for relief. The UP government has made some very scathing arguments, and Rhythm is joining me live to take us through them. Rhythm, over to you.
Right. I'm sorry I missed your question, but let me actually go across and tell our viewers about what's been happening in the top court when it comes to what the UP government has been telling the Supreme Court about Zubair. And once they came to the courtroom, we'll be very sure that the Supreme Court has been now told in no uncertain terms submissions by the UP government. Appearing for them, Garima Prasad, Additional Advocate General, who said Zubair has been under the guise of fact-checking, pushing provocative content. That is, they've said he's not a journalist, he's promoting malicious content. They go into great details, and for me the submission number 2 is most important. Zubair was paid for the malicious tweets. More malicious the tweet, more payment he got is the submission by the UP state. They say he has admitted he got over 2 crore rupees. He is no journalist. This UP government also tells the Supreme Court he was made graded payments for the tweets to inflame communal passions. More vicious the tweet, the higher the payment. He admits receiving 2 crores through the tweets. The UP state that was appearing for them, Garima Prasad, told the top court of the country today each of his tweets are meant to inflame communal violence which actually took place. Details of those certain circumstances and incidents have been given by the state government to the top court, where they say by using videos of crime, adding comments to incite communal elements, they indulged in violence. These are very serious charges and very serious submissions that have been made by the UP government in a case where he's trying to look for relief in 6 of the FIRs that have been filed against him. He wants them quashed. Vrinda Grover, senior advocate, appeared for Zubair, and a final argument that's been made by the UP government. He has admitted receiving 2 crores for these venomous tweets. He's been taking advantage of speeches, debates in order to take advantage to create a communal divide. With such a serious submission, we really have to see what was going to happen in the next 20 minutes. There was some sort of a confusion in the courtroom the last time around, whether in fact the court would be listening to the matter again at 2 o'clock or whether they'll pass some sort of an order. Justice Chandrachud's bench, court 4 in the top court hearing this case, it's only getting more interesting and also very critical to see whether in fact after these very strong and serious submissions by the UP government, will Zubair get relief? Remember, on Monday, the court had said there will be no preemptive action, there will be precipitative action that can be taken in this case.
All right, Vidam, thank you for joining us with those details. So to the big hearing which is happening there, the Supreme Court bench is hearing a petition filed by Alt News journalist Mohammad Zubair seeking to quash the FIRs registered against him by the UP police, and some scathing remarks have also been made. We're getting some more breaking news coming in, viewers, right now, and what we can tell you is that a police constable was mowed down by a truck in Anand district of Gujarat at 1 a.m. in the night. 2 accused who were driving a truck registered in Rajasthan were stopped at a checkpoint where the truck refused to stop and had actually sped in. The truck was found abandoned by Anand police, but the driver and passenger of the truck are absconding as of now. So, a police constable was mowed down by a truck in Anand district of Gujarat just 1 day after a DSP was mowed down by illegal mining mafia there. Remember, that was in Mewat, and just 1 day after that, we are seeing one more case coming in from Gujarat this time, where a police constable mowed down by a truck in the Anand district of Gujarat. Now, let me just go through the details once more. This happened at 1 a.m. at night when 2 accused were driving a truck. This truck, viewers, was registered in Rajasthan. It was stopped at a checkpoint where the truck refused to stop and it sped in. It was stopped at a checkpoint. And even after being stopped, the truck did not stop. Viewers. It sped in. The truck was later found abandoned by Anand police, but the driver and the passenger of the truck are absconding as of now. Now, we have got the name of the constable as well. The constable's name is Kiran Singh Jaimal Singh Raj, who lost his life in this terrible tragedy. Harsha is joining me live. Harsha, take us through these details which are coming in. A cop mowed down in Gujarat's Anand. What are the details that we're getting, and are there any leads in the investigation so far? Harsha, if you can hear me, I'll just repeat the question to you. This is a big case coming in just 1 day after we saw that DSP being mowed down. Harsha, take us to the details of this case. A police constable mowed down by a truck in Anand district of Gujarat.
Exactly, like what we are seeing in Gujarat, we also saw the same case in Ranchi as well, and now Gujarat, Ranchi, and yesterday we saw what happened in Mewat, the new district of Mewat, where a DSP rank officer was crushed down by a truck carrying illegal stores from a mining site. Right now I am here in Haryana, and yes, investigation is in full swing because yes, accused have been nabbed from Haryana, but yes, the family of the late DSP Surendra Singh are demanding quite inquiry and investigation in this entire matter. I'll show you the visuals of the family members. We are trying to talk talk to them, but none of them are talking to us because they are deeply saddened with the entire incident which has taken place. They are clearly saying that investigation should be carried out on the people who were along with the DSP as well, the gunmen, the driver and ASI as well, because in FIR done by the driver Amit of the DSP Surinder Singh, in that FIR he has clearly written that DSP couldn't get down off the vehicle. We got down and therefore we were saved, but yes, he couldn't get down, because of which the truck moved on him and he was murdered by the accused, the Kalingar and the driver as well. Though the two accused have been nabbed, but yes, family are in are very tense with this entire incident. They are clearly stating that after 4 months on October 20 or 2nd of the October, DSP had the retirement ceremony. But before that this incident have came up. And yes, if we talk about the internal news which we are tracking continuously from 2011 to 2022, there are many incidents which have been reported of illegal mining from Faridabad, Palwal to Haryana. There are many places where the stone were illegally crushed from the Aravalis and were taken away from the mining site to the places, and the Avaid Khanan was in full swing. If you talk about Pali, if you talk about Haryana, if you talk about Yamunanagar, if you talk about the Panchkula, Ghangar and Tikoli river, the Khanan used to happen in all these places, and now investigation is being carried out because several incidents have been seen where police officials are multiple times either they are hit by mining mafias, or the guns are pointed on them, or they are tried to attack by the mining mafia. Such incidents have been seen, and now in this entire nexus is trying to be nabbed by police official, because we saw in June 22nd the Faridabad Gurugram crime branch of sector 65 nabbed a illegal mining mafia from Pali village Somveer, and he clearly stated how many people are involved in this. A WhatsApp group circulates in this. All this officer is being circulated, the movements and everything, how they are circulated, the movements and everything, how they are coming to the mining site, what they are doing, and even senior police officers, some are also involved to whom the bribe was given, and these things are being interrogated in this matter as well. Therefore, the family is demanding the probe and the CBI inquiry in this entire matter. And if we talk about DSP Surinder Singh family, everyone is waiting for his son to arrive as soon as to the village Hisar. After then, tomorrow at 10:15 a.m. the rituals will be carried out. Yes, back to the studio.
News in brief now. Trouble is mounting for Sanjay Raut as the ED has summoned the Shiva Sena MP for yet another round of questioning in connection with an alleged money laundering case. Now, this comes after Raut was questioned in the Patra Chol redevelopment case for over 10 hours on the 10th of July. As back-to-back setbacks continue to jolt Uddhav Sena, the BJP leader Kirit Somaiya has taken a jibe at the Shiva Sena MP Sanjay Raut, saying that Uddhav first, it's Sanjay Raut's turn now. The Supreme Court will today hear 2 pleas filed by Eknath Shinde's camp challenging the disqualification notices that have been issued against 16 rebel lawmakers who had switched sides. Now, the court will also hear pleas filed by the Uddhav camp challenging the appointment of Eknath Shinde as the Chief Minister of the state. The Uddhav camp has also sought declaring of a special session of the Assembly wherein the floor test was conducted and the new government was allowed to be formed as unconstitutional. Multi-location NIA raids are on in Bihar after an alleged PFI connection emerged in the Motihari case. Now, police have informed that 3 people have been detained from Maria Miswa Madrasa and are being interrogated to uncover the larger conspiracy. The Supreme Court is all set to hear a plea of the Aam Aadmi Party challenging the postponement of Municipal Corporation of Delhi polls on the grounds of delimitation of wards in the national capital. Following the multiple landslides and shooting stones, the Jammu and Srinagar highway in Ramban has been blocked, prompting suspension of all services. The national highway is now being cleared in a bid to facilitate resumption of movement. The police have arrested 3 accused involved in a theft of 34 crore rupees at Manpara ICICI bank fraud case. An FIR has been launched in Manpara police station and 5.8 crore rupees.
Viewers, let's keep tracking that top story. A police constable was mowed down by a truck in Anand district of Gujarat. And these are back-to-back cases of cops being targeted. Prakash is joining me live. Prakash, take us through this case, because this is the third case we're seeing in just 24 hours where cops are being targeted. Prakash.
Well, this is a deep nexus of cattle smugglers which has taken the life of cop in Jharkhand, Sanjay Pandey. And this cattle smugglers vehicle was flying down from Simdega district, and then there was a tip-off to the Koti district, which is 40 kilometers away from Jharkhand. And then Sanjay Pandey was flagged off late early in the morning at around 3 a.m. And she, along with the team members of constables, reached on the stop at spot at Tudana in Ranchi, and thereafter they tried to stop the vehicle, but the constables also tried to chase the vehicle, and in the process, in order to escape, because there was a cattle smuggling goods there in the vehicle, so he mowed down the cop, Sanjay Pandey. It's a very sad and tragic incident.
ಮೈ ಆ್ಯಪ್ ಒಂದು ಆ್ಯಪ್ ಲಾಂಚ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಇದು ಒಂದು ಆಟೋ ಡ್ರೈವರ್ಸ್ಗೆಲ್ಲ ತುಂಬ ಹೊಸ ಅನುಭವ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ತೊಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ದಿರ ಇದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಟೋ ಡ್ರೈವರ್ಸು ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ಕೋಬೋದು. ದಿನಕ್ಕೆ 29 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಹಾಗೂ ತಿಂಗಳಿಗೆ 499 ರೂಪಾಯಿ. ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಕಮಿಷನ್ 30% ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಇಲ್ದಿರ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬ ಅಗ್ರಿಗೇಟ್ಸ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಕೊಡ್ದಿರ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಪಾದನೆ ಹಣನ ನಾವು ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗ್ಬೋದು. ನಾವು ಕಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಟ ಹಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರನೇ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ನನ್ನ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ದುಡಿಮೆ ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಇದೆ, ನಾನು ಖುಷಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ.
Multi-location NIA raids are on in Bihar after an alleged PFI connection emerged in the Motihari case. Now, police have informed that 3 people have been detained from Maria Miswa Madrasa and are being interrogated to uncover the larger conspiracy. The Supreme Court is all set to hear a plea of the Aam Aadmi Party challenging the postponement of Municipal Corporation of Delhi polls on the grounds of delimitation of wards in the national capital. Following the multiple landslides and shooting stones, the Jammu and Srinagar highway in Ramban has been blocked, prompting suspension of all services. The national highway is now being cleared in a bid to facilitate resumption of movement. The police have arrested 3 accused involved in a theft of 34 crore rupees at Manpara ICICI bank fraud case. An FIR has been launched in Manpara police station and 5.8 crore rupees have been recovered from the accused so far. Furthermore, police has said that the 3 arrested, one was a bank employee and had stolen the concerned amount from the safe of the bank. The monkeypox scare continues to grip India, and 3 cases have so far been reported in the country. As a precautionary measure, in a nodal hospital, 36 beds have been set up for suspected monkeypox cases in Telangana's Hyderabad. News in brief now. Trouble is mounting for Sanjay Raut as the ED has summoned the Shiva Sena MP for yet another round of questioning in connection with an alleged money laundering case. Now, this comes after Raut was questioned in the Patra Chol redevelopment case for over 10 hours on the 10th of July. As back-to-back setbacks continue to jolt Uddhav Sena, the BJP leader Kirit Somaiya has taken a jibe at the Shiva Sena MP Sanjay Raut, saying that Uddhav first, it's Sanjay Raut's turn now. The Supreme Court will today hear 2 pleas filed by Eknath Shinde's camp challenging the disqualification notices that have been issued against 16 rebel lawmakers who had switched sides. Now, the court will also hear pleas filed by the Uddhav camp challenging
roads inundated, vehicles completely submerged, residential houses and buildings washed away. These are the visuals from Jammu and Kashmir's Doda district, where flash floods triggered by incessant rainfall have wreaked havoc, throwing life completely out of gear. Senior officials of Jammu and Kashmir police have now been deployed at the spot to assess the extent of the damage and aid those in need. But with IMD issuing alert in Jammu region for 4 days, respite from the monsoon fury anytime soon seems unlikely. Bureau Report for Republic TV.
Coming up on the other side, big update in Moosewala case, encounter between cops and shooters underway. Stay tuned.
Amity University has been ranked number 22 amongst over 1,000 government and private universities in India by NIRF, Ministry of Education, Government of India. A testimony to Amity's excellence in education, research and innovation.
The police have arrested 3 accused involved in a theft of 34 crore rupees at Manpara ICICI bank fraud case. An FIR has been launched in Manpara police station and 5.8 crore rupees have been recovered from the accused so far. Furthermore, police has said that the 3 arrested, one was a bank employee and had stolen the concerned amount from the safe of the bank. The monkeypox scare continues to grip India, and 3 cases have so far been reported in the country. As a precautionary measure, in a nodal hospital, 36 beds have been set up for suspected monkeypox cases in Telangana's Hyderabad. Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates has congratulated Prime Minister Narendra Modi on yet another milestone of administering 200 crore vaccinations in India. Taking to Twitter, Bill Gates expressed gratitude for the continued partnership with the Indian vaccine manufacturers and the government for mitigating the impact of COVID-19. Now, this comes days after India achieved yet another vaccine feat, administering about 200 crore COVID-19 vaccine doses.
Other top national stories at this hour. National Investigation Agency carried out searches at Tiruchirappalli special camp, where foreigners with criminal records are lodged. Reportedly, the NIA team is looking for narcotics.
Top headlines this afternoon as complete chaos ensues in Sri Lanka. Ranil Wickremesinghe elected as new president. Big development in Moosewala assassination probe, encounter underway between main accused and police at Atari border. Houses adjourned after ruckus and sloganeering, but opposition blames government for adjournment. No immediate relief for Uddhav Thackeray. Top court hints at referring case to a larger bench. After Mewat and Ranchi, another cop crushed to death in Gujarat. Big concern over safety lapse. BJP tweets shocking video from Rajasthan. Man seen brutally attacked by goons. BJP questions law and order in Rajasthan. And tracking the big story coming in this hour of the encounter that we is told is underway as we speak between the cops and Sidhu Moosewala's shooters. We have Amandeep reporting live on that story. Amandeep, if you could give us more details on this encounter which is underway at the Atari, near the Atari border.
Well, absolutely, Samiksha. The encounter is still underway. This encounter is happening at village Pakna, nearby the international border in Amritsar. And this encounter is between the sharpshooters of Sidhu Moosewala case, Jagrup Rupa and Manpreet Manu Kusa, and even between the security forces. You can see the visuals are very much telling that the entire area has been cordoned off. Extreme force has been pressed into the services, and bulletproof vehicles have been on the spot. And in fact, the encounter is still underway. They have captured a house outside the village Pakna, on the outskirts of the village Pakna. And in fact, police got the tip off just because since 29th of May, after after killing Sidhu Moosewala, these two sharp shooters remain hiding in the different parts of the Punjab. But today, police force has detected their location, and in fact, they have detected nearby the international border. And currently, the encounter is still underway. The ambulances have been reached on the spot. Maximum extreme force has been pressed into the services from Amritsar, from Jalandhar, and senior police officials are also on the spot to monitoring this entire encounter situation, just because the police force is entirely very much aware about that both the shooters, Manu Kusa and Jagrup Rupa, they both are the deadly shooters carrying weapons, sophisticated weapons, and in fact, they don't hesitate to open fire on police. That is the reason they have completely engaged with the police at an isolated location where they have captured a house itself, and inside that house, how many people are still inside, how many shooters and the gangsters are still inside. Police is trying to face them. Oh, the firing is from both the sides happening there, and even the entire area has been cordoned off. Not even a single chance is being taken by the police. Well, Samiksha, this is a very sensitive spot now, which is exactly in the village Pakna. It is on the outskirts of the village Pakna. Village Pakna is located on the international border in Amritsar, and even on 21st of June, the police have traced them in a CCTV camera as well nearby Moga. And in fact, they both, Manu Kusa and Jagrup Rupa, was riding on a bike, and they were just changing their hideouts as well. But today, they have been nailed down. They have been tracked by the anti-gangster task force. And now the additional force has been rushed to the spot with the weapons and with the ammunition, so that if any kind of uncertain situation will happen, so at least the police should be able to handle it. But so far, both the shooters are hiding inside a house, and in fact, the police has cordoned that entire area with vehicles, with bulletproof vehicles. The force has been deployed on all sides of that house, and even their force is hiding in the agriculture fields as well. Just because this house is outskirts of located on the outskirts of village Bhakna, and even the force has been put their guns on towards that house, and in fact, one by one, they are trying to open the fire. They are trying to verify that how many people are inside, and in fact, either they are two or they are some other, how many weapons they are carrying and what kind of weapons they have inside that house. These are the most important parts, so that at least no loss of life from the side of the forces should be recorded. That is the reason. But Samiksha, now finally, just because Samiksha, let me tell you, there were two group of shooters who have killed Sidhu Moosewala. Yes. Number one group was Priyavat Fauji, who has already been arrested by the Delhi Special Cell and later taken into the custody by Punjab Police. And now this Manu Kusa and Jagrup Rupa both were leading the second group of shooters which had opened the fire on Sidhu Moosewala, and they were traveling in a Bolero car. Priyavat Fauji and Ankit, they both were in a group which was carrying a sedan car, but the Manu Kusa and Jagrup Rupa, they both were riding in the Bolero car that intercepted Sidhu Moosewala's SUV, and in fact they were on the run since 29th of May, and in fact the police was having a strong lead that Jagrup Rupa and Manu Kusa, they have not fled from the Punjab. They are just changing their hideouts inside the Punjab. And in fact, when they have arrested Ankit, and even after Ankit, they have taken the custody of Lawrence Bishnoi. After that, Jaggu Bhagwanpuria, then police will be able to know about the location and about the hideouts of these two shooters. Just because time to time they are changing their locations, and they are not keeping one single vehicle to change their location. Certain kind of modest be opted by these two sharp shooters, and in fact the police is very much aware about this fact also, that these shooters are having very much confidence to open the fire even on the police as well, and every time they are carrying sophisticated weapons along with them to protect themselves, and even they don't hesitate to protect themselves to get arrested. So these kinds of very important leads are already with anti-gangster task force of Punjab Police. That is the reason they are not taking a single chance to get engaged with these two gangsters. But now, when the encounter is presently underway, the media has been stopped at a distance, and the entire area has been cordoned. Ambulance has been deployed at a distance. A team of doctors is on the standby. The police is hiding in the agriculture fields. The entire house has been cordoned from all sides. And even the visuals are very much telling. The visuals are entirely telling that the encounter is still underway. Bulletproof cars and vehicles have been deployed at the spot, that in case the police get a chance to travel nearby, so at least bulletproof vehicles will be used at that point in time. But so far, police is trying to verify that how many people are inside that house and how many weapons they have. Either they have the assault rifles, or they have the pistols, or they have AK-47. What kind of weapons they are still carrying, just because that is the most important part. And even the police is taking no chance. They have trapped them, they have taken into a grip, and now they are just waiting them to show their offense, so that at least everything should come, everything should be visible, that how many people are inside and how many weapons they have. Accordingly, police will continue their operation. Just because the arrest of these two gangsters were pending, only these two shooters have left from the group of the shooters who have killed Sidhu Moosewala. On the other side, everybody else has been arrested, and even the conspirators who Goldie Barad and Lawrence Bishnoi, even the Goldie Barad is still sitting in Canada. In fact, Lawrence Bishnoi has taken into the custody, and even the logistic providers has also been arrested. But from this entire chain of shooters, Manu Kusa and Jagrup Rupa remain missing. But now police have tracked their location. They have been into the grip of police, and in fact very soon apprehended, or they will be shot down in this encounter. Anything can happen, just because the situation, Samiksha, actually very uncertain. Uncertain. Police is not even taking a single chance, and now police is not. They are repeatedly alerting the sound to both the shooters that kindly surrender. You have been completely captured from all sides of the house. They are repeatedly sounding that alert to both the shooters and how many people have been inside that house. And in fact, no reply has been came out so far. Nobody is replying. Nobody is coming out. Nobody is ready to surrender. That is the reason the police is still continue with their packed operation. They are all ready. They are all ready to trigger the bullets if there is any kind of uncertainty. It's a very sensitive situation, Samiksha. Very sensitive situation. But the fact of the matter is that in the chain of the shooters who killed Sidhu Moosewala, both the shooters have now been tracked, and now it's a wait and watch kind of situation, that what will happen in next few minutes.
Yes, Amandeep, if you could also again put it into context for us, because we understand that these two accused, Jagrup Rupa and Manpreet Manu, are the ones who were seen trailing Sidhu Moosewala's car in Corolla when the shooting happened last month.
Well, absolutely, Samiksha, absolutely. These are the gangsters who were directly in touch with the Goldie Barad, and they are getting the instructions from Goldie Barad. And in fact, they have been camping in Mansa since very much days. And even when finally the weapons have been supplied to both of these shooters, and they have told that they is very much near to kill Sidhu Moosewala, now be prepared. In fact, these two shooters were traveling in SUV who was chasing Sidhu Moosewala's Jeep.
Yes.
And in fact, Manpreet Manu Kusa and Jagrup Rupa both were leading.
Amandeep, stay with us. Yes. Just hold your thoughts. In fact, those are the first visuals also that we've accessed of these accused who are trapped while the encounter is underway. The accused who've been identified as Manpreet Singh Manu as well as Jagrup Singh Rupa. Amandeep, if you could continue, talk to us about these accused who are trapped in the encounter while we speak, and the first visuals that we are also putting on our screens of these accused who are trapped in this encounter. Well, Amandeep, stay with us. Let me also go across to Gursimran, who is also breaking that story for us, getting us these first visuals. Gursimran, if you could talk to us more about these accused who are trapped in this encounter, the first visuals that we are putting on our screens right now. Well, we'll connect with Gursimran. Gursimran, if you can hear us, if you could talk to us about these accused who are trapped in this encounter while we speak, the first visuals, exclusive visuals that we are putting on the screens right now.
See, what we are getting to know from the sources in the Punjab police that three gangsters are believed to be trapped in this encounter. Two of them are believed to be those who were involved in the shooting of Sidhu Moosewala. However, the details are yet to be shared by the Punjab police. But what we are getting to know from the sources in police that Jagrup Rupa and Manpreet Manna is the shooter who are involved, and they were those who were driving in the Corolla on the day of incident when these shooters, they targeted Sidhu Moosewala, and they stopped their Corolla vehicle ahead of the vehicle of Sidhu Moosewala's Thar, and then Manpreet was holding the AK series rifle. He fired the first shot followed by the burst shots of the AK, which led to grave injuries to Sidhu Moosewala, and then followed by the firing by others, the shooters. Three shooters have already been arrested in this case. Three are absconding, and now the encounter is on way.
Yes.
We are getting to know that this encounter broke out at 11 in the morning. This is what sources are telling, and DGP Punjab is expected to reach spot in a short while from now.
Yes. Yes, Gursimran, stay with us. We understand that these accused who were trapped, they have ammunition, arms and ammunition with them, which shows how much scary the situation is at this point.
See, the operation is on. This is in the residential area. On the one hand, there is a residential area, and on the other hand, we are told that there are houses of the tribal community there, and it is that very place where the operation is right now on. These gangsters are continuously changing their positions. This is what we are getting to know. One of the three gangsters is believed to be hit now. The intensified searches are on, and they are looking into each and every possible area where these suspects could be hiding, so that they can be neutralized or arrested at an earliest.
Yes. Yes, Gursimran, stay with us. We also have Amandeep who's tracking the story very closely. Amandeep, if you could give us more details that you're picking up from your sources. We understand that the encounter is still on as we speak, and there are residential houses nearby where the encounter is taking place. Well, we seem to have lost that connection with Amandeep. Gursimran continues to be with us. Gursimran, we understand that three gangsters are believed to be trapped. Give us more details.
Yes, three gangsters are believed to be trapped. One is, as per the sources in the Punjab police, is Jagrup Rupa, and other is Manpreet Manna. That is what we are getting to know as of now. They both were involved in the killing of Sidhu Moosewala. The identity of the third gangster who was with them is yet to be ascertained by the officials in the Punjab police, but the encounter continues, and this encounter, it's already been touching 2 hours to this encounter. 2 to 3 hours it's been, 3 hours and 15 minutes that the encounter broke out, and this encounter continues in the border area, very near to the international border. And now the question also raises that where were they heading towards, because they have carried out the killings in the Mansa, and since then all the shooters and others, those who are linked to this case, have been arrested either from Haryana or from Delhi and other parts of the countries, but they never moved towards the northern side, that is upward from towards the Amritsar and Jammu and Kashmir. But these two shooters, along with one other associate, they were moving towards upside, that is they were in the Amritsar area that is very near to Jammu and Kashmir. And what they were doing were they in a bid to exfiltrate, or were they sent here to get another consignment of weapons? Because we have seen that in case of Sidhu Moosewala, the links of the drone dropping are also emerging, and we have seen the frequent Pakistani drone sorties in the international border area in Punjab also. So what was the plot? That is also needs to be probed. But yes, these gangsters moving to this side, very near to the international border, raises several questions also.
Yes, Gursimran, stay with us. Amandeep is also reporting live on that story. Amandeep, what is the latest you are picking up? We understand that 3 gangsters are believed to be trapped, like Gursimran was telling us. If you could share with us more details.
Absolutely, Samiksha. 2 are identified, and one is yet to be identified in this entire encounter. Just because encounter is still underway, and even that house has been completely cordoned and packed by the police forces. Additional force has been pressed into the services. This house is, Samiksha, we got to know that this is between two villages. This is on the outskirts of the Bhakna village, and on the other side on the jurisdiction of another village that is in the at the isolated place. And in fact, from few days they are staying here. They are camping here from few days, and in fact they are leaving this house in the morning and coming back late in the night. And in fact, the police is just waiting to get them along, and we with a full confirmation, a complete recce. A senior police officer has also revealed a proper recce has been done before conducting this encounter, just because so far police has not got the access inside the house. They are not able to identify that who is the third person, just because their sources, their intel inputs has confirmed that Jagrup, Rupa and Manu Kusa, they both were staying here from 2 to 3 days. And in fact, due to some kind of reason, just because they are changing their hideouts after 29th of May, after killing Sidhu Moosewala, and they are changing their hideouts nearby the international border, just because the patrolling and even the intelligent inputs remain very limited, and people are not aware about the photographs and the visible identification of Manu Kusa and Jagrup Rupa. That is the reason they are traveling on the border lines also, from Moga to Taran, from Taran to Amritsar. This is all happening, and now they have been trapped into a police net, and even their entire house has been cordoned off. But it is the moment of few minutes, Samiksha, that everything would be came out with the evidence that how many people are inside. Either minimum 3 has been confirmed. 2 has been identified. But so far, they are still very uncertain that many more remain inside that house. Just because it was a basic modus operandi of these gangsters and the shooters, they always stay in a group. They don't stay isolated or alone. Before this also, police officers, when had conducted these kind of encounters regarding these gangsters, they have observed and analyzed in their investigation that they stay in a group with a huge cache of weapons as well. Yes, Samiksha.
The encounter between the 3 gangsters, 2 of them involved in the killing of Sidhu Moosewala, and Punjab police is underway in the border village of Amritsar, wherein these gangsters, they are hiding, trying to escape from these security forces. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV.
Getting a cab these days is nearly impossible because half the time you don't get rides. Even if your cab gets booked, you're not sure when it is going to get cancelled or how much you're going to pay. Now, answering all this, Mind has come up with beautiful solutions whereby we don't have a surge rate here because they go by government prescribed rates. Not just that, Mind has a beautiful feature where you incentivize the driver, ensuring that he will come and pick you up on time. So, thanks Mind.
News in brief now. Trouble is mounting for Sanjay Raut as the ED has summoned the Shiva Sena MP for yet another round of questioning in connection with an alleged money laundering case. Now, this comes after Raut was questioned in the Patra Chol redevelopment case for over 10 hours on the 20th of July. As back-to-back setbacks continue to jolt Uddhav Sena, the BJP leader Kirit Somaiya has taken a jibe at the Shiva Sena MP Sanjay Raut, saying that Uddhav first, it's Sanjay Raut's turn now. The Supreme Court will today hear 2 pleas filed by Eknath Shindey's camp challenging the disqualification notices that have been issued against 16 rebel lawmakers who had switched sides. Now, the court will also hear pleas filed by the Uddhav camp challenging the appointment of Eknath Shindey as the Chief Minister of the state. The Uddhav camp has also sought declaring of a special session of the Assembly wherein the floor test was conducted and the new government was allowed to be formed as unconstitutional. Multi-location NIA raids are on in Bihar after an alleged PFI connection emerged in the Motihari case. Now, police have informed that 3 people have been detained from Maria Miswa Madrasa and are being interrogated to uncover the larger conspiracy. The Supreme Court is all set to hear a plea of the Aam Aadmi Party challenging the postponement of Municipal Corporation of Delhi polls on the grounds of delimitation of wards in the national capital. Following the multiple landslides and shooting stones, the Jammu and Srinagar highway in Ramban has been blocked, prompting suspension of all services. The national highway is now being cleared in a bid to facilitate resumption of movement. The police have arrested 3 accused involved in a theft of 34 crore rupees at Manpara ICICI bank fraud case. An FIR has been launched in Manpara police station and 5.8 crore rupees have been recovered from the accused so far. Furthermore, police has said that the 3 arrested, one was a bank employee and had stolen the concerned amount from the safe of the bank. The monkeypox scare continues to grip India, and 3 cases have so far been reported in the country as a precautionary measure.
Thanks for staying tuned. Now, Prime Minister Modi interacted with the Indian contingent bound for the Commonwealth Games 2022 today by video conferencing. In his interaction, the Prime Minister lauded each athlete for their persistent efforts and dedication for the Commonwealth Games.
Marking the day important for sports, Prime Minister Narendra Modi interacted with Indian contingent bound for the Commonwealth Games 2022. In his interaction, PM Modi continued to hail each athlete for their persistent dedication in sports. During his interaction, Prime Minister Narendra Modi said that the upcoming Commonwealth Games are important for each Indian player to showcase their power to the world.
जी भर के खेलिएगा, जमकर खेलिएगा, पूरी ताकत से खेलिएगा और बिना किसी टेंशन से खेलिएगा। और आप लोगों ने वो पुराना डायलॉग सुना होगा, कोई नहीं है टक्कर में, कहां पड़े हो चक्कर में। बस इसी एटीट्यूड को लेकर आपको वहां जाना है, खेलना है।
The Commonwealth Games will begin in Birmingham the same day International Chess Olympiad will commence in Tamil Nadu. Remember, this is going to be India's 18th participation in the quadrennial competition. While encouraging the athletes, Prime Minister Narendra Modi assured them of victory if they put their immense effort in the game. Meanwhile, Union Minister Anurag Thakur lauded PM Modi for encouraging sports and said that the Prime Minister has also increased the sports budget.
सर, आपने पिछले कुछ वर्षों में खेलों का बजट दोगुना नहीं बल्कि 3 गुना ज्यादा किया है, जो खिलाड़ियों के लिए बहुत बड़ी बात है। मैं सभी खिलाड़ियों से आपका उसके लिए भी बहुत आभार प्रकट करता हूं।
Nearly 215 Indian athletes from 19 different sports are set to compete in 141 different events at the Commonwealth Games 2022. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
A very short break. Houses adjourned after ruckus and sloganeering, but opposition blames government. And after Mewat and Ranchi, another cop crushed to death in Gujarat. Big concerns over safety lapse.
ನಾನು ಒಂದು ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ರಿಲೇಷನ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಸಂಪಾದನೆ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ಹಣ ಡೈಲಿ 25ರಿಂದ 30% ಹಣ ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಹೋಗ್ತಾಯಿತ್ತು. ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಗೆ ಏನು ಸಹ ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗ್ತಾ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದೇ ಒಂದು ಮೈನ್ ಕಂಪ್ನಿಗೆ ಜಾಯ್ನ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ 0 ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಇದೆ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ನಾನು ದುಡ್ದಂಥ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಹಣವನ್ನು ನನ್ನ ಮನೆಗೆ ಸಹ ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಏನಪ್ಪ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ಟು ಅಂತ ಅಂದರೆ 5 ಲಕ್ಷ ಡ್ರೈವರ್ಗೆ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಇನ್ಸೂರೆನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ತಿಂಗಳಿಗೆ 2999 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ರೀಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಇದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಒನ್ ಡೇಗೆ 149 ರುಪೀಸ್ ರೀಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಇದೆ. ನಾನು ಎಷ್ಟು ದುಡಿತೀನೋ ಅಷ್ಟು ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಹಣ ನನ್ನ ಮನೆಗೆ ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇದರಿಂದ ನನ್ನ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ಸಹ ನನ್ನ ಕುಟುಂಬ ಸಹ ತುಂಬ ಖುಷಿಯಾಗಿದೆ.
Multi-location NIA raids are on in Bihar after an alleged PFI connection emerged in the Motihari case. Now, police have informed that 3 people have been detained from Maria Miswa Madrasa and are being interrogated to uncover the larger conspiracy. The Supreme Court is all set to hear a plea of the Aam Aadmi Party challenging the postponement of Municipal Corporation of Delhi polls on the grounds of delimitation of wards in the national capital. Following the multiple landslides and shooting stones, the Jammu and Srinagar highway in Ramban has been blocked, prompting suspension of all services. The national highway is now being cleared in a bid to facilitate resumption of movement. The police have arrested 3 accused involved in a theft of 34 crore rupees at Manpara ICICI bank fraud case. An FIR has been launched in Manpara police station and 5.8 crore rupees have been recovered from the accused so far. Furthermore, police has said that the 3 arrested, one was a bank employee and had stolen the concerned amount from the safe of the bank. The monkeypox scare continues to grip India, and 3 cases have so far been reported in the country. As a precautionary measure, in a nodal hospital, 36 beds have been set up for suspected monkeypox cases in Telangana's Hyderabad. News in brief now. Trouble is mounting for Sanjay Raut as the ED has summoned the Shiva Sena MP for yet another round of questioning in connection with an alleged money laundering case. Now, this comes after Raut was questioned in the Patra Chol redevelopment case for over 10 hours on the 20th of July. As back-to-back setbacks continue to jolt Uddhav Sena, the BJP leader Kirit Somaiya has taken a jibe at the Shiva Sena MP Sanjay Raut, saying that Uddhav first, it's Sanjay Raut's turn now. The Supreme Court will today hear 2 pleas filed by Eknath Shindey's camp challenging the disqualification notices that have been issued against 16 rebel lawmakers who had switched sides. Now, the court will also hear pleas filed by the Uddhav camp challenging the appointment of Eknath Shindey as the Chief Minister of the state. The Uddhav camp has also sought declaring of a special session of the Assembly wherein the floor test was conducted and the new government was allowed to be formed as unconstitutional. Multi-location NIA raids are on in Bihar after an alleged PFI connection emerged.
As complete chaos ensues in Sri Lanka, Ranil Wickremesinghe elected as the new president. Big development in Moosewala assassination probe. Encounter underway between main accused and police at Atari border. Houses are adjourned after ruckus and sloganeering, but opposition blames government for adjournment. No immediate relief for Uddhav. Top court hints at referring case to larger bench. After Mewat and Ranchi, another cop crushed to death in Gujarat. Big concern over safety lapse. BJP tweets a shocking video from Rajasthan. Man seen brutally attacked by goons. BJP questions law and order. Viewers, ED has produced former Mumbai Police Commissioner and top cop Sanjay Pandey in court in connection with the NSE co-location scam. He was arrested yesterday on July 19th, and right now the ED, they're producing the former top cop there in court in connection with the NSE scam. Ori is joining me on the phone line. Piyush, now this is coming just one day after the ED had arrested former top cop Sanjay Pandey in connection with the co-location scam case in the NSE. Take us through what's happening now. What can we expect next? All right, we are getting some issue getting to Piyush. I'll ask you this question again, Piyush, if you can hear me. The ED is seeking 14-day custody of Sanjay Pandey as well. If you can hear me, take us through what can we expect next in this case. Piyush. All right, we are we're getting some problem getting to Piyush Ori, but there's a big news coming in, viewers, that right now a big update. ED seeks 14-day custody in this case. So in a massive development, the Enforcement Directorate has arrested former Mumbai Police Commissioner Sanjay Pandey. That happened yesterday, and right now the ED is seeking a 14-day custody of Sanjay Pandey. Now this, remember, is coming in after the ED had earlier found that a firm link to former Mumbai Police Commissioner Sanjay Pandey allegedly tapped the phones of as many as 91 office bearers of the NSC in March 2001. Sanjay Pandey had incorporated a company called ISEC Securities Private Limited, which conducted a security audit of NSC, allegedly at the directions of Managing Director and CEO Chitra Ramakrishna and Ravi Narayan, around the time when the co-location irregularities purportedly had taken over. All right, Piyush is joining me back. Piyush, take us to the details now. The ED seeking 14-day custody of Sanjay Pandey.
Phone, yes.
All right, we're getting some technical difficulties getting across to Piyush, but this is the big news coming in, viewers, that the ED has produced Sanjay Pandey in court, and the ex-Mumbai CP is in court, produced in court. Big leads coming in. ED seeks 14-day custody. We're getting a big update and on this big story that we have been tracking for a couple of weeks now. So this is coming in, viewers, remember, in connection with the National Stock Exchange NSE co-location scam. And we have been getting you every update on this story. Every single update we have been getting you on this story. Right now, what we can tell you, what's happening now, what's breaking right now, viewers, is that the ED is seeking a 14-day custody of Sanjay Pandey. The ED, the CBI have also filed 2 fresh cases against Sanjay Pandey. Now, this is a very large case with multiple layers. Now, this is, of course, it happened recently. It was a big blow to Sanjay Pandey when 2 more cases were registered against the former Mumbai Police Commissioner. And Shiva Sena has also been getting us all the breaking news updates on the story. Shiva, over to you. We're seeing a big lead in this case. All right, we're getting some technical difficulties there, but I believe Piyush is back with us. Piyush, if you can hear me, can you hear me, Piyush?
Yes, I can hear you. Yeah. Hello?
All right, Piyush, take us to the details.
Yes, I can hear you.
What can we expect next? ED seeking a 14-day custody of Sanjay Pandey. And you had confronted him also, Piyush. Take us to the details.
So definitely. So yes, this is a very big step which has now come forward. You know, the ED has taken the 14-day custody of former top cop Sanjay Pandey, and from here on, it's going to be a very interesting revelation of what's going to really happen. Mind you, this is a very important case, the news break of which was done by us at Republic TV. It is going to be very interesting now to understand that who all are the big players which are involved in this case. And the 14-day custody which ED has taken of the former top cop will reveal that there are a lot of big players which may be involved in this case. Mind you, the details of this case has led to very stunning revelations. There was illegal phone tapping which was being done by the company that was owned by the former top cop Sanjay Pandey at NSC, the managing director of which was Chitra Ramakrishnan and Ravi Narayan. Now, in the course of this investigation, we are being told that, you know, Chitra Ramakrishnan, Ravi Narayan and Sanjay Pandey would be confronted, and the ED sources would now try to find out that what was the main reason of which this illegal phone tapping was being held.
Piyush,
you can understand.
I'll be coming back to you later, but we're also being joined by a senior editor of Republic TV, Shiva Sena. Shiva, you have been getting us all the updates in the story. We are seeing a big lead and a development coming right now. Take us through what's happening and what can we expect next.
Well, in fact, as far as the confrontation between Sanjay Pandey and Chitra Ramakrishna is concerned, that can only happen in the custody. That is the reason why perhaps when the enforcement director today produces Sanjay Pandey before the court, they're essentially going to say that this was a criminal conspiracy that was hatched by Sanjay Pandey along with Chitra Ramakrishna and Ravi Narayan. The reason being is that it is Chitra Ramakrishnan who had actually given that particular contract to Sanjay Pandey's firm ISEC Securities Private Limited. Let's not forget, in the last few days, there have been a lot of developments in the snooping case where the enforcement directorate has recorded the statement of few other people. We are given to understand that Chitra Ramakrishna has already been confronted with it. It is now time for the enforcement directorate to confront Sanjay Pandey with it. The proceeds of crime in this particular case is about 4.45 crore rupees. That is the amount that it was received by ISEC Securities Private Limited from the National Stock Exchange, which the enforcement directorate suspects is the proceeds of crime. So it's going to be very important to see what transpires in the court. We are given to understand that the enforcement directorate has now sought 14 days custody.
All right, thank you for joining us, Shravan, with all those details coming in. Big lead coming in. ED has produced the former top cop Sanjay Pandey in court, and the ED is also seeking a 14-day custody of him. Well, we continue to get you all the updates in the story, but let's move on to the other big story that we are tracking right now. Now, this is the Moosewala case, viewers. An encounter between the main accused and police. An encounter between the main accused and police is happening. This is happening near the Atari border. The police are engaged with the main shooters of Moosewala case, Jagrup, Rupa and Manu Kusa. There's also one more person there, one more accused present there. We're getting these top updates at this point of time. Three gangsters have been trapped, and Republic is the only channel, viewers, with all the details. Now I want to go across to Amandeep. Amandeep is joining me live. Amandeep, we're getting all the details right now. A couple of inputs have come in that three gangsters are trapped. Also, we know the encounter started at 11 a.m. Amandeep, take us through what is happening, because you were telling us this is a very, very sensitive case.
Well, absolutely, Shivangi, absolutely. How it happened, it has unfolded with first fire opened from the side of the gangsters. In fact, when the police got this information, they confirmed vital information that all of three gangsters are inside that house. Police have engaged and cordoned that area completely. And later on, they have made first announcement to these gangsters and asked them to surrender, to come out and surrender their weapons as well. But instead of replying to police, the Manu Kusa has opened the first fire on police, and in fact later on the police have taken their positions and they have also engaged into the firing in this entire encounter. This is how it has been unfolded. Police was with their standard procedure in that encounter, that first they have asked them to surrender without opening a single fire from the side of the police. Police says them to surrender, that nobody will hurt you. It is the assurance from the side of police. A loud and clear announcement was made outside that house. But instead of replying and instead of getting surrender, those gangsters has opened fire from inside the house. And later on, police has taken their own positions outside that house, and in fact, they have tracked down their positions inside. Now, the latest situation is that 21 special operation guard has been called and taken over the entire operation. That is the special guard, operation guard, that the Punjab police has given a special training to deal with certain kind of encounters, and the team has been constituted after the Pathankot Air Base and Deenanagar police station attack. And now those special SOG has taken over the operation, and latest input is coming in that the gangsters were on the first floor of that house, and the police is trying to engage them to come down. And even what the information is not very much confirmed, but it is a very uncertain information and very raw information, right, that one gangster received the bullet injury as well. One gangster received the bullet injury as well in this encounter. All the gangsters are on the first floor of the house, and police is engaged them from the ground floor. And they are disturbing and dominating the encounter just because they are located on the first floor of the house. SOG has taken over the operation, and it is likely that one gangster received the bullet injury.
Right, Amandeep, the SOG has been called, Special Operation Group has been called. Amandeep, this is the big news also which is coming in, viewers, right now. The area has been cordoned off and what we can tell you is that we're getting many inputs. The main shooters are trapped, 3 gangsters are trapped. We're getting some more breaking news. Viewers. This is coming in the Zubair case. Now, Justice Diva Chandrachud has directed Zubair be released on bail on each of the FIRs, and UP existence of powers of arrest must be distinguished from the exercise of powers of arrest, which must be used sparingly.
Absolutely. So let's tell our viewers the breaking news that's coming in the Zubair case.
Joining me live. We're going to take us through the details.
The release of Mohammed Zubair forthwith in all the UP cases. We have to see if this also includes the cases that were there persisting against him in the capital, in Delhi. Let me go across. The Supreme Court has said, as the order is continuing to be pronounced by court number 4 in the top court of the country, Justice Chandrachud's bench has gone into great details about what had been stated by the state of Uttar Pradesh as well as by counsel for Zubair Vrinda Grover, and they are saying all the FIRs clubbed together and handled by one agency. So as we are speaking, we are going to get more details about what the Supreme Court is ordering. But for one, the Supreme Court has ordered the release of Mohammed Zubair in all the Uttar Pradesh cases. We also need to see whether this includes the cases in the capital that were being pursued. The order also says FIR in all cases must be clubbed together and handled by one investigating authority. We are of the view that alternate prayer of the petitioner will be accepted. All the FIRs registered against the petitioner should be transferred for investigation to the Delhi police. So the big breaking news that's also coming in is that this entire that everything will be transferred to Delhi police. So let's break all FIRs are transferred to Delhi police. So they are basically, so what the Supreme Court has done in its wisdom has said there will be only an investigation done by the Delhi police, and they've also said that whether it's Uttar Pradesh that is talking about the tweets or whether it's the capital where the Delhi police has gone into great details of it, the Supreme Court has said that only the Delhi police will be looking into this. They've also ordered the disbanding of the SIT that had been formed by the UP police for investigation of FIRs against Mohammed Zubair. The Supreme Court has said that because of this, that the UP the UP SIT will be defunded. All right, let me quickly go across to what's happened in the case. The Supreme Court orders bail for Zubair. They've also said, after hearing all the arguments, the Delhi police gets charge of all cases against Zubair. That's the big breaking news coming in. And we also have to say that the investigations will continue with the Delhi police being in charge. So there are 2 quick points that I want to tell our viewers right now as we are speaking. Even as the Supreme Court grants interim bail to Zubair, the investigation with Delhi police in charge will continue. It is the Delhi police which will continue to investigate Zubair, and they are the ones who get charge of all the cases that had been pending against Zubair in several of the places. Now the Supreme Court orders the bail for Zubair in the 6 FIRs in Uttar Pradesh. The Supreme Court has also said, even as they have given him bail, that the existence of powers of arrest must be distinguished from exercise of powers of arrest, which must be used sparingly. But the Supreme Court, as they've said that we don't find reason for deprivation of liberty, has gone into great details about what the Delhi police submitted in this status report showing the investigation, the tweets which form part of the probe, the search and seizure which is carried out in premises of the petitioner. They've said it is evident the special Delhi police cell in a comprehensive investigation looks at the gamut of tweets by the petitioner. They've also said the Delhi police status report shows that scope of probe has also been widened to include FCRA. Viewers, the big news that we are trying to tell you is that even as interim bail is granted, it is the Delhi police that is going to be looking into all the tweets and all the allegations that have been made against Mohammed Zubair. The court has said that the scope of probe has been widened by the Delhi police to include the FCRA. Those being the reasons, the Supreme Court bench led by Justice Chandrachud has asked the UP police earlier also not to take precipitative action against him. Yes, and as I go back to our anchor Shivangi, Supreme Court has also said he will be at liberty to seek quashing of the FIRs before the Delhi High Court.
All right, thank you, Rhythm, for getting all those details and helping us analyze this big news coming in that Mohammad Zubair has been granted bail in all FIRs in Uttar Pradesh. Thank you, Rhythm. And we continue to get you the fastest updates on Republic TV. Much more coming up on the other side as complete chaos ensues in Sri Lanka. Ranil Wickremesinghe elected as the new president. Plus, big development in Moosewala assassination probe encounter underway between main accused and police at Atari border. Stay tuned.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
The police have arrested 3 accused involved in a theft of 34 crore rupees at Manpara ICICI bank fraud case. An FIR has been launched in Manpara police station and 5.8 crore rupees have been recovered from the accused so far. Furthermore, police has said that the 3 arrested, one was a bank employee and had stolen the concerned amount from the safe of the bank. The monkeypox scare continues to grip India and 3 cases have so far been reported in the country. As a precautionary measure, in a nodal hospital, 36 beds have been set up for suspected monkeypox cases in Telangana's Hyderabad. Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates has congratulated Prime Minister Narendra Modi on yet another milestone of administering 200 crore vaccinations in India. Taking to Twitter, Bill Gates expressed gratitude for the continued partnership with the Indian vaccine manufacturers and the government for mitigating the impact of COVID-19. Now, this comes days after India achieved yet another vaccine feat, administering about 200 crore COVID-19 vaccine doses.
Other top national stories at this hour. National Investigation Agency carried out searches at Tiruchirappalli special camp, where foreigners with criminal records are lodged. Reportedly, the NIA team is looking for narcotics, illegally smuggled gold and other materials. The camp currently houses refugees primarily from Sri Lanka, but also from Indonesia and other neighboring countries.
Multi-location NIA raids are on in Bihar after an alleged PFI connection emerged in the Motihari case. Now, police have informed that 3 people have been detained from Maria Miswa Madrasa and are being interrogated to uncover the larger conspiracy. The Supreme Court is all set to hear a plea of the Aam Aadmi Party challenging the postponement of Municipal Corporation of Delhi polls on the grounds
Viewers, to the Sidhu Moosewala assassination case, the encounter continues between the main accused and the police. I just want to get in Amandeep, who will get us a quick update on what's happening right now, because Republic is the only channel with all the details. Amandeep, over to you.
Well, Shivangi, the fresh input is that one gangster has been killed into this encounter. I repeat, one gangster has been killed into this encounter, and these gangsters and the shooters are using AK-47 in this encounter. They have opened the fire with AK-47. The possibility is the same AK-47 was used to kill Sidhu Moosewala. And in fact, in the interrogation report of Priyawat Fauji, he revealed that AK-47 has been taken by Jagrup Singh Rupa. He was the one who was kept on holding that AK-47 weapon, and same AK-47 has been used in this encounter to open the fire on the policemen also. And now one gangster has been down and 2 are still engaged in the firing with police. This is the very latest update, Shivangi, very latest, that one gangster has now in one down, and in fact 2 are still pending. They are still engaged in this entire firing, and in fact the police have also called the ambulance on the spot. They are trying to get the gangsters down from the house just because they are on the first floor of that house, and in fact they are opening and dominating this entire encounter from the first floor. SOG Special Operation Group has taken over this entire operation, and one gangster has been killed into this encounter. One gangster, I repeat, one gangster has been down in this encounter.
Right, big news
by the
coming in,
police.
viewers. And thank you, Amandeep. Big news coming in right now. One gangster killed in that encounter which happened. And we'll get you all the other updates just after a short break.
ಮೈ ಆ್ಯಪ್ ಒಂದು ಆ್ಯಪ್ ಲಾಂಚ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಇದು ಒಂದು ಆಟೋ ಡ್ರೈವರ್ಸ್ಗೆಲ್ಲ ತುಂಬ ಹೊಸ ಅನುಭವ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ತೊಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ದಿರ ಇದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಟೋ ಡ್ರೈವರ್ಸು ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ಕೋಬೋದು. ದಿನಕ್ಕೆ 29 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಹಾಗೂ ತಿಂಗಳಿಗೆ 499 ರೂಪಾಯಿ. ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಕಮಿಷನ್ 30% ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಇಲ್ದಿರ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬ ಅಗ್ರಿಗೇಟ್ಸ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಕೊಡ್ದಿರ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಪಾದನೆ ಹಣನ ನಾವು ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗ್ಬೋದು. ನಾವು ಕಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಟ ಹಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರನೇ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ನನ್ನ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ದುಡಿಮೆ ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಇದೆ. ನಾನು ಖುಷಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ.
News in brief now. Trouble is mounting for Sanjay Raut as the ED has summoned the Shiva Sena MP for yet another round of questioning in connection with an alleged money laundering case. Now this comes after Raut was questioned in the Patra Chol redevelopment case for over 10 hours on the 10th of July. As back-to-back setbacks continue to jolt Uddhav Sena, the BJP leader Kirit Somaiya has taken a jibe at the Shiva Sena MP Sanjay Raut, saying that Uddhav first, it's Sanjay Raut's turn now. The Supreme Court will today hear 2 pleas filed by Eknath Shinde's camp challenging the disqualification notices that have been issued against 16 rebel lawmakers who had switched sides. Now the court will also hear pleas filed by the Uddhav camp challenging the appointment of Eknath Shinde as the Chief Minister of the state. The Uddhav camp has also sought declaring of a special session of the assembly wherein the floor test was conducted and the new government was allowed to be formed as unconstitutional. Multi-location NIA raids are on in Bihar after an alleged PFI connection emerged in the Motihari case. Now, police have informed that 3 people have been detained from Maria Miswa Madrasa and are being interrogated to uncover the larger conspiracy. The Supreme Court is all set to hear a plea of the Aam Aadmi Party challenging the postponement of Municipal Corporation of Delhi polls on the grounds of delimitation of wards in the national capital. Following the multiple landslides and shooting stones, the Jammu-Srinagar highway in Ramban has been blocked, prompting suspension of all services. The national highway is now being cleared in a bid to facilitate resumption of movement. The police have arrested 3 accused involved in a theft of 34 crore rupees at Manpara ICICI bank fraud case. An FIR has been launched in Manpara police station and 5.8 crore rupees have been recovered from the accused so far. Furthermore, police has said that the 3 arrested, one was a bank employee and had stolen the concerned amount from the safe of the bank. The monkeypox scare continues to grip India and 3 cases have so far been reported in the country. As a precautionary measure in a nodal hospital, 36 beds have been set up for suspected monkeypox cases in Telangana's Hyderabad. Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates has congratulated Prime Minister Narendra Modi on yet another milestone of administering 200 crore vaccinations in India. Taking to Twitter, Bill Gates expressed
All right, we're getting some visuals of the last rites of the Ranchi cop who was run over and mowed down. And that is the visuals which are coming in of the unfortunate incident that had taken place. And this, in fact, happened just a day after the mining mafia dumper had ran over DSP in Haryana. We saw a similar case happening there in Ranchi, where a female sub-inspector was mowed down in a similar way in Jharkhand's Ranchi. And we're getting those visuals of the last rites which are underway on your screens. Now, these are the last rites of a female sub-inspector who was mowed down to death during a vehicle check. She was posted as in charge of Tupudana area, and the accused has been arrested and the vehicle has been seized. But those are the emotional last rites of the Ranchi cop who was run over. And on that note, taking a short break. Viewers, much more coming up on the other side as a complete chaos ensues in Sri Lanka. Ranil Wickremesinghe elected as new president. And big development in the Moosewala assassination probe. A counter underway between the main accused and police at Attari border. Stay tuned.
Getting a cab these days is nearly impossible because half the time you don't get rides. Even if your cab gets booked, you're not sure when it is going to get cancelled or how much you're going to pay. Now, answering all this, Mind has come up with beautiful solutions whereby we don't have a surge rate here because they go by government prescribed rates. Not just that, Mind has a beautiful feature where you incentivize the driver, ensuring that he will come and pick you up on time. So, thanks Mind.
Multi-location NIA raids are on in Bihar after an alleged PFI connection emerged in the Motihari case. Now, police have informed that 3 people have been detained from Maria Miswa Madrasa and are being interrogated to uncover the larger conspiracy. The Supreme Court is all set to hear a plea of the Aam Aadmi Party challenging the postponement of Municipal Corporation of Delhi polls on the grounds of delimitation of wards in the national capital. Following the multiple landslides and shooting stones, the Jammu-Srinagar highway in Ramban has been blocked, prompting suspension of all services. The national highway is now being cleared in a bid to facilitate resumption of movement. The police have arrested 3 accused involved in a theft of 34 crore rupees at Manpara ICICI bank fraud case. An FIR has been launched in Manpara police station and 5.8 crore rupees have been recovered from the accused so far. Furthermore, police has said that the 3 arrested, one was a bank employee and had stolen the concerned amount from the safe of the bank. The monkeypox scare continues to grip India and 3 cases have so far been reported in the country. As a precautionary measure, in a nodal hospital, 36 beds have been set up for suspected monkeypox cases in Telangana's Hyderabad. News in brief now. Trouble is mounting for Sanjay Raut as the ED has summoned the Shiva Sena MP for yet another round of questioning in connection with an alleged money laundering case. Now, this comes after Raut was questioned in the Patra Chol redevelopment case for over 10 hours on the 20th of July. As back-to-back setbacks continue to jolt Uddhav Sena, the BJP leader Kirit Somaiya has taken a jibe at the Shiva Sena MP Sanjay Raut, saying that Uddhav first, it's Sanjay Raut.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Let's dive right into the top stories this hour on Superfast 50. In a big development in the Sidhu Moosewala murder case, an encounter is ongoing as we speak between gangsters and the police and SOG near the Attari border. As per sources, the police have surrounded a house in the Bhaknakalan village in which 3 sharpshooters are allegedly trapped at the moment. After voting concluded in the Sri Lankan Parliament, Ranil Wickremesinghe has emerged as the Parliament-elected new Sri Lankan president with 134 votes in the 225-strong House. This comes after a secret ballot voting was carried out in the Lankan Parliament.
ගරු පාර්ලිමේන්තු මන්ත්‍රී ඩලස් අලහපෙරුම මැතිතුමා ලැබී ඇති ඡන්ද සංඛ්‍යාව 82යි. ගරු පාර්ලිමේන්තු මන්ත්‍රී රනිල් වික්‍රමසිංහ මැතිතුමා ලැබී ඇති ඡන්ද සංඛ්‍යාව 134යි.
Massive protests broke out outside the president's office in Sri Lanka demanding the just elected Ranil Wickremesinghe to resign from the post. A number of the protesters have said that they view Wickremesinghe as being inextricably linked to the former Rajapaksa dispensation.
Lead group has to decide that, but we hope to do that again because we need to go Wickremesinghe home. That is now new slogan, Ranil go home.
You are not going to accept Ranil Wickremesinghe as a predecessor?
Never, never. That is same Rajapaksa. They all together, no? So they all friends. So we need a new group, like who can build a country.
The newly elected Sri Lankan President Ranil Wickremesinghe will take oath outside the very parliament where the protesters were seen staging massive protests demanding him to resign from the post. The Supreme Court has adjourned the battle to be the real Shiva Sena to August the 1st. Earlier, the SC had ordered a larger bench to hear the matter with no relief coming in from Uddhav Thackeray. The bench is being headed by Chief Justice of India N.V. Ramana and is hearing multiple pleas that were filed by both sides during the Maharashtra political crisis. Union Minister Anurag Thakur, while speaking on the opposition and the Agnipath caste controversy, said that the opposition is pointless and is spreading false information. He accused the other side of wanting to spread casteism and wanting to mislead the public of India.
अगर विपक्ष के पास तर्क होते और मुद्दे होते तो सदन में चर्चा करते। विपक्ष चर्चा से भागना चाहता है, विपक्ष चर्चा नहीं करना चाहता।
BJP leader Sushil Kumar Modi, reacting to the opposition staging protests against the GST hike and inflation, said that value-added tax or VAT was imposed on food grains even before GST came in. The BJP leader further questioned the opposition on not raising the issue during the GST Council meeting. Haryana viewers, Alt News co-founder, or rather in Haryana, a person has been arrested after the Surinder Singh DSP was run over by the mining mafia. As per the police, the further raids are underway. The arrest was made after an encounter. The Supreme Court has granted interim bail to Alt News co-founder Zubair and has quashed all 6 FIRs lodged against him in Uttar Pradesh for allegedly outraging religious feelings. The UP government told the Supreme Court that Zubair was made graded payments for his tweets to inflame communal passions. The court has asked him to furnish a personal bond. In Jharkhand, a woman sub-inspector Prime Minister Narendra Modi interacted with the Indian contingent bound for the Commonwealth Games 2022 via video conferencing. The Prime Minister in his interaction lauded each athlete for their persistent efforts and dedication towards the Commonwealth Games.
जी भर के खेलिएगा, जमकर खेलिएगा, पूरी ताकत से खेलिएगा और बिना किसी टेंशन से खेलिएगा। और आप लोगों ने वो पुराना डायलॉग सुना होगा, कोई नहीं है टक्कर में, कहां पड़े हो चक्कर में। बस इसी एटीट्यूड को लेकर आपको वहां जाना है।
Meanwhile, Union Minister Anurag Thakur thanked and lauded Prime Minister Narendra Modi for encouraging sports and athletes and highlighted that the Prime Minister has also increased the sports budget.
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपने सदा, चाहे वो टोक्यो ओलंपिक्स हो, पैरालंपिक्स हो, टीम के जाने से पहले आपने खिलाड़ियों का उत्साहवर्धन भी किया, मनोबल भी बढ़ाया और भारत के खिलाड़ियों ने ओलंपिक्स और पैरालंपिक्स में भारत का मान सम्मान भी बढ़ाया, तिरंगे की मान शान भी बढ़ाई। यही नहीं सर, आपने उसके बाद IPA वुमेन वर्ल्ड बॉक्सिंग चैंपियनशिप हो या भारत ने पहली बार गोल्ड मेडल थॉमस कप में जीतने का काम किया हो, आपने सभी खिलाड़ियों से मिलकर उनका भी मनोबल बढ़ाया।
On the third day of the monsoon session of Parliament, the Congress staged a protest against the central government demanding an urgent discussion on inflation and the GST price hike. 6 people have died after consuming illegal liquor sold beside railway lines in Howrah. Meanwhile, even as the official figures show 6 people have died, locals allege nearly 30 deaths. At least 20 people have been hospitalized and are said to be in critical condition as well. After the Supreme Court transferred all the petitions against the Agnipath recruitment scheme to the Delhi High Court, the High Court said that it will hear the pleas against the central government's Agnipath recruitment scheme on August the 25th. Aam Aadmi Party Rajya Sabha Member of Parliament Sanjay Singh has given an adjournment motion notice under Rule 267 demanding a discussion on the increased GST on food items and the rising inflation. The Income Tax Department raided 10 locations in Tamil Nadu's Madurai today. The IT raids were linked to Gladway Housing Private Limited. Further details regarding the raids were awaited. The Customs Department at Lucknow Airport seized 10 air guns, telescopic sights and arms worth 20 lakh rupees from a passenger coming from Dubai. The passenger has been arrested and will be produced before the Chief Judicial Magistrate for judicial custody. The BJP staged a protest over the NEET frisking issue today. Meanwhile, a 3-member fact-finding committee has been constituted by the National Testing Agency after reports of a NEET UG candidate being subjected to harassment at a center in Kollam, in which 5 people have been arrested yesterday. In an exclusive conversation with Republic, Union Minister of State for Home Ajay Kumar Mishra on the PFI said that strict action will be taken against such anti-national people and organizations. He added that investigative agencies are carrying out probes in the matter as we speak.
जिनको अच्छा नहीं लगता वो इस तरह की कार्रवाइयां करने का प्रयास करते हैं, लेकिन कानून अपना काम कर रहा है, सरकार पूरी तरह से मुस्तैद है। ऐसे जो भी तत्व हैं जो देश विरोधी हैं, राष्ट्र विरोधी हैं, इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग एजेंसी में और भी जो फैक्ट्स आएंगे उनके अनुसार कार्रवाई करेंगे।
The Congress has hit out at the centre, saying that it is cruel on part of the government to raise taxes on some essential items of consumption as it will lead to a further rise in inflation. Congress General Secretary Jairam Ramesh slammed Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman over her defence of the hike in the GST rates on food items, alleging that the Narendra Modi government is penalising aspiration and they desire to buy more hygienically packaged foods.
हम ऐसे इश्यूज को उठाए जो सिर्फ 1-2 को नहीं या एक क्लास को नहीं, ये तो पूरे 140 करोड़ जनता पे हमला इस बीजेपी गवर्नमेंट ने किया है। तो इसीलिए हम आज ये प्रोटेस्ट यहाँ भी कर रहे हैं और बाहर भी करते रहेंगे, अंदर भी करेंगे और सारे राज्य में भी ये करेंगे। जब तक जीएसटी वो वापस नहीं लेंगे हम लड़ते रहेंगे।
In the wake of 2 confirmed cases of monkeypox in the country being reported from Kerala, the state government has issued standard operating procedures or SOPs for isolation, sample collection and treatment of those infected or showing signs of infection. The Uttar Pradesh government has suspended 5 senior officers of the Public Works Department, including the departmental head, for alleged serious irregularities in the departmental transfers. Acting on the zero tolerance policy on corruption, the state government had already suspended Anil Kumar Pandey, officer on special duty of the PWD Minister Jitin Prasada. The High Commission of India in Colombo, Sri Lanka has alerted Indian nationals in the island nation, requesting them to be aware of the latest developments in the economically hit country. The High Commission has further urged the Indian nationals to plan their movement and to reach out to them in case of any emergencies. As back-to-back setbacks continue to jolt the Uddhav Thackeray faction of the Shiva Sena, BJP leader Kirit Somaiya took a jibe at Shiva Sena Member of Parliament Sanjay Raut, who was set to appear before the Enforcement Directorate today but did not. Somaiya said, "Ab Sanjay Raut ki bari hai." In a big statement, Bihar BJP President Sanjay Jaiswal has alleged that RJD leader Tejasvi Yadav, in a bid to shield his family from a plethora of corruption cases, was willing to support the BJP in forming the government in the state in return.
तेजस्वी जी एक बार गृह राज्य मंत्री से मिले थे फ्लाइट में और उन्होंने इच्छा व्यक्त की थी कि उनका चूंकि पूरा परिवार का जेल जाना निश्चित है तो उनके जेल जाने से बचाया जाए और उसमें वो भाजपा को समर्थन करने को तैयार हैं, भाजपा की सरकार बनाने को तैयार हैं, लेकिन भाजपा ने इस तरह का कॉम्प्रोमाइज करके अपना सरकार बनाना उचित नहीं समझा। तेजस्वी यादव जी का पूरा परिवार जितने हजारों करोड़ के घोटाले में हैं, वह कितने भी अपने विधायकों का शरण ले लें, उनको जेल जाना ही पड़ेगा।
Multi-location NIA raids were conducted in Bihar after an alleged PFI connection emerged in the Motihari case. Police have informed that 3 people have been detained from Maria Miswa Madrasa and are being interrogated to uncover the larger conspiracy. The Supreme Court is to hear the plea of the Aam Aadmi Party challenging the postponement of the Municipal Corporation of Delhi elections on the grounds of delimitation of wards in the national capital. The plea is to be listed before the bench of Justice Khanvilkar. Renowned Assamese singer-composer Zubeen Garg has been admitted to a private hospital in Dibrugarh. The singer has allegedly sustained a head injury and has been hospitalized for treatment. India has reported more than 20,000 fresh COVID cases today as per the Union Ministry of Health. The number of active cases in the country has increased now to more than 1.45 lakhs. Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates congratulated Prime Minister Narendra Modi for India achieving the 200 crore vaccine doses landmark on July the 17th. The Prime Minister has congratulated all the vaccinators by sending appreciation letters to them personally that can be downloaded from their COVID kits. The monkeypox scare continues to grip India and 3 cases have been reported so far. As a precautionary measure, a nodal hospital with 36 special beds has been set up for suspected monkeypox cases. The 21st batch of Amarnath Yatra pilgrims has left for Kashmir Valley from Bhagwati Nagar base camp in Jammu. Nearly 4,355 pilgrims have left for the Yatra in this batch. Former member of Legislative Assembly of Kerala and Youth Congress leader from the state, K.S. Sabrinathan, was produced before the Vanchiyur court in Kerala's Thiruvananthapuram. He was earlier arrested for allegedly being involved in the in-flight protest carried out against Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan in connection with the gold scam, with the charge eventually being allegedly endangering the life of the Chief Minister. Sabrinathan was later given bail by the court, however. After a period of 20 years, farming activity has resumed ahead of the fence on the international border in Kathua's Hiranagar sector post the ceasefire agreement between India and Pakistan. Earlier, the area remained unattended by border residents due to the frequent ceasefire violations by Pakistan.
वृक्षारोपण किया जाता है। आज बॉर्डर पे आके हमने उस चीज़ की शुरुआत की है, पूरे जिले में भी और पूरे जम्मू कश्मीर में इस समय अभियान के रूप में इसको किया जा रहा है। 15 अगस्त तक ये अभियान जारी रहेगा। कोशिश वही है कि जिन क्षेत्रों में वृक्षारोपण की आवश्यकता है वहाँ वृक्ष लगाए जाएँ। वृक्षों से हमें ऊर्जा मिलती है, वृक्षों से ऑक्सीजन मिलती है, वृक्ष जमीन को बांध के रखते हैं और बहुत सारे फायदे वृक्ष हमको देते हैं। तो प्रयास वही है कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा वृक्षारोपण करें और हरियाली फैलाएं।
Following multiple landslides and the ever-present shooting stones, the Jammu-Srinagar National Highway in Ramban was blocked, prompting suspension of all services there. The authorities undertook a cleaning operation to facilitate the resumption of movement on the highway. The police in Maharashtra has arrested 3 accused of a 34 crore rupee theft in the Manpada ICICI bank fraud case. An FIR has been lodged at Manpada police station and 5.8 crore rupees have been recovered from the accused thus far. Furthermore, the police informed that of the 3 arrested, 1 was a bank employee and had stolen the concerned amount from the safe of the bank. As incessant rainfall continues to lash parts of India, in Jammu and Kashmir, heavy rains triggered flash floods at the Kahara area in Doda. Several houses and schools were damaged in the floods, though no casualties have been reported so far, thankfully. A passenger attempting to board a moving train at the Sultanganj railway station in Bihar was saved by the Railway Protection Force personnel and a Kanvadia after losing his balance during the effort. Workers of the Nationalist Congress Party, the NCP, held protests against the Maharashtra government over the potholes in Pune. The protests come within a month of the party being ousted as part of the then ruling Mahavikas Aghadi coalition government in the state of Maharashtra. The government of China has warned America against Speaker of the House of Representatives Nancy Pelosi visiting Taiwan. This comes after media reports claim that she would go to the democratic island nation that Xi Jinping so covets next month. Pelosi and her delegation will also visit Indonesia, Japan, Malaysia and Singapore and will spend time in Hawaii at the headquarters of the US Indo-Pacific Command. The US Senate has confirmed the nomination of South Carolina jurist Michelle Childs, recently under consideration for a seat on the US Supreme Court, to sit in the federal court typically seen as a proving ground for the nation's highest bench. The Senate Judiciary Committee voted 17-5 earlier this year to advance her nomination. Anti-abortion activists from across the United States converged in southern New Mexico to protest the relocation plans of the Mississippi Clinic, which is at the center of the court battle that overturned Roe v. Wade. But New Mexico's governor has vowed to not back down from her support to access to abortion rights. Protesters clashed with police officers in Panama as demonstrations over surging fuel prices continued. The officers deployed tear gas at the demonstrators who were throwing rocks during their protest in Santiago de Veraguas. At least 17 members of the US Congress were arrested by the Capitol Police in Washington, D.C. for blocking traffic outside the US Supreme Court during an abortion rights demonstration. They were later released. Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu inspected troops taking part in Moscow's special military operation in Ukraine. The Russian Defense Ministry shared footage showing Shoigu meeting with military commanders. Homes and vegetation continued to burn as firefighters struggled to contain a blaze in the mountainside suburbs of northern Athens in Greece. Hundreds of people were evacuated from their homes late on Tuesday, and firefighters battled through the night to contain the fire that was intensified by strong gusts of wind. Italian Prime Minister Mario Draghi will address the upper house of the Senate today on a political crisis that could bring down his government and trigger early elections at a time of international tumult and economic downturn. Draghi tendered his resignation last week after the populist Five-Star Movement refused to back his broad coalition in a parliamentary confidence vote. President Sergio Mattarella, however, rejected the resignation and instead asked Draghi to address the parliament. Team India has arrived in Trinidad ahead of their white ball series against the West Indies, which is scheduled to start from Friday. India and the West Indies will square off in 3 one-day internationals from July 22nd to July 27th. The 5-match T20I series will start on July 29th and will conclude on August the 7th. And a day after Ben Stokes made the announcement of his retirement, Kevin Peterson has taken a pot shot at the England and Wales Cricket Board, saying that they had banned him from playing T20 cricket after he retired from ODIs, citing the horrendous schedule. This comes after Ben Stokes made an announcement of his retirement, saying that the first match against South Africa on Tuesday will be the last of his international career.
Amity University has been ranked number 22 amongst over 1,000 government and private universities in India by NIRF, Ministry of Education, Government of India. A testimony to Amity's excellence in education, research and innovation.
The police have arrested 3 accused involved in a theft of 34 crore rupees at Manpara ICICI bank fraud case. An FIR has been launched in Manpara police station and 5.8 crore rupees have been recovered from the accused so far. Furthermore, police has said that the 3 arrested, one was a bank employee and had stolen the concerned amount from the safe of the bank. The monkeypox scare continues to grip India, and 3 cases have so far been reported in the country. As a precautionary measure, in a nodal hospital, 36 beds have been set up for suspected monkeypox cases in Telangana's Hyderabad. Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates has congratulated Prime Minister Narendra Modi on yet another milestone of administering 200 crore vaccinations in India. Taking to Twitter, Bill Gates expressed gratitude for the continued partnership with the Indian vaccine manufacturers and the government for mitigating the impact of COVID-19. Now, this comes days after India achieved yet another vaccine feat, administering about 200 crore COVID-19 vaccine doses.
Viewers, these are visuals that are coming in from near the site of the encounter in Punjab at Atari, where the encounter with the 3 gangsters who are believed to be involved in the Sidhu Moosewala murder case, 3 shooters in fact, is taking place. The location of the encounter site is barely a few kilometers from the border with Pakistan, is what we are being told, and the police and the SOG have cornered these gangsters at a village. We have Gursimran now joining us live. Gursimran, tell us the latest. Are the 3 gangsters still surrounded? Someone appears hurt there as well. Tell us more.
The encounter is on between the security forces and the gangsters who have been trapped, and what we are getting to know that the operation is in advanced stage. It's already been 4 hours that this operation is going on, and now the police is saying that the operation is in advanced stage, and very soon they will be coming out. Possibly they are trying to neutralize these terrorists because it's already been 4 hours, and the terrorists are having a huge cache of arms and ammunition with them. What was their modus operandi? Where were they heading to? That is something that is part of the investigation. But since they were very near to the international border, the border security force has already been put on alert, keeping in view the sensitivity of the matter. The sources are also saying that this might be possible that these gangsters were in a bid to exfiltrate to the Pakistan, where the handlers, the ISI handlers, might have helped them. So all these angles are being looked into by the investigation agencies. But as far as the ongoing encounter is concerned, the encounter is on. These terrorists have taken shelter in a building, and now we are being told that more and more forces are being pushed in the area so that the entire house, the entire building can be cordoned in, and these gangsters can be neutralized at an earliest.
So Gursimran, stay with us. These visuals you are seeing, viewers, are of an injury sustained by a journalist, we are told. That is the person who was being carried away. He has sustained an injury to his leg, which just demonstrates how treacherous this encounter is. Just to remind you, the police has cornered what are said to be 3 gangsters, including shooters who were involved in the brutal daylight assassination of Punjabi singer turned politician Sidhu Moosewala. And the firefight has been in progress now for 4 hours. These shooters were allegedly taking refuge in a old Haveli, which is barely 9 kilometers away from the border with Pakistan. And keeping in mind the possibility of the shooters wanting to flee to Pakistan, the authorities there have cordoned off the area within a 2-kilometer radius, is what we are told. Once again, reiterating, the visual of the person injured is of a journalist who has sustained a wound to his leg clearly and appears to be in some amount of understandable discomfort. He is being assisted by people who are at the site. The encounter. We have Abhishek Kapoor joining us for more on this. Abhishek, over to you. What are we looking at? What is the status?
Well, this is an encounter, Ankit, taking place near the Atari-Wagah border, and it's in a village, and the encounter site is just about 9 odd kilometers from the border. And this is where these gangsters were holed up for the last few days. In fact, of the 7 shooters who were involved in the killing of singer Moosewala, 3 were absconding, and it seems that 2 are cornered and are inside this house where this encounter is taking place. The 2 are identified as Manpreet Manna and Jagrup Rupa. And in the pictures we see one of the journalists who has been injured, and the fact that these gangsters are using AK rifles clearly shows the scale of weaponry that they have, and the ammunition that they have. Of course, some of it used it in the Moosewala murder, the gruesome murder which involved hundreds of rounds of firing. And now, in fact, Ankit, this encounter itself has been going on for almost 2 hours and more now, with the Punjab police having encircled the building, not just the house, but the village. In fact, it has been cordoned, and as a precautionary measure, just as a precautionary measure, the BSF has been put on an alert. We have our 2 reporters live from the ground. We have Gursimran joining us, as also Amandeep. Let's go to Amandeep first. Let's go to Gursimran first. Gursimran, please tell us these latest pictures coming in from the encounter site, which show someone who has been injured by a bullet. Are you getting to hear about who has been injured? Because we are being told that it's likely it's a journalist. Did the journalist get that close to the encounter site, or is the encounter site itself shifting? Why this journalist has been injured? Gursimran. Did we lose there? I am not able to hear Gursimran. Gursimran, are you there? Are you getting me? Gursimran, if you are getting me, I was asking, at this encounter site, one journalist apparently has been injured. Is the encounter site shifting? Are these gangsters still holed up? Do we have the latest on what exactly is happening there on the ground?
See, Abhishek, these gangsters, they are still at that very place where they were in that building. They are still here. And what we are getting to know that it was a stray bullet that came to this video journalist that was shooting this entire encounter. And the splinter of that has hit him in the leg. The injury is minor in nature and he has been given the first aid. So he's doing all well. But yes, this was a stray bullet that came to around 200 meters from the encounter spot. It's more than 4 hours already that the encounter between the gangster, which we are getting to know, possibly 2 shooters of Sidhu Moosewala, Jagrup Rupa and Manpreet Kusa, who are trapped by this the anti-gangster task force, the newly set up wing of the Punjab police that caters to the terrorists in Punjab, and they were having the specific intelligence inputs, after which this operation was started at around 11 in the morning when the forces encircled the building. Then these gangsters who are having access to the state-of-art weapon, we can say, because they are having the AK series rifles, they fired upon the forces, in which 3 to 4 jawans of the Punjab police, they got the injuries. We are told that one of the gangsters has been hit by spot on by the security forces. However, what is his fate remains unclear as the operation continues. There was a brief lull at the encounter site, but once again the encounter has started. The firing resumed from both the sides. The police is saying that they are trying to ascertain the exact number of armored men who are inside. So the police is not very sure about the number of armored men inside this very building. So gangsters or their associates, who are their associates? This is a big question, because this area is very near to the Indo-Pakistan international border, just 10 kilometers from that. So were they heading there to exfiltrate to the Pakistan, or they were there to receive some consignment? Have they received that consignment? Because the nature of the encounter, it's already been 4 hours and the encounter is still on. It clearly shows that these gangsters are having access to huge cache of arms and ammunition, that they are fighting the forces for almost 4.5 hours now. So this all is being now closely monitored by the Punjab police. We are told that the senior officials on ground of the Punjab police are continuously giving a real-time briefing to the DGP of Punjab, Gaurav Yadav, and CM Bhagwant Mann is also being briefed on the regular basis. Yes, back to Abhishek.
And keep us up to date on what's happening there on the ground by talking to your sources. In the meanwhile, let's go to Amandeep if he's there with us. We are told that he's very close to the encounter site. If I can be connected to Amandeep. For the benefit of those viewers who have just joined, an encounter started about 4 hours back at Chicha Bakana village in Amritsar, rural Amritsar, near the border with Pakistan, and this is exactly about 9 kilometers from international border, close to the Wagah-Atari border. In fact, 7 gangsters who were involved in the killing of singer Sidhu Moosewala, they have been holed up there, they have been cornered, and the police, Punjab police, is involved with these gangsters. Two-way firing is on. In fact, in just about a few minutes back, one journalist has been injured, and in the pictures we are seeing that journalist being given first aid. he must have strayed close to the encounter site. And of the 7 gangsters, we are told that there might be a couple of them already who have taken a hit. Couple of them might have been eliminated as well. And the fact that they have AK-47 kind of rifles shows the kind of weaponry they are equipped with. And Punjab police has cornered them and encircled them. The village is in fact surrounded by police now. BSF has been put on alert. And of the 7 gangsters, we are told, sources are telling our reporters, in fact, if we can get either Amandeep or Amit Chaudhary of our Republic Bharat on the phone, we can get more details for you viewers. I'll ask the input to connect either Amandeep or Amit Chaudhary. And this is the Patiala gang. Of the 7 gangsters, 2 are identified as Jagdeep, Rupa and Manpreet Mannu. In fact, Manpreet is the one who had taken the first shot at Moosewala. Jagrup Rupa is the one who was given the contract by Canada-based gangster Goldie Brar. And all these gangsters had come together to eliminate the singer. And there is another shooter who is still absconding, as yet unconfirmed whether he's there at the site of encounter, Deepak Mundi. So as of now, confirmation of Jagrup Rupa and Manpreet Mannu at the encounter site. Total 7 gangsters hold up. The Punjab police has encircled the house, not just the house but the village itself, and encounter has been on for the last 4 hours, just giving you an idea of the amount of ammunition that these gangsters have with them. AK-47 rifles and exchange of fire happening, intermittent exchange of fire happening from both the sides, leading to at least 2 cops injured. And in fact, we are being told that a couple of gangsters might also have taken a hit from the bullets coming in from the side of police. Let's go back to Gursimran for more information. Gursimran, any report of whether these gangsters have taken a hit, and if the police can confirm that between Jagrup Rupa and Manpreet Mannu, they could have been injured in the firing that is going on as part of the encounter?
Yes, one gangster has been hit spot on. This is what we are getting to know from the police sources, that one gangster has been hit spot on. However, his fate remains unclear because the security forces are yet to reach out to the inside that very building where these terrorists, these gangsters have holed up. We are getting to know that possibly Jagrup Rupa is the one who has been hit spot on by the security forces. However, since regular fire is coming as and when the security forces are approaching that building in which these gangsters are hiding in, the security forces are now not moving in a haste. They are following restraint and they are trying to assure that there is no collateral damage, because in the first 4 hours of the encounter that has happened, 4 cops of the Punjab police have been injured in the ongoing encounter, and they don't want to take any kind of risk, because what the forces have managed to do, they have successfully isolated these terrorists in a building. So what forces want to do is that they will move tactically inside this building. The Special Operations Group of the Punjab Police, they have taken the operations from the Anti-Gangster Task Force and now are leading the operation. So they are tactically moving in so that these gangsters who are inside, they can be arrested at an earliest. The primary goal of the security forces remains. However, if the retaliation comes, they will be neutralized, but the forces are trying so hard to get the arrest of these gangsters who are holed up inside this building.
Also, Gursimran, we are getting some pictures of armored vehicles coming in. Number one. Number two, reports suggest that the cops are still not very clear whether it is just gangsters or there is possibility of some terrorists also being there. What are you getting to hear from the ground about why bunkered vehicles have been brought in?
See, Abhishek, the bunkers are being moved in because the special operations group will enter into these bunkers, and these bunkers will be moved very near to the building because it is almost impossible the way the fire is coming from inside this very building that the forces are moved near to this area, and that's why bulletproof bunkers have been called in, BP bunkers, and in these BP bunkers the jawans of the special operations group, they will move in very near to the location, almost next to the building in which these armed men are now hiding in. Second, the question you asked that they are not very sure about the gangsters or they are terrorists because see, this area is 9 kilometers from the international border, and these gangsters have come here via Taran, and this area has always been prone to infiltration and smuggling of weapons using drone by Pakistan. So security agencies, Punjab police also are of the view that there is a high possibility that some of the anti-national elements are also with them. However, it remains very unlikely that some terrorist is with them, but that cannot be ruled out as of now. Senior officials are on the ground and monitoring the situation. Abhishek.
Right, Gursivaran, I'm told Amandeep also joins us over the phone. Amandeep, the fact that these gangsters were inside this village for a few days now seems that they had an element of protection. Somebody was providing them all amenities, hiding their location, providing them a very safe location and allowing them to hoard all the weapons that are now being used in the encounter. Amandeep, if you have been able to speak to your sources in Punjab Police and tell us who these elements are who were shielding these gangsters, were they under some kind of threat or are they accomplices of these gangsters, and in that case even they would be part of a wider investigation? Amandeep.
Well, absolutely, Abhishek, absolutely. The point is that how this entire encounter was unfolded. Abhishek, the situation is entirely same the way Punjab police has eliminated the pro-Khalistani elements from Punjab. This is the same modus operandi opted by these gangsters as similar to those Khalistanis. In fact, when the police sounded an alert to surrender these gangsters, they have opened the fire from inside the house. And in fact, we have just spoken to a very senior police official. He told us that a team of 21 special operation group has been taken over the entire operation, and presently all the gangsters are on the first floor of the house. They are trying to dominate this encounter from the first floor, and that is the reason that Punjab police is taking so much time to zero them down, and even they have cornered all sides of the house, and in fact they have sounded the alert to the BSF as well to seal the international border, just because there is a very strong apprehension they might run towards the international border to flee from the country. And in fact, the police has also evacuated the 2-kilometer radius from this very much house, just because they have another strong apprehension that these gangsters might try to flee from this house to any other corner, and that they might engage again on the field as well. But the point is, Abhishek, the kind of weapons they are using in this encounter is AK series rifle, and even the police revealed, a senior police officer revealed that fire was being opened through AK-47. 3 to 4 different weapons have been used in this entire encounter, and one of them is AK-47. And that is the reason the police is taking all kind of precautions, and they have called the special operation group to eliminate these gangsters. Just because, Abhishek, in the interrogation report of Priyavat Fauji, one of the prominent shooter in Sidhu Musewala case, he has revealed in this interrogation that AK-47 rifle was taken by Jagrup Singh Rupa, who is presently inside that house, and Manu Khusa, both are the prime shooters, and they are leading a group of shooters. And after killing Sidhu Musewala, they have taken the AK-47 rifle that was used in Sidhu Musewala. So presently, that weapon was with these two gangsters, and they are using this weapon for opening the fire towards the police as well. And even Abhishek, one journalist has also sustained the bullet injury in this.
Amandeep, also reports suggest that, and quoting the SHO of the area, that the kind of firing that is taking place, it's likely that there could be terrorists involved as well. So are you getting to hear about whether these are just gangsters or they are in cahoots with some terrorists who are providing them with this kind of cover fire to prolong the encounter and make a situation little complicated for the police, and that's why SOG has been called?
Well, absolutely, Abhishek, and in fact, the police from the firing from inside the house, they have doped it out that this is not the handiwork of the gangsters. Gangsters are not very much trained to engage with the police parties having the sophisticated weapons, and in fact, either there is some prominent person with a terrorist background who is completely driving these gangsters, or some of the terrorists is with them also, who is actually taking the lead of this entire encounter, who is guiding them how to open the fire, from where to open the fire, and how to occupy that area, that house that is completely on the isolated place of village Bhakna in Amritsar, nearby the international border. Remember, Abhishek, you must remember at the time of the terrorism, these kind of houses were being occupied by the pro-Khalistani elements with sophisticated weapons, and certain encounters happened in the early 90s and late 80s in similar places nearby the international border, and even in a similar manner. And in fact, those senior police officers who were actively eliminated the terrorism in early 90s, even they have called in to just analyze the situation, that what kind of terrorists or the gangsters they are, just because they have all kind of information about it. Certain kind of apprehensions, Abhishek. More than 4 hours encounter is still on. Police is deployed. SOG has been called in. Area had been cordoned off. BSF have put in on alert, and in fact the entire house has been cordoned from every side. Local villagers has been informed to evacuate the place. International border has been sealed. This is the situation. 1 gangster has down, shot dead, and 3 policemen injured. 1 video journalist reporting on the spot has also sustained the bullet injuries. This is the present situation, Abhishek. This is the very sensitive situation at that place. And even that 21 member of special operation group has taken over the entire operation, and in fact they are trying to enter into that house so that at least they can get hold of that place. And very visible and audible gunshots are being reported, just because all the gangsters as being trapped at the first floor of that residence. They are
Amandeep, I'll let you off the phone so that you can make some phone calls and find out the exact situation on the ground. How close are cops to the safe house from where these gangsters and possible terrorists are firing at the police, and then you come back and join us. In the meanwhile, I go to Aishwarya Kapoor, our executive head of politics. Aishwarya, you are tracking Punjab closely. Please tell us the political implications of this development. Is the government in Chandigarh on top of all the events that are taking place? And more importantly, who was shielding, protecting, providing this safe house to these gangsters? Is there an investigation to be launched on that front as well, even as, of course, Punjab police takes care of the encounter?
It's an active scene, Abhishek. It's an active scene. We are being clearly told by our sources that they are not only gangsters, they were being shielded by certain terrorists or by certain overground workers, that is OGW. So there is a terror angle coming in. We are being told that Punjab police has already informed the BSF. We are also being told that the anti-terror squad of Punjab police has been called in alongside DSTF. And when I say this, live visuals of the bomb squad vehicles and also the anti-ballistic vehicles have been moved in, because what we are being told that the local officers, and I'm talking about the IG level officers who are on ground and a part of this encounter, has briefed back the DGP and then the ADG. LO, which has briefed up the Home Secretary back that they are not only gangsters, they have been standing up against the might of Punjab police for the last 4 to 5 hours, and the kind of firing which is happening from that building in the middle of nowhere, right very, very close to the Indo-Pak border. we are being told that now Punjab Police is also looking at the kind of support from the OGWs. That is there any terror angle to it? Because the SHO has just come on record and spoken to the media right there, Abhishek, saying that whether they are only gangsters or terrorists, we are looking into it. We are being confirmed by our sources as we speak.
Thank you so much for bringing in those details. Punjab government, of course, keeping close track of the active encounter site along the international border in Amritsar, rural Amritsar, in fact, just about 9 kilometers from the IB, and in this village where these gangsters perhaps were holed up for some days, and now based on a tip-off they have been cordoned, encircled, and an encounter is raging on for the last 4 hours. That in fact gives you an idea, viewers, of the scale of preparation, the scale of ammunition, the amount of ammunition and the sophisticated weaponry that they have, that they are able to engage with the Punjab police for over 4 hours and in fact injure 4 cops and 1 journalist. In the pictures you can see exchange of fire and bullets flying thick and fast if you look at these pictures. And this has been going on for 4 hours. So imagine the kind of preparation, the kind of ammunition, the kind of the sophisticated weapons that they have, that they are very confident of carrying this on for hours together. On that note, we'll take a short break, but we are back with these pictures and more details. Be right back.
Amity University has been ranked number 22 amongst over 1,000 government and private universities in India by NIRF, Ministry of Education, Government of India. A testimony to Amity's excellence in education, research and innovation.
News in brief now. Trouble is mounting for Sanjay Raut as the ED has summoned the Shiva Sena MP for yet another round of questioning in connection with an alleged money laundering case. Now this comes after Raut was questioned in the Patra Chol redevelopment case for over 10 hours on the 10th of July. As back-to-back setbacks continue to jolt Uddhav Sena, the BJP leader Kirit Somaiya has taken a jibe at the Shiva Sena MP Sanjay Raut, saying that Uddhav first, it's Sanjay Raut's turn now. The Supreme Court will today hear 2 pleas filed by Eknath Shindey's camp challenging the disqualification notices that have been issued against 16 rebel lawmakers who had switched sides. Now the court will also hear pleas filed by the Uddhav camp challenging the appointment of Eknath Shindey as the Chief Minister of the state. The Uddhav camp has also sought declaring of a special session of the Assembly wherein the floor test was conducted and the new government was allowed to be formed as unconstitutional. Multi-location NIA raids are on in Bihar after an alleged PFI connection emerged in the Motihari case. Now, police have informed that 3 people have been detained from Maria Miswa Madrasa and are being interrogated to uncover the larger conspiracy. The Supreme Court is all set to hear a plea of the Aam Aadmi Party challenging the postponement of Municipal Corporation of Delhi polls on the grounds of delimitation of wards in the national capital. Following the multiple landslides and shooting stones, the Jammu-Srinagar highway in Ramban has been blocked, prompting suspension of all services. The national highway is now being cleared in a bid to facilitate resumption of movement. The police have arrested 3 accused involved in a theft of 34 crore rupees at Manpara ICICI bank fraud case. An FIR has been launched in Manpara police station and 5.8 crore rupees have been recovered from the accused so far. Furthermore, police has said that the 3 arrested, one was a bank employee and had stolen the concerned amount from the safe of the bank. The monkeypox scare continues to grip India and 3 cases have so far been reported in the country. As a precautionary measure in a nodal hospital, 36 beds have been set up for suspected monkeypox cases in Telangana's Hyderabad. Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates has congratulated Prime Minister Narendra Modi on yet another milestone of administering 200 crore vaccinations in India. Taking to Twitter, Bill Gates expressed gratitude for the continued partnership with the Indian vaccine manufacturers and the government for mitigating the impact of COVID-19. Now, this comes days after India achieved yet another vaccine feat, administering about 200.
Back viewers, we continue with the pictures coming in from the encounter site in Chicha Bakna village of rural Amritsar, where gangsters supposedly involved with the killing of Sidhu Moosewala are holed up, and Punjab police has encircled the house from where they have been firing. The encounter has been going on for more than a couple of hours now. In fact, 4 cops are injured, and the fact that the gangsters are fully armed with weapons and ammunition of the kind that they can engage with the police for over 4 hours clearly shows the kind of protection they would have had. Punjab police, of course, carrying on with the encounter. We'll continue to be with these pictures and bring you latest updates. Be right back after a short break.
ನಾನೊಂದು ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ರಿಲೇಷನ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಸಂಪಾದನೆ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ಹಣ ಡೈಲಿ 25ರಿಂದ 30% ಹಣ ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಹೋಗ್ತಾಯಿತ್ತು. ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಗೆ ಏನು ಸಹ ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗ್ತಾ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದೇ ಒಂದು ಮೈನ್ ಕಂಪ್ನಿಗೆ ಜಾಯ್ನ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ 0 ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಇದೆ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ನಾನು ದುಡ್ದಂಥ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಹಣವನ್ನು ನನ್ನ ಮನೆಗೆ ಸಹ ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಏನಪ್ಪ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ಟು ಅಂತ ಅಂದರೆ 5 ಲಕ್ಷ ಡ್ರೈವರ್ಗೆ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಇನ್ಶೂರೆನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ತಿಂಗಳಿಗೆ 2999 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ರೀಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಇದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಒನ್ ಡೇಗೆ 149 ರುಪೀಸ್ ರೀಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಇದೆ. ನಾನು ಎಷ್ಟು ದುಡಿತೀನೋ ಅಷ್ಟು ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಹಣ ನನ್ನ ಮನೆಗೆ ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇದರಿಂದ ನನ್ನ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ಸಹ ನನ್ನ ಕುಟುಂಬ ಸಹ ತುಂಬ ಖುಷಿಯಾಗಿದೆ.
Multi-location NIA raids are on in Bihar after an alleged PFI connection emerged in the Motihari case. Now, police have informed that 3 people have been detained from Maria Miswa Madrasa and are being interrogated to uncover the larger conspiracy. The Supreme Court is all set to hear a plea of the Aam Aadmi Party challenging the postponement of Municipal Corporation of Delhi polls on the grounds of delimitation of wards in the national capital. Following the multiple landslides and shooting stones, the Jammu-Srinagar highway in Ramban has been blocked, prompting suspension of all services. The national highway is now being cleared in a bid to facilitate resumption of movement. The police have arrested 3 accused involved in a theft of 34 crore rupees at Manpara ICICI bank fraud case. An FIR has been launched in Manpara police station and 5.8 crore rupees have been recovered from the accused so far. Furthermore, police has said that the 3 arrested, one was a bank employee and had stolen the concerned amount from the safe of the bank. The monkeypox scare continues to grip India, and 3 cases have so far been reported in the country. As a precautionary measure, in a nodal hospital, 36 beds have been set up for suspected monkeypox cases in Telangana's Hyderabad. News in brief now. Trouble is mounting for Sanjay Raut as the ED has summoned the Shiva Sena MP for yet another round of questioning in connection with an alleged money laundering case. Now, this comes after Raut was questioned in the Patra Chol redevelopment case for over 10 hours on the 10th of July. As back-to-back setbacks continue to jolt Uddhav Sena, the BJP leader Kirit Somaiya has taken a jibe at the Shiva Sena MP Sanjay Raut, saying that Uddhav first, it's Sanjay Raut's turn now. The Supreme Court will today hear 2 pleas filed by Eknath Shinde's camp challenging the disqualification notices that have been issued against 16 rebel lawmakers who had switched sides. Now, the court will also hear pleas filed by the Uddhav camp challenging the appointment of Eknath Shinde as the Chief Minister of the state. The Uddhav camp has also sought...
Welcome back, viewers. Fresh pictures coming in, and they are on your screen of the encounter site. In fact, you can see policemen of Punjab police with weapons and having cordoned off not just the house where these gangsters are holed up, but also the village. These policemen are in fact part of the outer cordon where the encounter is going on. We'll keep bringing you latest updates where we are getting to hear that at least one gangster has been killed in the encounter that is going on. Short break and we are back with latest on the Punjab encounter.
Amity University has been ranked number 22 amongst over 1,000 government and private universities in India by NIRF, Ministry of Education, Government of India. a testimony to Amity's excellence in education, research and innovation.
The police have arrested 3 accused involved in a theft of 34 crore rupees at Manpara ICICI bank fraud case. An FIR has been launched in Manpara police station and 5.8 crore rupees have been recovered from the accused so far. Furthermore, police has said that the 3 arrested, one was a bank employee and had stolen the concerned amount from the safe of the bank. The monkeypox scare continues to grip India and 3 cases have so far been reported in the country. As a precautionary measure, in a nodal hospital, 36 beds have been set up for suspected monkeypox cases in Telangana's Hyderabad. Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates has congratulated Prime Minister Narendra Modi on yet another milestone of administering 200 crore vaccinations in India. Taking to Twitter, Bill Gates expressed gratitude for the continued partnership with the Indian vaccine manufacturers and the government for mitigating the impact of COVID-19. Now, this comes days after India achieved yet another vaccine feat, administering about 200 crore COVID-19 vaccine doses.
Other top national stories at this hour. National Investigation Agency carried out searches at Tiruchirappalli special camp, where foreigners with criminal records are lodged. Reportedly, the NIA team is looking for narcotics, illegally smuggled gold and other materials. The camp currently houses refugees primarily from Sri Lanka, but also from Indonesia and other neighbouring countries.
Multi-location NIA raids are on in Bihar after an alleged PFI connection emerged in the Motihari case. Now, police have informed that 3 people have been detained from Maria Miswa Madrasa and are being interrogated to uncover the larger conspiracy. The Supreme Court is all set to hear a plea of the Aam Aadmi Party challenging the postponement of Municipal Corporation of Delhi polls on the grounds of delimitation of wards in the national capital. Following the multiple landslides and shooting stones, the Jammu-Srinagar highway in Ramban has been blocked, prompting suspension of all services. The national highway is now being cleared in a bid to facilitate resumption of movement. The police have arrested 3 accused involved in a theft of 34 crore rupees at Manpara ICICI bank fraud case.
Top headlines at this hour. Big development in the Musewala assassination probe. Encounter underway between main accused and police at Attari border. Three cops injured after accused opens fire at officers. Further details are awaited. NEC phone tapping, a scandal explodes. Tainted ex-Mumbai top cop accepts calls were being recorded for monitoring. After Mewat and Ranchi, another cop crushed to death in Gujarat. Big concern over safety lapse. And as complete chaos ensues in Sri Lanka, Ranil Wickremesinghe elected as the new president. Viewers, we continue to track this top story. One gangster has been killed in the encounter which is happening between the accused and the Punjab police, which has broken out. It started at 11 a.m. and it's still continuing. And we're getting a lot of updates right now. Jagrup Rupa likely killed in that encounter. Remember, one gangster has been killed. These are the fresh updates we're getting here on Republic TV, getting you minute by minute updates on this big story here. Now, Gursimran is joining me live. Gursimran, we are learning new details right now. We also know that these special operation group Jawans were called in this encounter as well. It's still continuing. We know that gangsters were using AK-47 rifles. Take us through the latest inputs which we are getting right now.
See, right now the encounter has already entered the 5th or almost into the 5 hours and long encounter. These gangsters, what initially it seems, they are hiding in a building. They are occupying the 1st floor and they are dominating. They are in a dominating position from there only, and that's why the special operations group of the Punjab Police has been called in for the operations. The bulletproof bunkers are being moved in, and using those bulletproof bunkers, the forces will be moved very near to the building so that they can have a tactically advantage point, because what has happened so far is that these terrorists, being on the 1st floor, are having a tactically advanced position than the security forces, and that's why they have been able to stretch this encounter for this long. We are being told that the senior officials of the Punjab Police too are at the spot. Another official, the top brass of Punjab Police too, will be reaching the spot. The DGP of the Punjab, Gaurav Yadav, is continuously briefing the Chief Minister of Punjab about what is happening as a precautionary measure, since this area is almost 10 kilometers from the international border, not too far off. The border security force has to be put on the alert.
Well, you know, Gursimran, we're getting a new details of one of the key accused who is on target there. Now, we know the accused group has extortion and weapon smuggling charges against him. He's a history sheeter. It has come to light that the 2 groups of shooters were also involved in the Musewala killing. So we're getting some exclusive details on Republic TV, and we're getting the latest inputs. Gursimran, take us through all these new inputs we are getting, because what we are learning is that the accused group is a history sheeter.
Yes, Jagrup is a history sheeter. Jagrup, Rupa and Manpreet, Manu, this is what we are getting to know. These were the people who were following Sidhu Musewala on May 29th when he left from his home in black Corolla car, and they stopped the Corolla right ahead of the Thar of Sidhu Musewala, and Manpreet was having AK series rifle with him, and he was the first shooter who opened fire at Manpreet, at Sidhu Musewala. Manpreet was the shooter, and then the firing started by another gangsters. Total of 6 gangsters were involved in this. 3 have been arrested, 3 still at large. 2 have been trapped in this encounter. We have been told that 1 gangster has been confirmed hit he has been confirmed hit by the security forces. However, his fate remains unclear as the forces are yet to enter the premises, the building in which these terrorists are hiding. But what they were doing here is something that is more worrisome for the forces, because what they suspect that either they were in a bid to exfiltrate to Pakistan, or they were.
We're getting some more breaking right now. The Punjab DGP is on the spot. The Punjab DGP is on the spot. And what we can tell you, viewers, Gursimran, if you will just add to this after I just tell the viewers that what's really happening. The encounter is going on since 11 a.m. It's almost 4 right now. It's more than 4. That means it's 5 hours since the encounter. The Punjab DGP is on the spot, and multiple cops have also been injured. Gursimran, over to you.
Yes, the senior officials are reaching the spot, and latest addition to it is the Director General of Police Punjab, Gaurav Yadav, who has reached the spot as per the information.
Just hold on, Gursimran, just hold on. I'm being joined by our executive editor, Aishwarya Kapoor. Aishwarya, we're getting some latest inputs right now. The Punjab DGP is on the spot. We also know that many cops have been injured. Aishwarya, take us through the details.
Well, absolutely. Gaurav Yadav, DGP of Punjab, is on the spot. We are being told that the BSF commandant officer, that is the CEO of that range of the BSF, and the DGP Punjab are having a meeting at an undisclosed location very close to this encounter stop. And we would just want to tell our viewers, we are not showing you the live visuals because the encounter is on. We are showing you deferred visuals, keeping in mind the security of the Punjab police and the BSF personnel. Now it's no more, and it's official, it's no more only a Punjab police encounter. It's a Punjab police and a BSF joint operation which is on just 8 to 9 kilometers away from the Atari, that is the Indo-Pak border. And according to the new law, till 50 kilometers, BSF controls the area. from the border, and this very particular encounter site is only, and I repeat, only 9 to 9.5 kilometers away from the international border. So at this point of time, we are being told that a meeting is happening between the BSF commandant officer, that is the CEO of the BSF, and Punjab Police DGP, very close at an undisclosed location, very close to this encounter spot. So very clearly the DGP is on the spot. The BSF has been briefed about all the developments. We are being told that one of those gangsters or terrorists which were basically hiding inside this building have been neutered, but there is still fighting happening on and off from this building, and hence we are being told that after 4 to 4.5 hours post this encounter began, Punjab Police has now briefed the BSF as well, and now as we speak the meeting is on between the DG of Punjab Police, who's on the spot, and the CEO of the BSF. Gaurav Yadav, DGP of Punjab, is on the spot having a meeting with the BSF CEO, and this is very important because this is now no more a Punjab Police operation. It's a joint operation of Punjab Police and the BSF. We had the SHO on record saying that whether they are only gangsters or terrorists are also involved, and if sources are to believe, we are being told that the shelter was being given to these gangsters by certain overground workers who have direct connections with terrorists. So there is a direct or an indirect connection with the terrorists, and also the kind of arms and ammunition which are being fired from this very isolated location is being looked into. So as we speak, a meeting at an undisclosed location very close to the encounter spot between the Punjab DGP and the BSF is on. Gaurav Yadav, DGP of Punjab Police, is on the spot and is having a meeting with his top officials and also the BSF CEO and the other top officials in that range. Back to you in the studio.
Right, Ashurya is getting us those very crucial details right now. Republic continues to be the only channel getting you the fastest details. What we have told you and what Ashurya also told us is that the Punjab Police and the BSF are having a joint operation at this point of time, and the Punjab DGP is right now on the spot, and we keep getting you new details of one of the key accused as well. These are the latest details coming in, where the accused drug group has extortion, dacoity and weapons smuggling charges against him. Gursimran is joining us back. Gursimran, take us to the details that we're getting right now. We know that the encounter is happening between gangster and cops, and it's happening in an old building, the visuals of which are there for our viewers on their screen to see. Gursimran.
Yes, an old building has been occupied by these gangsters. So was this building a hideout, or they have occupied it forcibly? That is what the police is also looking into, because there are certain angles. The angle of the Sandeep Tufan has also come into the light, because Sandeep Tufan was the one who was giving the shelter to Jagrup, Rupa and Manpreet for all this while in the recent times. And even the duo gangsters were in the Tarantaran. They were staying at the farmhouse of Sandeep Tufan. Sandeep Tufan is a named dreaded gangster in the region, and if he is with them, then there is also going to be a big success for the security forces. But that all is being ascertained by the forces as of now. They are not very sure that who all are inside. Jagrup, Rupa and Manpreet is the name we are getting the confirmation of from the sources. However, it remains unclear that how many of total gangster or armed terrorists are inside this very building, the old building that has been occupied 9.5 kilometers from the international border. So this all is being probed by the central agencies as well as the state agencies, that how they managed to reach here and what was their modus operandi.
Right, Gursimran. Also, we are seeing visuals of anti-ballistic vehicles on site there. Just a short while back, the latest visuals from encounter site are on your screen, viewers, and we saw that from that Haveli, that old building, we saw gunshots, we heard gunshots, we saw smoke coming out. So definitely this encounter is on, and what we were learning as well, that these killers had an plan to enter Pakistan. They were on the run, they wanted to enter Pakistan, and the entire area has been cordoned off of 2 kilometers, and everyone has been asked to stay inside their homes as this encounter continues. It's been 5 hours. 5 hours of encounter between the police and also those main accused in the Sidhu Musewala assassination, viewers. Gursimran, if I can get you back, now take us to the details of that one gangster who has been killed. Who is this gangster who has been killed now, and what is the status of the other 2 gangsters at this point of time?
See, the information that we are getting to know that Jagrup Rupa, a history sheeter, has been neutralized by the security forces during the ongoing encounter. He was the one who was driving the vehicle, the black colored Corolla that was seen in the CCTV on May 29th when they were following the Punjabi singer turned politician Sidhu Musewala when he left his home at around 4:30 in the evening, and he was the one who stopped his Corolla car right in front of the Thar of Sidhu Musewala, and his associate Manu, who was Manpreet Manu Kusa, who was holding the AK series rifle, started firing upon the Sidhu Musewala. He was the first shooter who fired at Sidhu Musewala, followed by the multiple sides firing by the other shooters as well.
Gursimran, we're getting some more updates right now. Gursimran, just hold on. We're getting some more updates that 2 gangsters are down. Viewers, 2 gangsters are down. Earlier, we told you 1 gangster was neutralized. Now we're getting updates that 2 gangsters are down. Gursimran, what does this mean now? Because if 2 gangsters are down, that means 1 more is left, isn't it?
See, this is what we can assume as of now.
I'll go back to Gursimran. All right, go ahead, Gursimran. Just a quick update. Go ahead.
See, as per initial information, there were 2 terrorists. Later, the information came that the number is 3, and there is a high possibility that the number can go beyond that also, because the way the firing is taking place, the retaliation that is coming from inside that very house, that led to the suspicion that there might be some terrorist also, as per the police. That clearly shows that the
Right, Gursimran, there could be some more terrorists. Exactly, that's the information we have got earlier too, and that was brought in by our executive editor Ashurya Kapoor. Ashurya, could you just come in and update us about what's happening, because we believe that 2 gangsters have been killed while the encounter continues.
Well, absolutely. 2 gangsters have been gunned down by the Punjab police, and it's a joint operation now of Punjab police and the BSF. Punjab DGP is on the spot, and we have our reporter live. We have Republic Live from the encounter spot. We are not showing live visuals. We are showing deferred visuals because the encounter is still on. But after 2 gangsters or terrorists being gunned down by Punjab police, the firing is still on from that building, and that is a point of worry. And that is why we are being told that as soon as the Punjab DGP, Gaurav Yadav, arrived on the spot, he is having a meeting with the local range CEO of the BSF. Because what we are being told that there is some kind of support by the OGWs there, and there is an indirect connection with the terrorists. That's what we are being told. So one more gangster terrorist has been gunned down. Finality on that will be given. That how many in total, but we are being told by our sources that 2 gangsters have been gunned down by Punjab police, and the encounter is still on. Is basically still on. In the next few minutes, we are going to be live from that very spot where the encounter is happening. There is a 2-kilometer radius which has been completely sanitized by the Punjab police, and the BSF is monitoring or taking control of the site which is closer to the Indo-Pak border. This very location is in the interiors of Punjab, only 9 kilometers away, and I repeat, only 9 kilometers away from the LOC. And hence the BSF was also basically alerted the very moment this encounter began, and as soon as the encounter carried on for more than 2 hours, Punjab police had officially roped in the BSF, and now with the Punjab DGP, the top cop of Punjab police on the spot, we are being told that senior BSF officials are also, or basically have already taken over the command of the whole encounter, which is now a joint operation between the Punjab police and the BSF. Keeping in mind there are at least 8 Punjab police officials who have also gotten injured. So that is a point of concern, that the kind of exquisite arms and ammunition which were present with these gangsters, and hence we were told by our sources that they have been given some kind of support by the OGWs there, and hence the BSF was also alerted. So that's the latest, and that's the live frame. These are live visuals which are deferred visuals of few minutes prior. Deliberately we are not showing live. These are deferred visuals of just few minutes prior, because the encounter is still on. 2 gangsters hash terrorists, because the police has said on record that whether they are gangsters or terrorists, we are still yet to ascertain. So we are also trying getting the audio of our colleague Mohit Talwar from there. who was live right from the spot. The visuals are deferred. This is within the 2-kilometer radius of that encounter site, and the 2-kilometer radius has been sanitized. The visuals are coming in now. Back to you in the studio.
Right. All right, so we're getting those fresh updates, and Aishwarya Kapoor took us through the latest updates coming in, where 2 gangsters have been gunned down now in their encounter. 2 gangsters are down, 2 gangsters are neutralized, and the information we had got here that there could be a possibility of terrorists also being involved here. There could be a possibility that terrorists are involved in this encounter. The Punjab police and the BSF are in this together. It's a joint operation which is happening. The Punjab DGP was also on spot. So we are seeing back-to-back developments coming in on this. A big story in Republic TV. And Republic TV is getting you the latest visuals. Of course, they all deferred visuals because encounter is happening for security reasons. But we're getting you all the updates here very, very quickly. So this is the case which we have been tracking since it first broke out. The encounter continues between the accused and the Punjab police. It's been happening since 11 a.m. And we continue tracking this big story on the Sidhu Moosewala murder case. Now, like away from the Pakistan border, and there's also a possibility that these killers may enter Pakistan. That was a fear. Now, in such a situation, the police have completely cordoned off the area of 2 kilometers. Also, the police have asked people to stay inside their homes. Many cops have been injured as well. Multiple cops have been injured. 8 cops injured. 1 journalist has also been injured in this encounter while it is continuing there. Now, these are the latest visuals on your screen from the Amritsar encounter site that we have accessed. These are the visuals which had come in earlier today, viewers. Now, 2 of the gangsters have been eliminated, and we also got you exclusive details of one of the gangsters. One of the gangsters, Jagrup, has extortion cases against him, weapon smuggling cases against him, charges against him as well. And it has come to light that the 2 groups of shooters were involved in the Moosewala killing. So Jagrup has extortion, dacoity, weapon smuggling charges against him, 15 cases against him. That means one of the accused was a history sheeter, viewers. The encounter happening there near the Atari border. And what you see on your screens is that Haveli, that is the old building where the encounter is happening. You can see gunshots. You can see gunshots and smoke coming out of that from that building there. And the cops continue chasing the Moosewala shooters. And the encounter has been continuing for 5 whole hours now. So this is a big success also coming in for the forces now, because 2 of the gangsters have now been gunned down. They have been killed and eliminated. And we continue tracking the story. Much more coming up on the other side of this very short break. Republic live from the spot of the encounter.
News in brief now. Trouble is mounting for Sanjay Raut as the ED has summoned the Shiva Sena MP for yet another round of questioning in connection with an alleged money laundering case. Now, this comes after Raut was questioned in the Patra Chol redevelopment case for over 10 hours on the 20th of July. As back-to-back setbacks continue to jolt Uddhav Sena, the BJP leader Kirit Somaiya has taken a jibe at the Shiva Sena MP Sanjay Raut, saying that Uddhav first, it's Sanjay Raut's turn now. The Supreme Court will today hear 2 pleas filed by Eknath Shindey's camp challenging the disqualification notices that have been issued against 16 rebel lawmakers who had switched sides. Now, the court will also hear pleas filed by the Uddhav camp challenging the appointment of Eknath Shindey as the Chief Minister of the state. The Uddhav camp has also sought declaring of a special session of the Assembly wherein the floor test was conducted and the new government was allowed to be formed as unconstitutional. Multi-location NIA raids are on in Bihar after an alleged PFI connection emerged in the Motihari case. Now, police have informed that 3 people have been detained from Maria Miswa Madrasa and are being interrogated to uncover the larger conspiracy. The Supreme Court is all set to hear a plea of the Aam Aadmi Party challenging the postponement of Municipal Corporation of Delhi polls on the grounds of delimitation of wards in the national capital. Following the multiple landslides and shooting stones, the Jammu-Srinagar highway in Ramban has been blocked, prompting suspension of all services. The national highway is now being cleared in a bid to facilitate resumption of movement. The police have arrested 3 accused involved in a theft of 34 crore rupees at Manpara ICICI bank fraud case. An FIR has been launched in Manpara police station and 5.8 crore rupees have been recovered from the accused so far. Furthermore, police has said that the 3 arrested, one was a bank employee and had stolen the concerned amount from the safe of the bank. The monkeypox scare continues to grip India, and 3 cases have so far been reported in the country. As a precautionary measure, in a nodal hospital, 36 beds have been set up for suspected monkeypox cases in Telangana's Hyderabad. Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates has congratulated Prime Minister Narendra Modi on yet another milestone of administering 200 crore vaccinations in India. Taking to Twitter, Bill Gates expressed gratitude for the continued partnership with the Indian vaccine manufacturers and the government for mitigating the impact of COVID-19. Now, this comes days after India achieved yet another vaccine feat, administering about 200 crore COVID-19 vaccine doses.
Other top national stories at this hour. National Investigation Agency carried out searches at Tiruchirappalli special camp, where foreigners with criminal records are lodged. Reportedly, the NIA team is looking for narcotics, illegally smuggled gold and other materials. The camp currently houses refugees primarily from Sri Lanka, but also from Indonesia and other neighboring countries.
Multi-location NIA raids.
Well, viewers, we are showing you the rolling coverage of Amritsar encounter between the police officials and the gangsters. Now we are slipping into a short break, but stay tuned for more updates on this encounter and on the other stories also.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Multi-location NIA raids are on in Bihar after an alleged PFI connection emerged in the Motihari case. Now, police have informed that 3 people have been detained from Maria Miswa Madrasa and are being interrogated to uncover the larger conspiracy. The Supreme Court is all set to hear a plea of the Aam Aadmi Party challenging the postponement of Municipal Corporation of Delhi polls on the grounds of delimitation of wards in the national capital. Following the multiple landslides and shooting stones, the Jammu-Srinagar highway in Ramban has been blocked, prompting suspension of all services. The national highway is now being cleared in a bid to facilitate resumption of movement. The police have arrested 3 accused involved in a theft of 34 crore rupees at Manpara ICICI bank fraud case. An FIR has been launched in Manpara police station and 5.8 crore rupees have been recovered from the accused so far. Furthermore, police has said that the 3 arrested, one was a bank employee and had stolen the concerned amount from the safe of the bank. The monkeypox scare continues to grip India, and 3 cases have so far been reported in the country. As a precautionary measure, in a nodal hospital, 36 beds have been set up for suspected monkeypox cases in Telangana's Hyderabad. News in brief now. Trouble is mounting for Sanjay Raut as the ED has summoned the Shiva Sena MP for yet another round of questioning in connection with an alleged money laundering case. Now, this comes after Raut was questioned in the Patra Chol redevelopment case for over 10 hours on the 20th of July. As back-to-back setbacks continue to jolt Uddhav's Sena, the BJP leader Kirit Somaiya has taken a jibe at the Shiva Sena MP Sanjay Raut, saying that Uddhav first. It's Sanjay Raut.
Viewers, that encounter there at the Attari, near the Attari border continues to be our top focus right now. These are latest visuals coming in from the encounter spot, where you can see the visuals there of the Special Operation Group commandos, which are at the spot right now. So more reinforcements have been called in at this point of time. And remember that the SOG, or the Special Operation Group, they deal with extremist and terrorist activities, which kind of gives us a clue about what's happening, because we had also told you here that there are some terrorists also who are believed to be involved in this encounter which is happening right now. So SOG commanders have now come, they have stormed into the house. Fresh updates coming in, viewers. The SOG commandos have stormed into that Haveli. We'll be tracking this story very closely. Much more coming up on the other side. Stay tuned.
Getting a cab these days is nearly impossible, because half the time you don't get rides. Even if your cab gets booked, you're not sure when it is going to get cancelled or how much you're going to pay. Now, answering all this, Mind has come up with beautiful solutions whereby we don't have a surge rate here, because they go by government prescribed rates. Not just that, Mind has a beautiful feature where you incentivize the driver, ensuring that he will come and pick you up on time. So, thanks Mind.
The police have arrested 3 accused involved in a theft of 34 crore rupees at Manpara ICICI bank fraud case. An FIR has been launched in Manpara police station, and 5.8 crore rupees have been recovered from the accused so far. Furthermore, police has said that the 3 arrested, one was a bank employee and had stolen the concerned amount from the safe of the bank. The monkeypox scare continues to grip India, and 3 cases have so far been reported in the country. As a precautionary measure, in a nodal hospital, 36 beds have been set up for suspected monkeypox cases in Telangana's Hyderabad. Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates has congratulated Prime Minister Narendra Modi on yet another milestone of administering 200 crore vaccinations in India. Taking to Twitter, Bill Gates expressed gratitude for the continued partnership with the Indian vaccine manufacturers and the government for mitigating the impact of COVID-19. Now, this comes days after India achieved yet another vaccine feat, administering about 200 crore COVID-19 vaccine doses.
Other top national stories at this hour. National Investigation Agency carried out searches at Tiruchirappalli special camp, where foreigners with criminal records are lodged. Reportedly, the NIA team is looking for narcotics, illegally smuggled gold and other materials. The camp currently houses refugees primarily from Sri Lanka, but also from Indonesia and other neighbouring countries.
Multi-location NIA raids are on in Bihar after an alleged PFI connection emerged in the Motihari case. Now, police have informed that 3 people have been detained from Maria Miswa Madrasa and are being interrogated to uncover the larger conspiracy.
Top headlines at 4:30 p.m. Big development in the Moosewala assassination probe. Encounter underway between main accused and police at the Attari border. All right, we're getting some latest visuals coming in from that building, from that old building where the encounter is taking place. The visuals coming in, viewers. Remember, we just told you a short while back that the SOG, the Special Operation Group, has now reached the building and they're initiating their action as well. And those visuals we are getting there from you on your screens. The police has called for more backup. The police has called for more backup and has called for more reinforcement. But what we can tell you right now, that the Special Operation Group, which by the way, viewers, deals with extremist and terrorist activities, has now entered the Haveli where the encounter was happening. And these visuals you're watching first on Republic on your screen. The SOG taking control of that house where that encounter was happening. First on Republic, visuals on your screen. Coming in right now of the Special Operation Group, which is an expert, I repeat, which is an expert at dealing with extremist and terrorist activities. Those visuals are there on your screen. We also believe that there are 5 gangsters which are still inside. 2 gangsters have been neutralized and killed. This encounter has been happening since 11 a.m. It is 4:30 now. That means the encounter has been happening for more than 5 hours at this point of time. 5 to 6 hours. The encounter has been continuing, and right now the commandos there on the rooftop and storming the gangster hideout. So right now, all 5 gangsters are inside the hideout. I'm being joined by Gursimran and Amandeep, who will be tracking every development and getting us those details. I want to come across to you first, Amandeep. Just quickly take us through what we're watching on the screen. The commandos right now on the rooftop.
Well, absolutely, Shivangi. Now the SOG commandos have taken over that entire house from where the gangsters were firing on the police. And in fact, the situation is apprehended that encounter is almost ended with killing of 2 gangsters. And in fact, now they are sanitizing the entire area and local police have allowed to enter. First, SOG commandos have taken over the entire situation and that entire spot from where gangsters were opening fire. Just because, Shivangi, gangsters were on the first floor of this house, and in fact they were continuously dominating the encounter from the first floor and firing with the AK-47 pistols, 9mm pistols, 34 pistols, and in fact certain other weapons also. But when 2 gangsters turned down and they suspected to be Jagrup Rupa and Manpreet Manu Khusa, and so far there is no official confirmation, but it is apprehended that both of the main shooters of Sidhu Moosewala has been gunned down by the SOG commandos, and that is the reason they have taken over the possession entire spot. You can see on your screen that visuals are very much telling that SOG has taken over the spot. The police are sanitizing the area and in fact also sanitizing the fields. They are searching. Now the search operation is on, that how many ammunition and arms were inside that house, how they have captured, how many more people, is there any person fled from the spot or not. These all things are being verified by the SOG and the local police as well. You can see now the body language of the SOG commandos are very much telling that encounter is almost over and they have taken over the entire situation. That means the security forces once again win against these deadly gangsters who killed Sidhu Moosewala. They are on the win-win situation once again after 5-hour-long encounter. They have taken over the spot where the gangsters were hiding from past 5 hours and engaged into an encounter. They were opening fires with the AK-47 assault rifles. They were opening fire with the pistols, 9mm 30-bore pistols. But now SOG finally entered and reached at the rooftop of the house where gangsters were hiding. Yes, Shivangi.
Right, Amandeep, I just want to go across to Gursimran also, who's been tracking this story. Gursimran, give us a quick update right now, what we are seeing on the screens. Also, remember viewers, these are deferred visuals. These are visuals from earlier today because, of course, of security reasons, we are showing you visuals which are deferred. Gursimran, over to you.
See, Shivangi, the operation is nearing completion and we are told that the last minute the operation SOPs are being followed. That includes checking whether these gangsters, those who have been neutralized, are not fitted with the booby trap that can cause collateral damage. Apart from that, without giving the numbers, we are getting to know that all the gangsters who were inside have been neutralized by the security forces, and that includes 2 of the dreaded gangsters, Jagrup Rupa and Manpreet, who was one of the key shooters in the Sidhu Moosewala shooting. Now the DGP of the Punjab Police, Gaurav Yadav, has reached the spot, and we are told that after taking the briefing from the officials who were taking part in the operations, he will be divulging the details in a press conference today itself only, wherein the details regarding these two gangsters and those who have been neutralized will be shared, and what they were planning to, because they were 10 kilometers from the international border. Were they in a bid to flee to Pakistan, an attempt of exfiltration from the Atari border, or they were here to pick up some consignment, a drone drop consignment or a consignment that is being pushed through the border? What all was their plan? All will be shared by police in a short while from now, and keeping in view the threat perception, all the forces were on the alert since yesterday evening when they got the input, and based on that input this operation was launched. Shivangi.
Right, Gursimran. So we both have Amandeep and Gursimran there getting us all those top updates right now. So what we can tell you is that the commandos from the Special Operation Group have entered the hideout, as these are the deferred visuals that you're watching there on your screen. And what we also know that all gangsters are inside the hideout right now. The 5 gangsters, and a couple of them are still. Okay, we're getting some fresh news right now. 4 gangsters have been gunned down, viewers. We're getting more news right now. The death toll has gone up of those gangsters. Now, gangsters gunned down, 4 of them gunned down. Earlier, there were 2 gangsters we told you who were gunned down. Now, 4 gangsters have been gunned down. Amandeep, if you are there, take us to the details. We believe that 4 gangsters have gunned down, and we also know there's some terrorists involved in this encounter. What are you picking up?
Well, absolutely, Shivangi, absolutely. Just because initially it was apprehended, it was not 2 persons. There are 4 to 6 people who are actually inside that house. And in fact, now when the security forces has taken the complete control of that house, it has been revealed that 4 gangsters, and they all 4 were killed. And there were sophisticated weapons has also been recovered from that place, including AK series rifle as well. And there's a lot of ammunition. There is a lot of ammunition that helps the gangster to remain engaged with the security forces for continuously 5 hours. But now the figure of the gangsters that were gunned down has reached to 4, including 2 deadly shooters of Moosewala case, Manpreet, Manu Khusa and Jagrup Rupa. In fact, they were on the radar. Shivangi, initially, if I just take you back in the morning, initially the local police has got the input that there are some anti-social elements staying in this house that was completely isolated, and in fact since here there was no person was staying in that house, and local police has carried out a raid, and in fact when they announced to surrender whosoever is inside, instead of getting surrender, they have opened the fire on the police. Immediately, senior police officials has been called in, SOG has been informed, and in fact, a team of 21 SOG commandos has reached at the spot. And finally, after 5 hours, now they have taken the control of the entire encounter site after killing 4 gangsters in this encounter, including the deadly shooters Manu Khusa, Manpreet Singh Manu Khusa and Jagrup Rupa. These are the 2 gangsters who were leading the group of shooters in Moosewala killing case, and in fact they are the one who was continuously on the radar of Punjab police, and Punjab police was hunting for them because they were changing their hideouts inside the state from one place to another, and now they were staying nearby the international border, and that was the most sensitive concern, the concern of the Punjab police, that they should not fled from the border to Pakistan, and in fact that is the reason they have been engaged here. But now when the encounter is almost on the edge to get over, just because the last leg of encounter is being followed. In fact, the SOG and the local police is sanitizing the area. They are just verifying the entire place, and in fact also verifying the presence of any other person in that place, and even they are also counting and verifying the weapons involved in this entire operation, and in fact recovered a lot of ammunition from inside the house. And even Shivangi, that is a big win for the security forces now. After 5-hour long operation, 4 gangsters has been gunned down at nearby international border in Amritsar. Yes, Shivani.
Yes, it's a big win. It's a big win coming in. Viewers, we're watching Republic TV right now. What we are telling you is that 4 gangsters have been gunned down. Just in, 4 gangsters killed in that encounter which is happening there. And this is a Musewala murder encounter operations which are continuing between the Punjab police and also the BSF joint operation. Just a short while back, the Punjab DGP was also on the spot. But what is coming in right now is that this encounter. Now, Amandeep, if you can just confirm to me, is anyone else left there? Is anyone else left there? Because of these 4 gangsters have been now gunned down. Anyone else left, or is it safe to say that this encounter is over?
Shivangi, so far we have received this information that only 4 gangsters were inside that house and all of them has been gunned down by SOG. And in fact, no other person has left and neither any person has been flee from that spot. This is a very recent information that we are receiving from a police officer that who was revealing this, that no other person was involved. Only 4 gangsters were inside camping in that house along with a lot of ammunition. Shivangi, lot of ammunition including AK series rifles, assault rifles, and in fact with the weapons .30 bore, 9mm pistols, and they have lot of ammunition to remain engaged with the security forces for the couple of hours. And that is the reason the SOG has been called. And we are continuously trying to track all the details. And in fact, so far, Shivangi, the police have confirmed that 4 gangsters have gunned down and no other person has left. SOG has taken over the entire control of that encounter site. Now the search operation is being launched by the local police and the SOG, and even the area of around 2 kilometers is still cordoned and locals have been evacuated. BSF is already in the loop to this encounter. This is all the recent, and in fact DGP will be reaching very shortly at the spot and in fact taking the stock of the situation, and all the officers will brief DGP about this 5-hour-long encounter, how it happened and how these gangsters were camping in this house and how they remain engaged with the security forces for a couple of 5 hours. And in fact, and later on, everything will be officially released to media regarding this encounter. But yes, the latest update is that SOG has taken the control of this entire encounter site. 4 gangsters has been gunned down. Arms and ammunition have been recovered from this house. Yes, Shivangi.
So, Amandeep, essentially what you're saying right now is that the Punjab DGP will soon hold a press conference where the details of this encounter will be out, right?
Absolutely, Shivangi. DGP first get the briefing from the officers, and after giving the count of the arms and ammunition that has been recovered by the security forces, and DGP will also be briefed by the local officers who remain present at the encounter site and even who were actually providing all kind of assistance to the SOG commandos and the local police. And even after getting a detailed briefing from all the police officials regarding this encounter, DGP Gaurav Yadav will brief the media regarding this, just because this is a very sensitive issue. And even the entire area has been cordoned so far. The 2-kilometer area has been evacuated and locals has been informed to remain out of 2-kilometer area till the time police will not officially end this encounter. So far, they have taken over the control of this encounter site,
right.
reaching to the first floor.
Yes, go ahead, Amandeep.
Well, Shivangi, when SOG reaches to the first floor, to the rooftop of this house, that clearly indicates that now the encounter is almost over. And in fact, the security forces has taken over the control of this entire situation, just because from the morning, the gangsters who were opening fire on the police continuously, they have reached to the rooftop and they have taken their positions from the rooftop, and then they started firing, and even they're trying to dominate this encounter from the rooftop. And that is the reason the SOG was trying to enter into that house, so that at least they can take the control of the entire spot. And now when the SAG is visible inspecting the rooftop of this house, that indicates that encounter has almost been over. Only the search operation has been left so that at least arms and ammunition can be given account that how much arms involved into this encounter, what kind of weapons have been used, and from where it has been smuggled to the gangsters. 4 gangsters has been gunned down. It was confirmed, and DGP will make it official very soon after reaching to the spot and taking the stock of the situation and take briefing from all the officers regarding this encounter. Though Shivangi, DGP is taking minute-to-minute update regarding this encounter also when the encounter was underway. From past 5 hours, Anti-Caste Gang Force, STF, DGP Punjab, IG Amritsar Range, SSP Amritsar Range, and even the Jalandhar Police, the intelligence department, they all are talking to each other continuously, sharing the input. Every single input is being shared by all the officers. The police officers who was involved into this encounter, one officer was deployed to pass on the information regarding the update of the encounter, just because three policemen sustained the bullet injuries, and that bullets were fired from AK-47 rifle, and that was confirmed, and that was the concern of the Punjab police. When the gangsters were having the AK-47 assault rifle with them, they can do anything, just because initially, Shivangi, fire from 4 different sides has been opened by the gangsters with the AK-47, and that was the major concern of the Punjab police, that gangsters were using AK-47 from 4 different sides, and they calculated the number that minimum 4 gangsters were inside that house who were engaged with the security forces. Minute-to-minute update has been delivered to the DGP, has been delivered to the STF chief, has been delivered to the anti-gangster task force, has been delivered to the SOG, ADGP, has been delivered to the intelligence also. Just because the intelligence has active all the cells nearby the villages and the international borders also to verify the information that from how many days they are here.
जीवन तो सारा मालूम ही है ना देखो एक मिनट धक्का ना मारो सारी जल्दी मार दो जीवन सारा मालूम ही है शुभदीप सिद्धू उन्होंने मर्डर होया सीगा 29 तारीख उस तो बाद सारी जड़ी की प्लानिंग हुई सी सारी जड़े मास्टरमाइंड सीगे जिन्हां ने रोल प्ले किया सारे बंदे अरेस्ट हो चुके थे जड़े बोलेरो मॉड्यूल के 2 शूटर्स सीगे वो अजय तक एब्सकॉन्डिंग सीगे उन्हां दे बारे 2 शूटर्स वर एब्सकॉन्डिंग तो एक एंटी गैंगस्टर टास्क फोर्स लोकल पुलिस लोकल ऑफिसर्स इन टोटल कोऑर्डिनेशन आज कैसे घेरा पाया गया होना वो लोग जो सारे काफी ज्यादा कवरेज करे 4-5 घंटे तो काफी एक्सचेंज ऑफ फायर हुआ सर कितने लोग थे टोटल कितने एक्सचेंज ऑफ फायर विद पुलिस रूपा दोनों में एनकाउंटर कर दिया गया उनका जगरूप रूपा एंड मनु खुशा एक्सचेंज ऑफ फायर में मौत हुई है जी दे बोथ हैव बीन गन डाउन बाकी सारे फोरेंसिक्स किए जाएंगे सर हथियार कौन से थे क्योंकि ऐसा लग रहा है कि इन्होंने पाकिस्तान जाना था इसीलिए ये वाली जगह चूज की थी इन्होंने ये जानकारी लेकिन जड़ी अजय सानू असी सानू मौके ते मिला है एक AK-47 मिली है जी एक AK-47 हैज बीन रिकवर्ड फ्रॉम द स्पॉट पहले फोरेंसिक एग्जामिनेशन को फिर से दसेंगे उधर किसी की नहीं ऐसा की बरामद हुआ है रोशन सर्च ऑपरेशन इज स्टिल ऑन बम वगैरह कुछ मिला वो तो दस से हमें इसी करके फोरेंसिक टीम बीडी टीम आके साथ चेक करोगे कि बैग दे विच की है कि नहीं है जी उस तो देयर आर लॉट ऑफ बैग्स सस्पेक्टेड विद द एमिनेशन एंड द RDX is lying inside the house. Forensic team has been called. करने के लिए स्पीच की, लेकिन ये क्रॉस फायर कर रहे थे. क्या लगता था कितने हथियार हो सकते थे इनके पास? फिलहाल क्योंकि 5 घंटे हो गए लगातार. AK-40 ammunition काफी था इनके पास. जी. AK-47. They have lot of ammunition inside the house. बैग भी है वहाँ पर, but that will be examined forensic by the FSL team. तो उस तो बाद ही बैग खोल के जांच की जा सकती है कि कितने और वेपन है कितना और ammunition. सर पुलिस के कितने कर्मी जख्मी हुए? Bag is still lying inside the house. Forensic team has been called to पुलिस के कितने verify the substance inside the bag. माइनर इंजरीज है या आउट ऑफ डेंजर ठीक है और जो साढ़े को रिपोर्ट है कि एक इंजर हुआ जी पर वो इसका साढ़े मना करेंगे थोड़ा साइड दो होकर नेड़े आ जाओ थोड़ा जी लगता है कि उसको बड़ी कामयाबी मिली है जी थोड़ा ना थोड़ा
All right, we're getting some more updates coming, and there has been, in fact, senior police officials at the spot. A couple of points have come out that one AK-47 has been recovered, and the forensics team will try to do a research for the one bag recovered. One bag has been recovered.
ਜਿਹੜੇ ਦੋ ਮੇਨ ਸ਼ੂਟਰਸ ਵਾਂਟਡ ਸੀਗੇ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਮੂਸੇਵਾਲਾ ਜੀ ਕੇ ਮਰਡਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹਦੇ ਚ ਇੱਕ ਮਨੂ ਦੂਜਾ ਰੂਪਾ ਇਨ ਇਨਕਾਊਂਟਰ एक्सचेंज ऑफ फायर में उन दोनों की डेथ